Welcome to the React full course. In this course, we'll learn how to build complex websites with React. And by the end of this course, we'll build two projects, a chatbot and an e-commerce project. We'll start from the very basics of React, like how to set up React with JavaScript, and we'll learn each feature in detail, step by step. We'll learn the major features of React, as well as advanced features, like how to use React with a backend, deploy React to the internet with AWS, React with TypeScript, and React with AI. You can find the sections of this course below the video here and here. You can also change the speed of the video here. And you can find subtitles for different languages here. And after each lesson, I'll give you a bunch of exercises that you can do on your own to practice the skills that we learned. In total, this course has over 125 exercises. So with that being said, let's get started. I'm going to be doing this course on Windows, but the steps are the same if you're using a Mac. Before we begin, we're going to need two pieces of software. Number one is a web browser, and number two is a code editor. The most popular web browser for web development is Google Chrome, and the most popular code editor for web development is VS Code. So I recommend using these. If you need to install these, you can search for them on Google, click the link, and follow the instructions to download and install. Now, you'll also need to know the basics of JavaScript. React is built on JavaScript, and we're going to be writing a lot of JavaScript when using React. Don't worry, you don't need to be an expert in JavaScript. You just need to know some basic features, like the ones listed here. And I'll also try to review JavaScript features as we go through this course. If you want to learn JavaScript in more detail, you can check out my JavaScript full course in the video description. Finally, you'll need to know the basics of HTML. When using React, we're going to be writing a lot of HTML. Again, don't worry, you don't need to be an expert in HTML. You just need to know some basic features, like the ones listed here. And I'll try my best to review HTML features as we go through this course. If you want to learn HTML in more detail, you can check out my HTML and CSS full course in the video description. If you have any issues in this course, you can check the troubleshooting guide in the description. Now that we have all the requirements that we need, we're ready to learn React. On our computer, we're going to go to our desktop, and we're going to create a new folder. So here, I'm going to right-click and create a new folder. And this folder is going to contain all the code that we write in this course. So let's name it React-course and press Enter. Next, we're going to open this folder in our code editor, VS Code. So we'll open VS Code and then click File, Open Folder, and select the folder we just created. So I created my folder on the desktop, and it's this folder right here. So we'll select this folder, and then click Select Folder. And we can close this welcome page. So now, let's create a new file to learn React. So up here, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to name it react-basics.html, and press Enter. As a review, a file that ends in .html contains HTML code, and this creates a website. Next, we're going to create a website, and we're going to set up React on this website. Now, to save time, we're actually going to download some starting code. So we're going to open our web browser, Google Chrome. And at the top, we're going to type supersimple.dev/react-basics and press enter. So this page has some starting HTML code we can use to learn React. So now let's click on this page, and we're going to select all this code by pressing Ctrl-A on Windows or Command-A on Mac. And we're going to copy-paste this code into our file. So we'll right-click, copy. We can also press Ctrl-C on Windows or Command-C on Mac. And then open our code editor. And then inside this HTML file, we're going to right-click and paste. We can also press Ctrl-V on Windows or Command-V on Mac. And finally, let's save this file by pressing Ctrl-S on Windows or Command-S on Mac. Next, we're going to open this file in our web browser to see what the website looks like. To make this easier, we're going to use a VS Code extension called Live Server. So the benefit of Live Server is it will automatically refresh the web page whenever we change some code. So it's going to make our coding easier. If you don't have Live Server installed, you can click the extension section and then search for Live Server at the top. And then click Install. Once Live Server is installed, we're going to go back to our code, and we're going to open this file in Live Server by right-clicking in the file and click Open with Live Server. So Live Server will open the HTML file using our browser, and it's going to create a website. And we should see the message, "Welcome to SuperSimpleDev React course" on this website. So this message is displayed by React. And this means that we successfully set up React on this website. Now let's go back to VS Code. And this is the minimum amount of code that we need to set up React. We're going to go through this code step by step to make sure that you understand everything here. First of all, what is React? React is an external library that helps us create websites easier. Now, there are two parts to this statement. Number one, React is an external library. And number two, React helps us create websites easier. Let's go through these one by one. So number one, React is an external library. First, let's review what an external library is. So here, we have a bunch of HTML code. And HTML code creates a website. And now, how do we load JavaScript onto our website? There are several ways to load JavaScript on a website. One way is to use an HTML element called a script element. For example, under this div element, let's create a script element using less than script greater than and less than slash script greater than. But our code editor might autocomplete this for us. Now, inside this script element, we can write some JavaScript code. For example, console.log the string hello. As a review, this code displays the text hello in the console. So now let's save, and we're going to open the console in our browser. So we'll open Google Chrome, and Live Server is going to automatically refresh the page and run that JavaScript code. And now we're going to check the console by right-clicking and then click Inspect and open the console tab. And you'll see that inside the console, we displayed the text hello. And that's exactly what this code does. So we successfully loaded this code onto our website. We'll go back to VS Code. So this is one way to run JavaScript code on a website. First, we create a script element, and then we put our JavaScript code inside. Another way to run JavaScript is to save our JavaScript code in a file. So on the left, let's create a new file, and we'll name it react-basics.js and press enter. So when we end a file with .js, this file contains JavaScript code. So now let's move that code into this file. So we'll go to our HTML file. We're going to select this code and then right-click, cut. We can also press Ctrl X on Windows or Command X on Mac. And inside our JavaScript file, we're going to right-click and paste. And save this file. Now, to run the code inside this file, we're going to go back to our HTML, and we're going to add an HTML attribute to this script element. So after this script, we're going to type space, and then type src equals double quotes. So the src attribute lets us load JavaScript from a file. Inside these double quotes, we're going to tell the computer which JavaScript file to load. So we'll type react-basics.js. So this will look for a file called react-basics.js beside the current HTML file. So it's going to find the file here, and it's going to run all the code inside this file. So now let's save and open our browser and check the result. Live server will automatically refresh the page, and inside the console, you can see that we display the message hello. So we're successfully loading code from inside a file. We'll go back to VS Code, and this is a second way to load JavaScript. We save our JavaScript in a file, and then we load it from the file. Next, the script element can actually load code from anywhere on the internet, not just on our computer. For example, we're going to open Google Chrome, and then we're going to create a new tab. And at the top, we're going to type unpkg.com/supersimpledev/external-library.js and press enter. So on this website, we have some JavaScript code. So this is just normal JavaScript code. It displays a message, this is an external library inside the console. So using the script element, we can actually take this code from this website and run it on our own website. To do that, we're going to open VS Code, and inside the src attribute, instead of loading the JavaScript code from a file, we're going to load the JavaScript code from a website. So first, we need the URL of the website. So we'll go back to Google Chrome, and at the top, this is the URL. And we're going to copy, and inside VS Code, we're going to remove this file, and we're going to paste the URL. And now let's save. So now let's go back to our website, and we're going to go to the tab for our website, and we're going to check the console. And inside the console, you can see we displayed the message, this is an external library. So we successfully loaded JavaScript code from another website. Let's go back to VS Code. So using the script element, we can load JavaScript code from anywhere on the internet. So this code is called an external library. An external library is just code that is outside of our computer. It's code that someone else wrote, and we can load that code into our website using the script element. Now, React is an external library. So React is just a bunch of code that is outside our computer that someone else wrote, and we can load this code on our website and use it. So inside our starting file, at the bottom here, these two script elements load the React external library. So it loads react.js and react-dom.js. So let's open these URLs in our browser and take a look. So we're going to select this URL, and we're going to copy. And inside Google Chrome, we're going to create a new tab. And at the top, we're going to paste the URL, and press enter. And on this website, you can see that we have a bunch of JavaScript code. So this is the code for React. We're just taking all of this code and then loading it onto our website. Let's go back to VS Code. And the same thing applies to this second URL. If we select it and then copy, and in our browser, create a new tab, and then at the top, paste, and press enter, you can see that this website also has a bunch of JavaScript code. And this is also the code for React. So as you can see, React is an external library. It's just a bunch of code that is outside of our computer that someone else wrote. And we can load this code on our website and use it. Now, before we move on, there's two things you might be wondering about. Number one, why are we loading React from SuperSimpleDev instead of some official React URL? So this just lets me control the version of React. If we loaded React from the official URL, you might get a different version of React than the one I'm using in this video, which might cause issues. So for the video, we're going to use a SuperSimpleDev URL to make sure that we have the same version of React and you're able to follow along. The second thing you might be wondering is, why are there two external libraries for React, React and React DOM? So React is designed to be used in different places, like websites and also mobile apps. So the creators of React decided to divide it into two external libraries, React, which contains all the shared features that are used in both websites and mobile apps, and React DOM, which contains features that are specific to websites. So if we're using React to create websites, we need to load the React external library and the React DOM external library. If we were using React to create mobile apps, we would load the React external library and a different library called React Native. In this course, we're going to use React to create websites. So we're going to load React and React DOM. Okay, so we learned that React is an external library. It's just a bunch of code that is outside of our computer, and we're going to load it onto our website. The next part is React helps us create websites easier. So now let's learn how to use React. We'll go back to VS Code, and we're going to scroll down, and these two lines of JavaScript at the bottom sets up React. So let's go through this step by step. In the first line, we're using document.querySelector to get an HTML element from the website and put it into our JavaScript. As a review, this is a feature of JavaScript called the DOM, or the Document Object Model. Basically, JavaScript gives us this document object, which sort of combines JavaScript and HTML together. It lets us get HTML elements from the page and put them into our JavaScript, and it also lets our JavaScript modify HTML elements on the page. So the DOM, or the document object, sort of combines HTML and JavaScript together, and it lets the two languages interact with each other. Don't worry, you don't need to know a lot about the DOM to learn React. I'm just explaining what this code does, so you understand what's going on here. So the code document.querySelector lets us get an HTML element from the page and put it into our JavaScript. Inside these brackets, we tell the computer which HTML element we want to get from the page. So if we start with a dot, this means we're going to look for a class. And here, we're looking for the class js-container. Up here, this div element has the class js-container, so it's going to take this element and put it into our JavaScript. And finally, we're going to save it inside a variable so we can use it later. Next, let's go to the second line of code, and React DOM.createRoute basically sets up React. To set up React, we have to give it an HTML element. So we're going to give it the element that we saved up here, which is this div element. So basically the way this works is that this element is going to act as a container. Everything that we create with React is going to be displayed inside this element or inside this container. The reason React uses a container is because it keeps things organized. Everything inside this element will be controlled by React, and React will not affect anything outside of this element. So it keeps things isolated and organized. So after we set up React with a container, we can start using the features of React. One feature of React is .render. Render means to display something. So .render lets us display something inside this container or inside this element. Now, between the brackets of render, we're going to tell React what to display inside the container. So right now, we told it to display the text, "Welcome to SuperSimpleDev React course." And if we go back to our website and open the tab for our website, and after we open the console, this time we're going to go to the Elements tab. So this lets us see the HTML that's currently on the page. We're going to open this body element, and inside we can see our container. And you can see that React rendered or displayed the message, "Welcome to SuperSimpleDev React course," inside our container. So we'll go back to our code. And that's how we set up and use React. First, we give it a container, and then we can display things like a message inside this container. Before we continue, let's review the rest of the code in this file to make sure that we understand every line of code. So the HTML at the top here, as well as the bottom here, this HTML is called the HTML structure. As a review, this is a standard structure that we follow when writing HTML. At the top, doctype HTML tells a computer to use a modern version of HTML. The HTML element represents a website, so all the code for our website should go inside the HTML element. Now, every website is split into two sections, the head section and the body section. The head section generally contains things that are not visible on the page. For example, the title element sets the text at the top of the tab. So this is not visible on the page. So we put this inside the head. The body section generally contains things that are visible on the page. For example, the div element will be visible on the page. So we put it inside the body. Finally, we usually put our script elements at the bottom of the body because we want our HTML to be created first, and then our JavaScript can modify the HTML. So that's a review of the HTML structure. This is a standard structure that we follow when writing HTML. So now we understand almost every line of code in this file. This is just the HTML structure that we have to follow. This is a container that we give to React to keep things isolated and organized. This is an example of an external library, and this loads the React external library, or loads the code for React. And this sets up and uses React. The last two lines that we haven't learned yet are these two lines right here. So here, we're loading another external library, and this external library is called Babel. So again, if I open this URL in my browser, copy, and in my browser, I'm going to create a new tab, and at the top, paste, and press enter, you'll see that this website contains a bunch of JavaScript code. And this is the code for another external library called Babel. So we'll go back to VS Code and let's learn what is the Babel external library. Babel is known as a JavaScript compiler. So it basically translates other languages into JavaScript. So why do we need Babel? When using React, we actually don't use normal JavaScript. We use an enhanced version of JavaScript called JSX. JSX stands for JavaScript XML. It's the same as JavaScript, but we can also write HTML directly in our JavaScript code. So it's just JavaScript with extra features. So let's do an example of JSX to learn how to use it. Inside the script element at the bottom, we're going to create a new variable using const, and let's call it button, equals, and now let's create a button HTML element. So here, we're going to type HTML directly, less than, button, greater than, and then less than / button, greater than. So this is actually HTML code, and we're writing it directly inside our JavaScript. So this HTML code creates a button, and then inside our button, we can put the text hello. So this code here is actually using JSX. So JSX works the same way as JavaScript, except we can also write HTML directly in our JavaScript code. So what does this code do? It's actually pretty straightforward. This code creates a new button element inside our JavaScript, and then we save it in a variable. We can actually do this with normal JavaScript as well. We can use the DOM, and we can create a button element in our JavaScript like this. So you can think of this JSX code as a shortcut for this JavaScript code. So that's JSX. JSX is an enhanced version of JavaScript. So it's the same as JavaScript, but we can also write HTML directly in our JavaScript code. So when using React, we usually use JSX instead of normal JavaScript, because as you can see, JSX is simpler. Now, there is one problem with JSX, which is our web browser doesn't understand JSX. It only understands normal JavaScript. In order to use JSX, we need to translate it into normal JavaScript first, and then our web browser can understand this code. To do that, we use the Babel external library. Babel translates JSX into normal JavaScript, so our web browser can understand it. To use Babel, we need to do two steps. First, we load the Babel external library, which is what we do here. And then when we want to translate something into JavaScript, we have to give the script element an attribute type equals text/Babel. So this attribute tells Babel to translate all the code inside here into normal JavaScript. So that's what these two lines of code do. First, we load the Babel external library, and then we tell Babel to translate the code from JSX into normal JavaScript, so our web browser can understand it. So now we understand all of the code in our starting file. And again, this is the minimum amount of code that we need to set up React. Next, let's learn some more features of React. So we'll scroll back down, and currently we're using React to display some text inside this container. Now, in addition to text, we can also display HTML elements inside this container. So to do that, we're going to remove this string, and instead, we're going to give render an HTML element. So up here, we actually created an HTML element, or a button. So we're going to give this to the render function. So here, we're going to give it the button. And now it's going to display this button inside our container, or inside this div here. Let's save, and we'll open the browser, and open the tab for our website. and you'll see it displayed the button with the text hello on the website. And if we check the Elements tab, you can see that React displayed the button inside our container. We'll go back to our code. So that's what this code does. It displays an element inside this container. Now let's do another example. Let's display a different HTML element inside this container. So below this button, let's use JSX to create a paragraph element. So first we'll create a new variable using const, and we'll name the variable paragraph equals, and we'll create a paragraph element using the code less than p greater than less than /p greater than. So this HTML code creates a paragraph or a paragraph of text. Inside our paragraph, let's just put paragraph of text. And now let's display this paragraph on our website. So inside render, instead of the button, we're going to render the paragraph and save. If we open our website, you can see it displayed a paragraph of text. If we go into the Elements tab and we open this div container, we can see that React displayed this paragraph element inside this container. So let's go back to our code. And that's basically how we use React. We give React a container, and then we can display an HTML element inside this container. Next, we're currently using React to display one element at a time on our website, which is not that useful. So now we're going to learn how to use React to display multiple elements on our website. So one thing we can't do is give render multiple elements. So this is not supported. We also can't save multiple elements inside a variable. This is also not supported. Instead, we need to use another HTML element called a div element. So under our paragraph, let's create a new variable using const, and let's name it div, and make it equal, and we'll create an HTML div element using the code less than div greater than less than /div greater than. So this is the HTML code to create a div element. As a review, the div element represents a container. The purpose of a div element is to contain other elements, like buttons and paragraphs. So that's actually why we used a div element up here. This element is a container. It's going to contain everything that we create using React. So let's go back down. Inside our div element, we can put other HTML elements, like a button. So let's actually select this code, and we'll copy, and then inside this div, paste. And let's also put a paragraph element inside our div. So we'll select this code for the paragraph element, and we'll copy, and inside our div, paste. So this code works because a div is considered as one element. So we're just taking one element and saving it in one variable, which is supported in JavaScript. The only thing special about this is that this one element can contain other elements inside. Next, we're going to give this div to the render function here. So instead of the paragraph, we're going to give render our div and save. And if we check our website, you can see that React displayed multiple elements on the website, a button and a paragraph. If we look at the Elements tab and open this div container, you can see that React displayed our div inside this container. Let's go back to our code. And that's how we display multiple elements on a website using React. First, we group the elements inside a div element, and then we render the div element. Before we continue, we're going to do some code cleanup. When we have multiple lines of HTML like this, a best practice is to add brackets around it. So at the front, we're going to add an open bracket, and at the end, a close bracket. And we're going to put the HTML on its own line. So here we have JavaScript and HTML together. We're going to add a new line here by pressing Enter, and we're going to put the HTML on its own line. Same thing here. Click here and press Enter to put the HTML on its own line. Next, we have two elements that are inside a div. So we're also going to give this line an indent by pressing Tab, and then we're going to give this line an indent by pressing Tab, so that it's easy to see that these two elements are inside this div element. So this is how we should format our code when we have multiple lines of HTML. Another way to think about this is inside here, you're actually just writing HTML normally. So don't worry, the more that you use React, the more you'll get used to this format. So let's save this file. Now that we learned the basics of React, let's talk about how React helps us create websites easier. If we look at this code, creating a website with React feels natural. It's a lot simpler than using the DOM feature in JavaScript. We can just create the HTML elements we want directly, and then give it to React, and React will display it on the website. Another benefit is JSX lets us find errors easier. For example, if I misspell button, it will actually tell me that these two don't match, because this is an actual element rather than just text or a string. So it makes it easier to find errors when we're coding. So I'll add the O back. Another benefit is we can insert values inside our JSX elements. For example, inside this paragraph, we're going to type space, and we're going to insert a value here by typing open curly bracket, close curly bracket. And inside here, we can give it any JavaScript code. For example, 2 plus 2. So this will calculate 2 plus 2 and then insert it into this element. If we save and then check our website, we can see that it calculated 2 plus 2, which is 4, and inserted it into this paragraph element. So we'll go back to our code, and that's another benefit of using React. We can insert JavaScript code directly into our JSX elements. So this is similar to string interpolation, where we can insert values into a string. Except here, we're inserting values into actual HTML elements. So those are 3 ways that React helps us create websites easier. Number 1, it's more natural. We can create the elements that we want and then just give it to React and it will put it on the website. Number 2, it helps us find errors easier because these are actual elements. And number 3, we can insert our JavaScript code into our elements. So this helps us use JavaScript and HTML together more easily. Now, React has many other features that helps us create websites easier, but we're going to learn those features later on as we go through the course. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to scroll up and we're just going to remove this example external library and save so that we just have the code that we need for React. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we learned that React is an external library that helps us create websites easier. We learned how to load the React external library. We learned how to set up React and use .render. We reviewed the basics of HTML and JavaScript. We learned JSX, an enhanced version of JavaScript. We created elements directly with JSX, and we learned how to insert values into our JSX elements. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. You can find the solutions to these exercises in the video description. In this lesson, we're going to learn two of the most important features of React, which are components and props. To learn this, I actually prepared a project that we can do for this lesson. We're going to go to our browser, and we can delete these extra tabs for now. And we're going to create a new tab. And at the top, we're going to go to supersimpledev/projects/chatbot and press enter. This is a chatbot project. We can send a message to a robot up here, and the robot will respond to our message. For example, we can click in here and type, "Hello, chatbot," and then press send. And the robot will respond with, "Hello, how can I help you?" Now, if we scroll to the bottom of this page, we can also move the text box to the bottom by clicking this link. So a lot of chatbot applications use this design, where the text box is at the bottom. However, because we're watching a video, this text box might get cut off, or it might be covered by the video progress bar. So just for this video, we're going to click this again, and we're going to start with the text box at the top. Next, this is a simple chatbot, and currently it can only do three things: get today's date, flip a coin, and roll a dice. For example, up here we can type, "Can you get me today's date?" and press send. And it will respond with today's date. And let's try typing, "How about flip a coin?" and press send. And it will respond with heads or tails. Finally, let's type, "Okay, thank you," and press send. And it responds with "no problem." So this is the chatbot project we're going to work on for the next few lessons. Now, this is a simple chatbot, and it can only do these three things. But in the future, we can also switch this to a more powerful AI that can respond to any message we send. But for now, we'll just use this simple chatbot to learn React. Now let's use React to build this chatbot project. We'll go back to VS Code, and let's make a copy of React Basics. So first we'll select this file, and then right-click, copy, and inside here, we're going to right-click and paste. And let's rename this file. So we'll right-click and rename it to chatbot.html and press enter. And let's close the React Basics files for now. So we're going to start with the same code as the React Basics file, except we're just going to change the title up here. So we'll remove React Basics and just change it to Chatbot and save. And now let's open this file in our browser. We'll right-click, open with a live server. And it should say Chatbot in the tab up here. So now we can close the React Basics tabs, which are these two here. And we'll go back to VS Code. And now we're ready to begin the Chatbot project. First, we're going to learn one of the most important features of React, called components. A component is just a piece of the website. For example, let's go back to our browser and open the final chatbot project. So looking at this project, we can split it up into different pieces. One piece can be the text box and the button at the top, and another piece are each of these chat messages. So these are called components. A component is just a piece of the website. Now, when building websites, it's better to split up the website into pieces or components so that we can work on a small piece of the website at a time. Now that we know what components are, let's create our first component in React. So we mentioned that one way we can split up this website is to have one component at the top for this text box and the button. So let's create a component for this in React. We'll go back to our code and we'll scroll down. And first, let's remove the example button and paragraph that we used. So we'll select this and remove it. And to create a component in React, we're going to use a function. So we'll type function, and now we're going to name this component. Since this piece of the website is for inputting a message and sending it to the chatbot, let's name this component capital C, chat, capital I, input, brackets and curly brackets. Now in React, the component name must start with a capital letter. So make sure that chat input starts with a capital C. This is also known as Pascal case, where each word in the name starts with a capital letter. Next, this function will return some HTML. So we're going to type return. And we're going to return the HTML for this piece of the website. So this piece of the website has a text box and a button. So let's type brackets and press enter between these brackets. And to create a text box, we're going to use the HTML element less than input greater than. And we also need to type less than / input greater than. Now you may notice that in normal HTML, input doesn't need this closing tag. However, JSX is more strict than normal HTML. So all elements need a closing tag, including input. Now, there's actually a shortcut we can use here. If there's nothing inside an element, we can actually remove the closing tag. And at the end of this opening tag, we can just type space and then /. So this code is a shortcut for this code. And this is called a self-closing element. So in JSX, we have to either have a closing tag or use this self-closing element shortcut. Next, this piece of the website also has a button. So let's also create a button element using less than, button greater than, less than / button greater than. And inside this button, we have the text send. And now we're going to get an error here because we're trying to return two values or two elements from this function. But we can only return one value from a function. To solve this problem, we can use a div element like down here to group these two elements together. So above this, let's create a div element. And at the bottom, less than / div greater than. And let's also add indents before these two lines. So we'll click here and press tab, and also click here and press tab. So this shows that these two elements are inside this div element. And now this code no longer has an error because we're returning one value from this function. Now that we created this component, let's learn how to display it on the website. If we scroll down, right now we're using React to display this div on the website. So all we have to do is to insert our component inside this div, and it will be displayed on the website. So one way to do this is to use curly brackets to insert something like we did before. So here, we'll type curly brackets, and now we're just going to run this function. Capital C, chat, input, and brackets. So this will run the function, and it will return this HTML from the function. And then the curly brackets will insert the HTML into the div, and then display it on the page. So as you can see, we can put any JavaScript code between these curly brackets. As long as this code results in a value, we can insert it into this HTML. Let's remove the button and the paragraph that we used as an example. and save. And let's check our website. We'll open the browser and go to our chatbot project. And now we created the elements for the top section of the chatbot project, the text box and the send button. So don't worry about how it looks for now. Later in the course, we're going to style this with CSS and make it look like the final project. Let's go back to our code. And next, React has a special syntax we can use to insert a component. Instead of using curly brackets and running the function, we can type this code. Less than, and then the name of the component. Capital C chat input greater than, and then less than / chat input greater than. So this is called the component syntax. This does the same thing as the code above. It runs the chat input function and then inserts the result into the HTML. If we save and we check our project, you'll notice that that syntax does the same thing, and it creates another text box and button. Let's go back to our code. And again, this code does the same thing as this code. Now, this syntax has a big advantage. This actually looks like an HTML element. It has an opening tag and a closing tag. So you can think of this like we're creating our own HTML element called chat input. HTML provides us with some default elements like div, input, and button. And now using React, we can actually create our own HTML element like chat input. Then we can use our own HTML elements to build the website instead of just the default HTML elements. And this is actually one of the main ideas of React. We can create our own HTML elements. So when using React, we should use this component syntax instead of running the component function directly, because this syntax lets us create our own HTML element. And again, we can use the self-closing element shortcut like we did up here. If there is nothing inside this element, we can remove this closing tag. And inside the opening tag, at the end, we can type space and slash. And now we can remove this example code above. And let's save and check our project. And that creates the top section of the chatbot project. So go back to VS Code. And we mentioned in the previous lesson that React helps us create websites easier. And this is another way that React helps us create websites easier. It lets us split our website into smaller pieces or components. And this lets us work on a small piece of the website at a time. Before we create the rest of the project, we're going to improve our code a little bit. First, notice that in this component, we're using a div to group these two elements together. However, this is also going to insert an extra div element into our website. So if we go to our website and right-click and click Inspect, and we're going to go to the Elements tab, and we're going to go to our container here, and we're going to expand it. So notice here that we have a bunch of extra divs on this website. So what if we don't want to insert these extra divs? What if we just want to insert the text box and the button on our website? Let's go back to our code and learn how to do that. React has another way to group elements together called a fragment. To use a fragment, we can remove the word div and div from the closing tag and just have a less than greater than and a less than slash greater than. So this is called a fragment, and it groups the two elements together so we can return it from the function, but it won't insert an extra div. So if we save this code and then go to our website and take a look at the HTML, you'll notice now we have one less extra div on the website. Let's go back, and we can also use a fragment down here. If we don't want to insert this extra div, we can remove it and remove it at the bottom and just use a fragment. If we save and check the website, now we no longer have those extra divs. We have our container and we just inserted the text box and the button. So that's fragments. It allows us to group elements together without creating an extra div. Let's go back to our code. And since this variable no longer contains a div, let's rename it. So right now we're building a chatbot application or an app. So let's rename this variable to app instead. And here as well, we're going to render the app and save. So again, in React, when returning multiple elements or saving multiple elements, we can use a fragment to group them together. And this makes our HTML a little bit cleaner because it doesn't create an extra div element. Next, another improvement we can make is to add a placeholder to the text box at the top. So the gray text inside the text box is called a placeholder. It tells us what to type inside the text box. And when we start typing, it will disappear. To create a placeholder, we give this input element an attribute. So at the end, we're going to type the attribute placeholder equals double quotes. And then inside these double quotes, we're going to put the text that we want, which is send a message to Chatbot. If we save this code and look at our website, now we have a placeholder in the text box. And when we start typing in it, it will disappear. So the placeholder is working. Now, there is one problem here, which is if we remove this text, you'll notice that this placeholder is too long and it's getting cut off. To fix this, let's make this text box wider. We'll go back to our code. And to make this input wider, we're going to give it another attribute. So at the end, we'll type another attribute called size equals double quotes. And this sets how many characters can fit in this input. By the way, a character is just a letter, number, or symbol. Let's set the size to 30 characters and save and take a look. Okay, so that looks pretty good for now. Again, don't worry about how this looks. We'll style it later in the course using CSS. So we just created our first component, or our first piece of the website, which is the section at the top. Now let's get some practice and create more components. Let's go back to the final chatbot project. And let's ask ourselves, how can we split up the rest of this website into pieces? Another piece of this website could be one chat message here. So let's create a component for this piece of the website. We'll go back to VS Code. And to create a component, we're going to use a function. So down here, let's create a function. And let's name it capital C chat, capital M message, brackets and curly brackets. So remember, a component name must start with a capital letter, and we use Pascal case. So each word starts with a capital letter. Now, inside this function, we're going to return the HTML for this piece of the website or this component. So let's also type brackets and enter. So we can write the HTML on multiple lines. And now, each chat message has two things, some text and a profile image. Since we have multiple things inside this component, let's group them together using a fragment so we can return one value from this function. So we'll type less than, greater than, enter, and then less than / greater than. to create a fragment. And now inside here, each message has some text. So let's create the first chat message in our project. We'll go back to the final project, and let's just copy paste the text from the first message here, which is hello chatbot. So we'll select this and then copy by pressing Ctrl+C on Windows or Command+C on Mac. And then inside our code, in the chat message component, we're going to paste by pressing Ctrl+V on Windows or Command+V on Mac. And let's fix the indent by pressing Tab at the start. Next, each chat message has a profile image. To create an image, we can use an HTML element called img. So let's create a new line, and we're going to type less than img greater than, and then less than /img greater than. So remember that in JSX, every element has to have a closing tag. And again, we can use the self-closing element shortcut like we did down here. If there's nothing inside this element, we can remove the closing tag and then just add a space and a slash at the end of the opening tag. And now we have the two things that we need for each chat message, the text and an image. Next, we need to tell the computer which image to load. Right now, if we look at our final chatbot project, we have two images that we use, but we currently don't have these in our project. So let's download them. We're going to right-click this first image and then click Save Image. And we're going to find the folder that contains all of our code. So for me, it's on the desktop, and it's in the folder react-course, and we're going to save it inside of this folder. And same things for this robot image. We're going to right-click and click Save Image, go to the react-course folder, and we're also going to save the robot image. And now if we look at our code, we should have two images inside our project, user.png and robot.png. And now let's go back to our code. To load an image on the website, we need to tell the computer which image to load. To do that, we're going to give this image element an attribute called src, or source, equals double quotes. And inside these double quotes, we're going to tell the computer which image to load. For the first chat message, the image is the user image. So let's type this file name, user.png. So this will look for a file called user.png beside the current HTML file. This is the current HTML file, so we'll look for user.png beside it, which is right here. And then it's going to load this image on the website. Okay, so we created a component for a chat message. Now let's insert this component on the website. We're going to scroll down to the app, and let's insert this component using the component syntax like we did up here. So we'll type a new line and type less than, and then the name of the component, which is capital C chat, capital M message. And currently we don't have anything to put inside this component, so we use the self-closing element shortcut like we did up here. So now let's save and check our website, which is this tab. And let's close the console so we can see it. And we created a chat message. However, we have a few problems here. The first problem is that the profile image is too big. To make it smaller, we're going to go back to our code. And inside the img element, we're going to give it another attribute called width equals double quotes. And let's try setting the width to 50 and save. And then check our website. And that looks close enough. Another problem is the chat message is appearing on the same line as the chat input, but in the final project, we want it to appear below. To fix this, we'll go back to our code, and inside the chat message component, instead of using a fragment to group these elements together, we're going to change it back to a div. So inside, we'll type div, and inside here, /div. The reason we're using a div is because in HTML, a div is known as a block element. A block element will always take up an entire line by itself. So if we group this in a div element, instead of appearing beside the chat input, the div is going to take up an entire line by itself. So it's going to take up the entire line under the chat input. So let's save this code and then check our website. So now this div is taking up this entire line. If we right-click and click Inspect, and then click this arrow icon in the top left, and then click on this div, you can see that this div now takes up this entire line. So now we have the layout that we want. So in React, we still use divs for layout purposes. If you want to learn divs, layout, and HTML in more detail, you can check out my HTML and CSS full course in the video description. So now we created our first chat message. Next, let's create the second chat message. We'll go back to our code. And instead of creating a whole new component, we can actually reuse our chat message component. Components are actually designed to be reusable. To reuse this component, we don't want the message to be hello chatbot every time. We want to be able to display different messages in this component. To do that, we can give our component an attribute. So down here, we're going to go to the chat message component, and we're going to give it an attribute. So this works just like HTML attributes. We're going to give our attribute a name. Let's call it message equals double quotes. And inside these double quotes, we're going to give the attribute a value. Let's put the text for the first message, which is hello chatbot. So let's select this code and then copy, and we're going to paste it inside here. So now we have an attribute called message with the value hello chatbot. So again, you can see that this syntax looks like HTML. We can even add our own attributes. Now that we added this message attribute, how do we access it inside this component and use it? To do that, we're going to use a feature called props. Every component function gets one parameter up here called props. This props parameter is an object, and it contains all the attributes that we give to this component. So up here, let's actually console.log props to see what it looks like. Let's save and then open our website and check the console. And you'll see that props is an object, and it contains the attributes that we gave to our component. So here we have the message attribute, and it has a value hello chatbot. So the attribute name is saved as a property, and the attribute's value is saved as the value of this object. So let's go back to VS Code. And using this props object, we can access our attributes. By the way, props is short for properties. We call this props because the attributes are saved as properties in this object. So now to access the message attribute, we can remove this and type props dot and the attribute name, which is message. And let's save this in a variable so we can use it later. So at the front, we'll create a variable using const, name it message equals props.message. And we'll add a new line to separate the code a little bit. Now, instead of displaying hello chatbot every time, let's display whatever's in the message attribute. So we'll remove this, and let's insert this variable into this element. To do that, we can use curly brackets and type the variable name message. So again, we can put any JavaScript code between these curly brackets, and as long as it results in a value, it will insert it into this element. So now let's save, and we'll check the website, and it displays the message, hello chatbot. That's the message attribute that we gave it. Let's go back to our code. So that's props. Just like a normal HTML element, we can give attributes to our component and then access these attributes using this props object. So props are really useful because props make our component reusable. For example, let's try creating the second chat message. To do that, we can just create another chat message component. So down here, let's type less than chat message / greater than. And we just need to give it a different message attribute. So here, we'll give it an attribute message equals double quotes, and we'll copy paste the second message in the chatbot project. We'll go to our browser and go to the chatbot project, and let's copy and paste this second message. We'll select it and then copy, and inside our code, in the message attribute, we're going to paste. So this will save the message, hello, how can I help you, inside props. And then we get it out of props and insert it into the component. Let's save and check the website and go to our tab. And now we created the second chat message. So let's go back to our code. And you can see that props make our component reusable. We can reuse this component, but just give it a different attribute or prop, and it will display a different message. Let's get some practice and use props to create 2 more chat messages. Feel free to pause if you want to try it yourself first. So down here, let's create our third message using less than chat message / greater than, and we'll give it a message attribute equals double quotes, and we'll copy paste the third message. We'll go to the chatbot project and select this third message, and then copy, and in our code, inside the attribute, we're going to paste. And finally, let's create the fourth message, less than chat message / greater than, and then the message attribute equals double quotes, and we'll copy paste the fourth message, which is this one. So don't worry if your messages are different from mine. We're just doing an example. So we'll select this and copy, and inside here, we're going to paste and save. And now if we check our website and go to our tab, you'll see that we now have 4 chat messages in our project. So that's how we use props to reuse the chat message component. Next, in the final chatbot project, notice that these 2 messages are different. These 2 messages are from the chatbot. So there are 2 differences here. The profile image is a robot, and the image is on the left. To create this, we can add another prop to chat message. Let's go back to VS Code. And for each chat message, we're going to add another attribute. And let's call this attribute the sender equals double quotes. This attribute tells us who sent the message, and we can use this to determine which image to load and where to place the image. So if we sent the message, let's make the sender the user. And for the second chat message, we're going to add another sender attribute equals double quotes. And the second message is from the chatbot. So let's make the sender attribute the robot. And we'll do the same thing for the third and fourth message. We'll give it a sender attribute. The third message is from the user. So let's make the sender user. And the fourth message, sender equals double quotes. This message is from the robot. So let's make the sender robot. Next, let's access the sender attribute inside our component. To do that, all the attributes are saved inside this props object. To access the sender attribute, we can type props.sender. So this gives us the value of the sender attribute, which is either user or robot. So let's save this in a variable so we can use it later. Type const, and let's call it sender equals props.sender. So now that we have the sender attribute, let's use it to decide which profile image to load and where to place this image. To do that, we can just use an if statement. So inside here, we can type if brackets and curly brackets. And inside these brackets, we're going to check if the sender is equal to the string robot. By the way, by default, if the attribute just has double quotes like this, the value is a string. So here, the value is going to be the string user or the string robot. So now inside our component, if the sender is the robot, we're going to return some different HTML. So let's type return brackets so we can write this HTML on multiple lines. And let's just copy paste the HTML from down here and modify it. So we'll select this HTML and then copy. And then inside this return, we're going to paste. And let's also select these lines and press tab to fix the indenting. So the first thing we need to change if the sender is a robot is that we want to load the robot image instead. So we already downloaded the robot image here. To load it, we're just going to change the src attribute or the source attribute of this image. So we're going to change this from user to robot.png. And we also want this image to be on the left. So let's just move this image before the message. So we'll select this code and then cut by pressing Ctrl X on Windows or Command X on Mac. And then before the message, we're going to paste by pressing Ctrl V on Windows or Command V on Mac. And we can remove this extra new line. So as you can see, inside a component, we can use any JavaScript feature like if statements, and we can return a different HTML. And whatever we return will be inserted inside the element here. So now let's save this code and then check our website and then open our tab. And you can see that now we have two messages from the chatbot that loads the robot image and it puts the image on the left. We'll go back to our code. And using this sender prop, we're able to reuse this component to create a chat message from the robot. So again, props make our component reusable. And that's it. If we scroll down, using components, we split up the website or the app into smaller pieces, like the chat input section at the top and each chat message. And we created all the HTML that we need for this project. The last thing we're going to learn in this lesson are some shortcuts that are commonly used in React. And we can use these to clean up our code. First, let's scroll up to the chat message component. So instead of doing const message equals props.message, we actually have a shortcut for this in JavaScript. So down here, we can just type const curly brackets, and inside we can type message and make it equal to props. So this takes the message property out of this object and saves it in a variable called message. So this does the same thing as this line above. This code is a shortcut for this code. And this shortcut is called destructuring because we're taking stuff out of this object. We're deconstructing it. We can also use this shortcut with the sender property. To add another property to take out of this object, after the first property, we can type comma, and the second property, sender. So this will get the message property and the sender property out of this object, and it will save it in a message variable and a sender variable. So this line of code is a shortcut for these two lines above. So now let's actually turn these two lines into comments, or comment out these lines. At the front, we're going to type double slash, and at the front here, we'll type double slash. By the way, if we start with double slash, it will turn this code into comments, and it will be ignored by the computer. So we'll just keep this here as a reminder that this is a shortcut for these two. Next, JavaScript has an even shorter shortcut for this. Since props is a parameter up here, we can just destructure it directly up here. So here, instead of the props object, we can just type curly brackets directly, and then type message, comma, and sender. This takes the message and sender properties directly out of the first parameter, and then saves them in a variable called message and a variable called sender. So it does the same thing as this code down here, but it's an even shorter shortcut. We're destructuring the parameter directly at the top. So this shortcut is used a lot in React tutorials and documentation. So it's useful to know how this works. So let's comment out this line here. At the front, we'll type double slash. So we remember that this code is a shortcut for this line of code and these two lines of code. Now let's save and check our website to make sure that everything is still working. So that looks good. We'll go back, and that is the destructuring shortcut. It allows us to take properties directly out of an object. Next, we're going to learn how to use if statements directly inside JSX. So currently, we have some JSX here, and we put an if statement outside of this JSX. However, this means we're duplicating some code, like the div and the message. To make this code more reusable, we can actually move this if statement directly inside the JSX down here. So what we want to do is, if the sender is a robot, we want to put the image before the message. So down here, let's go before the message and press enter. And we're going to type curly brackets, and we're going to insert the if statement directly inside here. So here, before the message, we want to do something like if the sender is equal to the string robot, we're going to insert this image. However, we can't actually use the word if inside of these curly brackets. Instead, we need to use another feature of JavaScript called a guard operator, or AND. In JavaScript, you can write value 1 and value 2. If value 1 is true, then the result will be value 2. So this works just like an if statement, except we can write it on one line, and it results in a value. So if you want to learn more about this feature, I cover it in the Booleans lesson of my JavaScript course, and you can check out that in the video description. For now, the only thing we need to know is we can use AND as sort of an if statement in our JSX. So first, let's remove this. And then we're going to use AND to insert this if statement directly inside the JSX. So the first value is going to be our if condition, which is sender equals the robot. So we'll check if the sender is equal to the string robot, and then we're going to use and. So if this is true, the result is going to be the second value here. So here, if the sender is a robot, we want to insert the robot image. So let's just copy and paste this code. We're going to select this, and then copy it. And then down here, after and, we're going to paste. So again, the way this works is if the value on the left is true, then the result will be the value on the right. So this and is sort of a shortcut for this if statement, and it lets us insert if statements directly inside our JSX. So let's actually comment out this if statement out here. So we remember that this code is a shortcut for this code. So here, before the if statement, we'll type slash and star, and after the if statement, we'll type star and slash, and remove the indent. So this is known as a multi-line comment. All the code between these two stars will be ignored by the computer. So now let's save and check our website. And as you can see, if the sender is a robot, we're going to add an image on the left before the message. So now one problem here is that we're also showing the user's profile image at the back, but we only want to show one profile image. We'll go back to our code. And here, we only want to show the user profile image if the sender is the user. So let's insert another if statement down here. Feel free to pause this video if you want to try it yourself first. So at the front, we'll type open curly bracket, at the end, a close curly bracket, and at the front, we're going to type the if condition. So we'll check if the sender is equal to the string user, and then we'll type and. So if this is true, then we will show this image. If this is not true, we will not show this image. So this code is a shortcut for this code. Let's save and check our website. And it works. The robot image is on the left, and the user image is on the right. So let's go back. Using the guard operator, or and, we can insert an if statement directly inside our JSX. Next, we're going to do some code cleanup. So let's scroll up, and we're going to go to the chat input component first. So you notice that in here, this line is a little bit too long. To make our code easier to read, we can actually put each attribute on its own line. So here, we'll type enter to put placeholder on its own line, and here we'll type enter to put size on its own line. And let's also type enter at the back, so the attributes are on their own lines. And then let's add an indent in front of these attributes by pressing tab and pressing tab. This makes it clear that these attributes are part of this element. And we also want to make sure that these two are vertically aligned. This makes it easy to see where this element starts and where it ends. Next, let's scroll down to the chat message component. And notice that these two lines of code with the and are also a bit too long. To improve this, we can surround this value with brackets. So we'll type open bracket, and at the end, close bracket. And then we can put this code on its own line. So here, we'll type enter, and at the end, we'll type enter. So this will still have the same value, but the brackets allow us to put the code on multiple lines. We'll do the same thing for the second image. We'll surround it in brackets, open bracket, and close bracket, and we'll put this value on a separate line so that it's no longer too long. Next, let's scroll down even more to the app variable. And you'll notice that these lines are also a bit too long because of the attributes. Again, we can put each attribute on its own line. So here, we'll put message on its own line and sender on its own line. And we'll put the end of the component on its own line so that this is vertically aligned with this. And let's also add indents before the attributes. So we'll press tab and tab. So it's easy to see that these attributes are part of this component. And we'll do the same thing for the other 3 chat messages. So we'll put this on its own line and add indents. And put this on its own line, add indents, and put this on its own line and add indents. And save. And check our website, and everything should still work because we just changed the formatting of our code. So let's go back. And that's how we avoid our lines being too long. We can put each attribute on its own line, and we can also surround a value with brackets and put it on its own line. Finally, down here, instead of using a variable to save our app, a best practice is to use a component to create this app. So here, let's create a component using function. And we'll name it capital A app, brackets and curly brackets. And then this component will return all of this HTML. So we'll return brackets so we can write it on multiple lines. And we're going to move all this code up here. So let's select this code and we'll cut. And inside the return, we're going to paste. And we can select these lines and press tab to fix the indenting. So now we're going to use this component instead of the variable to create our app. So down here, let's remove this variable. And then inside render, we're going to create the app. We can type less than capital A app greater than, and then less than / app greater than. So this creates an entire chatbot application. And then we give this to React to display on the website. And again, since there's nothing inside this component, we can use the self-closing element shortcut. So we can remove this closing tag. And then at the end here, we can type space and /. And now let's save and check our website. And it displays the app on the website. Let's go back to our code. So a best practice is to use a component called app to create the website, because it gives us access to extra features of components like props. And also notice that we can have components inside a component. So this lets us split up a website into smaller and smaller components, or smaller and smaller pieces. So again, React helps us create websites easier because it lets us work on a small piece of the website at a time. In the next lesson, we're going to learn a very important feature of React called state. State lets us make our website interactive, and it will let us add new chat messages to our website. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we learned that a component is just a piece of the website. We also learned that components let us create our own HTML elements. We started the Chatbot project. We split the chatbot into chat input and chat message components. We learned props, which let us insert values into components and make components reusable. We learned the destructuring and guard operator shortcuts. We did some code cleanup and split longer lines into multiple lines. And we created an app component, which represents the entire application. Thanks for watching so far. If you find this course valuable, you can support the channel by liking this video, leaving a comment, and subscribing. You can also check out the premium version of this course, where you'll get all the lessons ads-free, broken down into small videos, as well as additional lessons and more projects that are not in the public React course. Currently, the premium course contains 11 lessons, and I'll be adding more lessons in the future. You can also get a certificate of completion, create comments or questions on specific topics, get progress tracking, search, and course notes. You can also check out the membership, where you can get this course ads-free, separated by each lesson, AI videos, backend tutorials, and more. Thanks again, and let's continue with the course. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn two of the most important features of React, called state and event handlers. And we're going to use these features to create the functionality for the Chatbot project. Before we learn state, we're going to improve our code a bit. Currently, to add a new chat message, we have to manually type a new chat message component. Instead of manually typing this code, we can actually use JavaScript to generate these components. To do that, we're going to do two steps. The first step is to save the data. Data means information. Here, the data is the information about our chat messages, like the message and the sender. So we need to save this data or this information in our JavaScript. Let's use a variable to save this data. At the top of this component, we're going to create a variable using const, and we'll name it chat messages equals, and we'll save it as an array by typing square brackets. As a review, an array is a list of values. So here, we want to save a list of chat messages, so it makes sense to save it as an array. Next, each chat message has multiple pieces of data, like the message and the sender. So inside this array, we're going to save each chat message as an object by typing curly brackets. As a review, an object groups related values together. So it's going to help us group the message and the sender together. And then inside this object, we're going to create a property called message, colon, and a string, and we're going to use this to save the message. So let's copy the first message. We'll select it and copy, and we're going to paste it in here. And then we'll add a comma, and we're going to add a sender property, colon, and a string, and we're going to save the first sender, which is the user. So that's how we save the data for the first chat message in our JavaScript. Now let's save the data for the second chat message. So after the first object, we're going to type comma and create another object. I will give this one a message property as well, colon, a string, and we'll save the second message. We'll select this, copy, and then inside here, we're going to paste, add a comma, and a sender property, colon, and a string. And the second chat message is from the robot. So inside the sender, we'll save robot. Let's do the same thing for the third and fourth chat messages. We'll save them in our JavaScript. Feel free to pause the video if you want to try it yourself. So for the third chat message, we're going to add a comma at the end and another object, a message property, a string, and we're going to copy the third message and paste it in here. And a sender property. The third message is from the user. And then we're going to type comma and another object, the message property, colon, and a string, and we'll copy paste the fourth message. So we'll select it, copy, and then inside here, we're going to paste. And a sender property. And the fourth message is from the robot. So that's how we save the data or the information for the chat messages. After we save the data, the second step is to generate the HTML. So we're going to use JavaScript to convert this data into these components, so we don't have to type these components manually. To do that, after the data, we're going to type the name of the data, which is chat messages, and this is an array. And arrays have a feature called dot map and brackets. As a review, dot map lets us go through each value of an array and convert it into a new value. To use dot map, we need to give it a function. So between these brackets, we're going to type a function using brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. As a review, this is an arrow function. It mostly works the same way as a function, but it's shorter. When we give a function to another function like .map, we usually use an arrow function because it makes the code a bit cleaner. This is what React tutorials and documentations use. Next, this function gets a parameter. So at the top, we'll create a new parameter and name it chat message. So now .map takes each value in this array and converts it into a new value. The way it works is it starts with the first value and then it saves it in this parameter and runs this function. And whatever we return from this function will be the new first value. Then it takes the second value and saves it in this parameter and runs the function, and whatever we return from the function will be the new second value. Then it takes the third value, saves it, runs the function, and whatever we return will be the new third value, and so on. So .map basically goes through each value in this array, runs a function, and converts it into a new value. So here, we want to convert each chat message object into a chat message component. So inside this inner function, we're going to return a chat message component by typing brackets, and then here, less than chat message / greater than to return a chat message component. Next, each chat message component has two props, message and sender. So we're going to add those props to this component. So here, we'll create a prop message equals, and now what do we save in this prop? Remember that .map takes each object in this array and saves it in this parameter. So this parameter contains a chat message object. And each chat message object has a message and a sender. So we want to save the message inside this prop. To do that, we're going to type curly brackets. And inside, we'll type this object, chat message, and get the message property, which is .message. This gets the message out of this object and saves it in the prop. So why do we use curly brackets here instead of double quotes? If we use double quotes, it will save a string into this prop, which is not what we want. But if we use curly brackets, it will save the result of this code into this prop. So for the first chat message, the result of chat message.message is going to be the string hello chatbot. So it's going to take this and save it into the message prop here. For the second chat message, the result of this code is hello, how can I help you? And it will save this into the message prop, and so on. So using curly brackets, we can put any JavaScript code inside, and it will save the result of this code into the prop, not just a string. So next, each chat message component has a sender prop. So here, we're also going to add a sender equals, and again, we want to save the sender property of this chat message object. So we'll type curly brackets and the object chat message dot sender. So this will get the sender property out of each chat message object and save it in here. And that's it. Now map will take each value of this array and convert it into a chat message component. And here's what the result looks like. Next, we're going to save the result of this code in a variable. So up here, let's type const, and we'll name the variable chat message components equals this code. And now we have an array of components, or a list of components. Finally, we're going to insert this array into the JSX. So down here, we can actually remove all of these chat message components because we're generating them now. And we're going to type curly brackets, and we're going to insert this array. In here, we'll type chat message components. If we insert an array of components, React will just display all of these components on the page. If we save and then go to our project, it displays all the chat message components that we generated with our JavaScript. So now we're generating this HTML with JavaScript, and we no longer have to type out each component manually. Now there's one more thing that's useful to know. Let's go back to our code. And there's actually a shortcut that we can use here. Instead of saving this result in a variable, we can actually just insert this result directly in the JSX. So we'll select this code and then cut, and between the curly brackets, we're going to remove the variable and just paste that code. And we'll remove the semicolon at the end, and we'll select this code and press tab a few times to fix the indenting. And finally, we can remove this variable up here. Now, we're just inserting the result of this code directly in the JSX. This shortcut is used a lot in React tutorials and documentation, so it's useful to know how it works. Now let's save and then check our website, and everything still works. So that's how we generate the HTML. Before we move on, there's actually an issue that we need to fix here. If we look at our console and we scroll up, we'll see an error saying each child in a list should have a unique key prop. In React, if we insert an array of components, we need to give each component a prop called key. The key helps React track changes in the array, so we should give each component a key. Let's go back to VS Code. And for each chat message, we're going to add a prop called key. equals, and this key has to be unique. So what should we use as the key? Usually, when we have some data like this, in the real world, each piece of data should have a unique ID that lets us identify it. So let's add a unique ID to each message to match what we would see in the real world. So for the first message, after the sender, we'll add a property called ID, colon, and let's just make it a string ID1 to keep it simple. For the second message, we'll add an ID with the string ID2. For the third message, we'll make the ID ID3, and for the fourth message, we'll add an ID string ID4. So we'll use these IDs for practice. They just have to be unique. And now we'll use this unique ID as the key. So down here, we'll set the key to be equal to curly brackets, and we'll get the chat message dot ID. So chat message dot ID. Again, we use curly brackets here because we want to save the result of this code as the key. And now each component in this array will have a unique key. Let's save and check our website. And now the error is gone from the console. Let's go back to our code. And now we have a lot of code in our app component. To make our code easier to work with, we're going to separate this code into smaller pieces. Notice that this code and this code are related to chat messages. So it makes sense to separate these two pieces of code into a chat messages component. So we'll scroll up. Above app, let's create a new component using function, and we'll name it capital C chat, capital M messages, brackets and curly brackets. And now we're going to move all the code related to chat messages into this new component. So we'll select this code and cut. And inside here, we're going to paste and create some new lines. And we're going to select this code and cut. And inside here, we're going to paste. And at the end of this component, we need to return the HTML. So at the end, we're going to return open bracket, and we'll remove the close bracket for now. And we're going to use a fragment to group all of these components together. So we'll type less than, greater than, and at the end of this, less than / greater than. And we'll add the close bracket at the end. And finally, we can fix the indenting by pressing tab. And we'll remove the indent here and here as well, so that these are vertically aligned. Finally, now that we have this chat messages component, we're going to insert this into our app. So we'll scroll down into app and remove these lines. And to insert the chat messages component, we'll use the component syntax again. Less than, capital C chat, capital M messages, / greater than. So now we just separated all that code into its own component, and it makes our code much cleaner. Let's save and check our website. And everything still works. We just reorganized our code into a chat messages component. Okay, so far we saved the data and we generated the HTML. The last step to building a website is to make it interactive. For example, when we click this send button, we want to add a chat message to the website. To make this website interactive, we're going to use event handlers. An event handler lets us run a function when we interact with the website. Let's do an example. we'll go back to our code, and we're going to scroll up to the chat messages component. And then inside this fragment, we're going to create a new line, and let's create a new button using less than, button greater than, and less than slash button greater than. And inside this button, let's put the text send message. So we'll create a new button for practice. Next, we're going to give this button a special prop. So here, we'll add a new prop called on capital C click equals curly brackets. So on click lets us run a function when we click this button. So above this, let's create a function to run. So we'll type function, and let's name it send message, brackets and curly brackets. And inside this function, let's just console.log the string send message. Now that we have this function, we're going to save this function inside onClick. So between these curly brackets, we're going to give the name of the function, send message. So notice that again, we used curly brackets. Curly brackets lets us save any type of value in a prop, including a function. Now that we gave onClick this function, when we click this button, it's going to run this function and console.log this message. Let's save, and we'll go to our website and try clicking this new send message button. And this will run the function and display the message send message in the console. Let's go back to our code, and we'll learn more details about event handlers. So onClick is known as the event, and send message is known as the event handler. It does something when this event happens, or it handles the event. Now there's two other things to note. The event prop always starts with on, and then the name of the event, like click. And the event prop must use camel case. As a review, camel case means the first word is lowercase, and all other words start with a capital. So that's why on is lowercase, and click starts with a capital C. Another thing we should know is that here, we should not run the event handler function. So we should not use brackets. So this will run the function, and then the result of the function will be undefined. And then it's going to save undefined into onClick, which doesn't work. Instead, we should just give the function directly to onClick without running it. So that's event handlers. An event handler lets us run a function when we interact with the website, and they make the website interactive. Next, when we click this button, instead of just console.log, let's add a new chat message. To do that, we can add a new object to the chat messages array up here. So inside this function, let's remove console.log and then type the name of the array, chat messages, and then use the code .push and brackets. As a review, .push adds a value to the end of an array. So inside here, we're going to add another object using curly brackets. And each object will have a message property. So we'll type message, colon, and then a string. And for our new message, let's just make the message test. And we'll add a comma, and we'll add a sender property. Sender, colon, a string, and this message will be from the user, comma, and we'll give it an ID, colon, and let's just use the string ID 5. Now, there's one problem with using ID 5 in this situation. Every message that we create when we click this button is going to have the ID 5. but the ID should be unique. To create a unique ID, we can use some JavaScript code. So instead of ID5, we're going to use the code crypto.random capital U, capital U, capital I, capital D, and brackets. So this is some JavaScript code that will generate a unique ID string every time we run this code. So now every message that we create using this button will have a unique ID. At the end, let's create some new lines, and let's console.log the chat messages array to see if it has a new message. Let's save, and we'll go to our website, and we'll click Send Message. And now inside chat messages, we have 5 messages. So we added this last one here. It has the message test, and notice it has a unique ID. So we successfully added a chat message when clicking this button. Next, notice that even though we updated the data, it did not update the website. So it did not display a new chat message component on the website. To fix this, we're going to learn one of the most important features of React called state. State is data that is connected to the HTML. When we update this data, it will update the HTML. Let's go back to our code. And if we scroll up, currently, chat messages is just a normal variable. When we update chat messages, it will not update the HTML. However, if we convert chat messages into state, when we update chat messages, it will update the HTML. So now let's learn how to convert chat messages into state. At the top of this component, we're going to use this code. Capital R react.use capital S state and brackets. And between the brackets, we're going to give it the chat messages data. So we're going to select this data and cut. And between these brackets, we're going to paste. So this will convert this data into state. So now if we update this data, it will also update the HTML. So at the bottom here, we can remove the chat messages variable because we converted it into state. Next, react.useState returns an array. So at the front, let's save the result in a variable. Const array equals react.useState. This array has 2 values. To get the first value, we can click here to collapse the code for now. And to get the first value, we're going to type the name of the array, and then square brackets 0. So remember, an array is a list of values, and square bracket 0 gets us the first value in the list or in the array. So the first value we get from useState is the current data. So here, chat messages can change over time. It's going to start off as this value, which is the initial value. And then we might add new chat messages in the future. So the first value in this array gives us the current value of chat messages, or the current data. Let's save this in a variable so we can use it later. We'll do const, and let's name it chat messages equals array 0. So now we have the most current chat messages, and we can use it down here to generate the HTML. Next, useState gives us a second value in this array. To get the second value, we're going to type array square bracket 1. And the second value of this array is a function that updates this data. So let's save this function in a variable using const, and the naming convention for this function is to use set, and then the name of the data, which is capital C chat, capital M messages, equals this value. And we should also use camel case here. So the first word starts with a lowercase, and every other word starts with a capital. So this function lets us update the data. In React, we should not update the data directly, like we did down here using .push. We should always use this function to update the data. And that's because this function tells React that the data changed and to update the HTML. If we update the data directly, React will not update the HTML. If we use this function to update the data, React will update the HTML. So we should always use this function to update the data. This is also known as the updater function. So now let's give it a try. Instead of updating this data directly, we're going to use this updater function by typing set chat messages and brackets. And between the brackets, we're going to put the new value of chat messages. So the way that this updater function works is it's going to replace the entire chat messages array with a new array. So let's give it a try. First, we need to make a copy of this array. In React, we should not modify the data directly. We should always create a copy of the data and then modify the copy. This helps React be more efficient. To create a copy, we're going to click between these brackets and create a new array using square brackets. And to copy chat messages, we can use this code, ... and the array that we want to copy, which is chat messages. As a review, this is a JavaScript feature called the spread operator. It basically takes the values in an array and then copies them into a new array. You can think of it like we're taking the values in this array and then spreading them out into this new array. That's why it's called the spread operator. The spread operator is used a lot in React tutorials and documentation, so it's useful to know how it works. So we created a copy of chat messages, and now we want to add a new chat message at the end of this copy because we're trying to send a new message. To do that, we can just add a comma at the end and then add a new chat message directly using curly brackets. So each chat message has a message property, colon, and we'll give it the string test for now. And each chat message has a sender property, colon, and let's make the sender the user. And we'll give each chat message an ID. And to create a unique ID, we can use crypto.random capital U, capital U, capital I, capital D, and brackets. So using the spread operator, we made a copy of the chat messages array, and then we added a value at the end of this new array. And now this updater function will replace chat messages with this new array. And because we use this updater function, React will regenerate the HTML. So it will basically rerun all this code, and it will update the website. So now let's save, and let's check our website, and we'll press send message. It will create a new chat message in our data, and it will also update the HTML. So it will create a new chat message component and display it on the website. Now let's go back. And that is how state works. Let's do a short review. State is basically data that is connected to the HTML. When we update this data or we update the state, it will update the HTML. To convert some data into state, we use react.useState. So here, it will convert this data into state. And useState gives us two values. The first value is the current data. And then the second value is a function to update this data. If we use the updater function, it will also update the HTML. So don't worry if state is a little bit confusing at first. The more you work with state, the more you get used to it. And we'll do more examples of state in this course and in the exercises, so you can get more practice. Next, we're going to learn a shortcut called array destructuring. Here, we get the first value out of this array and save it in a variable called chat messages. Now, JavaScript actually has a shortcut for this. Above this, we can type const and then square bracket equals this array. And inside the square brackets, we can type chat messages. So this is similar to object destructuring. This gets the first value out of this array and saves it in a variable called chat messages. So this code is a shortcut for this code. We can also get the second value out of this array. At the end here, we can type comma and then another variable name. Let's use set chat messages. So this gets the second value out of this array and saves it in a variable called set chat messages. So this code is a shortcut for these two lines of code. And this shortcut is called array destructuring because we're taking stuff out of this array. We're deconstructing it. Now, in array destructuring, the order matters. So this will always get the first value out of the array, and this will always get the second value out of the array. So now let's comment out these two lines, so we remember that this is just a shortcut. So we'll type / at the front, and here / at the front. Now another shortcut we can use is instead of saving the result of useState in this variable and then destructuring it, we can just destructure this up here. So instead of array, we can just directly destructure using square brackets, and then the first value of useState is going to be chat messages, and the second value from useState is going to be the updater function, which is set chat messages. So this code is a shortcut for this code. We just don't save it in a variable in the middle. So at the front of this code, let's also comment it out using /. So that is array destructuring. It gives us an easier way to take values out of an array. Now this shortcut is used a lot in React tutorials and documentation, so it's useful to know how it works. Next, instead of adding the same message test every time, we should add whatever message is in the text box. So we'll learn how to get the text in a text box. In normal JavaScript, we might use the DOM to get the input element and then use a property called .value to get the text inside the text box. However, in React, a best practice is do not use the DOM manually. That's because React is managing the website. So if we use the DOM manually, it might interfere with React. Instead, we should use React features to get the text from a text box. One way to do this is we're going to scroll up to the text box, which is inside the chat input component, and it's the input element here. So to get the text in this text box, we can use a prop called on_C change equals curly brackets. Earlier, we learned about the event onClick, which runs a function when we click an element. onChange is another event we can use in React. You can tell it's an event because it starts with on. So onChange runs a function when we change the text inside an input. So above this, let's create a function to run. We'll type function, and let's name it save input text, brackets and curly brackets, because we're going to save the text inside this input. And now let's save this function inside onChange. So between the curly brackets, we'll give it the function save input text. So again, we use curly brackets here because we want to save a function inside this prop rather than just a string. So now, every time we change the text in this input, it will run this function. Next, when onChange runs this function, it's going to give this function one parameter up here called event. Event is an object, and it contains details about the event or about the change. So one detail is event.target. And this gives us the element that we're typing in or that we changed. So in this case, it's going to give us this input element. So React gives us access to this input element automatically using event.target. And now to get the text inside this input, we're going to use the property .value. So now let's console.log this to see what it looks like. Console.log. And let's save our code. And we'll go back to our website. And we'll give it a try. So we'll click this text box. And we're going to type hello. And you'll see that every time we type or change the text, it will console.log the text in the text box. So that is how we get the text inside the text box using an onChange event. Let's go back to our code. And now we need to save this text so we can use it later when creating a chat message. To save this text, we're going to use state. In React, we should use state to save data that changes over time, like the text in the text box. So at the top of this component, let's use the code react.useState and brackets. And between the brackets, we're going to put the initial value. In this case, the initial value in the text box. The text box originally starts as empty. So let's set the value to the empty string. Next, useState returns an array with two values. So at the front, let's use array destructuring using const, and we'll type square brackets equals this result. And now to get the first value out of this array, inside the square brackets, we're going to type input text. So this is the current data or the current text in the text box. So that's why we name it input text. To get the second value out of this array, after this, we can type comma and give a name for the second value. So the naming convention is to use the word set and then the name of the data, which is capital I input, capital T text. So the second value is an updater function. It lets us update the data. Now that we set up the state, every time we change the text, we're going to save it up here inside input text. To do that, instead of console.log, we're going to use the updater function set input text. And now, every time we change the text, it's going to run this function, and it's going to save the text inside input text. Next, when we click the send button, we want to use this text to create a new chat message. First, we need to make the send button interactive. To do that, inside this button element, we're going to add the prop on click equals curly brackets. Again, on click lets us run a function when we click this button. And now above this, let's create a function to run. We'll use function, and let's name it send message, brackets and curly brackets. And we're going to give this function to onClick. So down here, we'll give the function name send message. Now, when we click this button, it will run this function. And let's just console.log input text to see what the value is. So in here, we'll console.log brackets the input text and save. And we'll go back to our website. And in the text box, we're going to type hello and then press send. And you'll see that it console.logs the text inside the text box. Next, we're going to create a new chat message using this text. Let's go back to our code. And if we scroll down in our code to the chat messages component, we already have code here that adds a new message to chat messages. So let's just select this code and we'll copy, and at the top, inside send message, we're going to paste. And we can remove this console.log. And we'll scroll back down. And we created this function and this button for practice, but now we don't need it anymore. So we can actually remove this code and remove this practice button. Now let's scroll back up. And we're going to use this code to add a new chat message. However, we have a problem here. We don't actually have access to set chat messages inside this component because this is inside a different component. To solve this problem, we're going to learn a technique called lifting the state up. First, we need to visualize the components in our app. So we have an app component, which represents the entire application. And inside, we have a chat input component and a chat messages component. Inside the chat messages component, we have some chat message components. This is called the component tree because it looks like the branch of a tree. And this helps us visualize the structure of the components in our app. Currently, chat messages and set chat messages are located inside the chat messages component. But we want to use it in the chat input component as well. To solve this problem, we're going to move this state up into the app component. And then app can share chat messages and set chat messages between these two components. This technique is called lifting the state up. By moving the state up to an outer component, it lets us share state between multiple components. So let's give this a try. First, we're going to move the chat messages state up into app. So in our code, we're going to scroll down to the chat messages state, which is right here, and we're going to move it into the app component. So we'll select all this code and then cut and remove these lines. And then inside the app component, we'll create some new lines and paste. So now we lifted the state up into the app component. Next, we're going to share the state between the two components using props. So first, the chat input component needs set chat messages and chat messages. So down here, let's create two props for this component. We'll create a prop called chat messages equals curly brackets, and we're going to save the value of chat messages from the state. So we'll save chat messages, and we'll give it another prop called set chat messages equals curly brackets, and we'll give it the set chat messages function from the state. So set chat messages. By the way, notice that chat messages is an array. So using curly brackets, we can save an array into this prop. So we can save any type of value inside a prop. And then inside chat input, we can access these two props by scrolling up. And in the chat input component, at the top, we'll type curly brackets, and we'll get the chat messages prop, comma, and we'll also get the set chat messages prop. And now this code has access to set chat messages and chat messages. Next, let's scroll back down to the chat messages component. So here, we just need the chat messages array to generate the HTML. So let's provide chat messages using a prop. At the bottom, at the chat messages component, we're going to add a prop. Chat messages equals curly brackets, and we'll give it the chat messages array. So here, chat messages. Now, I want to talk about the naming convention used here. You'll notice that the component, the prop, and the data all use the same name, instead of using names like this. This is the naming convention used in the React documentation. The documentation tries to use the same name for many things, like the component, the props, and the data. This keeps things simple and consistent. We don't have to come up with different names every time, and when we look at other people's React code, the names will be the same. So don't worry, it might be a bit confusing at first because many things use the same name. The more you work with React, the more you'll get used to this naming convention. And we'll get lots of practice in this course. Now, to access this prop, we're going to scroll up. And up here, we'll type curly bracket, and we'll get the chat messages prop. And now this code has access to everything that it needs. Let's save our code and then check our website. And you'll notice that everything still works. We just lifted the state up into the app component and shared it between chat input and chat messages. Let's go back to our code. And we're going to scroll up to the chat input component. So now that chat input has access to set chat messages, let's use it to create a new chat message. So when we click send, we're going to run set chat messages, and we're going to give it a copy of the chat messages array with a new message at the end. In this new message, instead of test every time, we're going to use the text inside the text box, which is saved in input text. So we'll remove this and replace it with input text. The sender will be the user because we sent this message, and we'll give the message a unique ID. And that's it. This will update the chat messages array with this new message. And because we use the updater function, React will also update the HTML. So let's save, and we'll go to our project. Inside this text box, let's type hello and press send. It will take the text in the text box create a new chat message, and it will update the HTML. Next, there is one improvement that we can make at this point. If we scroll up, after we press send, we should also remove the text in the text box, so we don't have to manually remove it if we want to send another message. To do that, we're going to learn a feature called controlled inputs. Let's go back to our code. And after adding a new message, we're going to remove the text in the text box. So after this, let's use the updater function, set input text brackets. We'll change the input text to the empty string. So this will update the input text up here to be empty. However, it will not update the HTML yet. To update the HTML, we need to use this input text inside this HTML. To do that, we're going to give the input element a prop called value equals curly brackets. So value lets us change the value of this input or the text inside this input. So we're going to set the value to whatever input text is. So now if we set the input text to be empty, this will set the value to be empty as well, and it will make the text box empty. Let's save. We'll go back to our website. Inside the text box, we're going to type hello and press send. And you'll notice that it makes the text box empty after we send. So let's go back to our code. And this is called a controlled input. Using the value prop, we can control the text inside this text box using our code. The last feature we're going to work on in this lesson is if we scroll up, after we send a message, we're going to get a response from the chatbot. To get a response, we're going to use another external library. So we'll scroll up to the script elements up here, and to add another external library, we're going to add another script element. And we're going to give this element the source attribute equals double quotes. And we're going to give it the URL of the external library. Now this is another external library that I wrote. So let's just copy one of these URLs up here with SuperSimpleDev, and we'll copy. And inside here, we're going to paste. And then at the end, instead of react.js, we're going to load chatbot.js and save. So now let's take a look at the code in this URL. On Windows, you can press Control and click this link. And on Mac, you can press Command and click this link. If it doesn't open, you can also type the URL in the browser. So again, an external library is just normal JavaScript code that someone else wrote. In this case, it's some code that I wrote. And this JavaScript code creates a simple chatbot. This is an object, and it has a method called getResponse. We just have to give it our message, and it will return a response. So now let's use this external library. We'll go back to VS Code, and we'll scroll down to chat input. And now after we send a message, below this, let's use the chatbot external library to get a response. So the external library creates a variable called C chatbot. This is an object, and it has a method called .getResponse and brackets. Between the brackets, we're just going to put the message that we sent, which is input text. So in here, we'll type input text. And getResponse will return a response. So let's save it in a variable using const, and we'll name it response equals this result. And next, let's just console.log the response to see what it looks like. Console.log the response and save. And now let's go to our website, and we're going to close the external library for now. And then we're going to click this text box, and we'll type the message hello and press send. And now inside our console, it will display the response from the chatbot. And the chatbot responded with, hello, how can I help you? So using the chatbot external library, we're able to get a response from the chatbot. The last step is we're going to display this chatbot response on the website. Let's go back to VS Code. And to display the response on the website, we can just add another chat message using setChatMessages. Because this is an updater function from the state, React will automatically update the website as well. So down here, we'll remove console.log, and let's just copy paste this code up here to create a new message. So we'll copy, and then down here, we'll paste. And here, the message should be the response from the chatbot. So we'll replace this with response. And the sender is going to be the robot this time, and we'll give it a unique ID. So now let's save this code and try it out. We'll open the website, and then in the text box, we'll type hello and press send. And if we look at the website, it sort of worked. It displayed the response from the chatbot on the website. However, it also removed our hello message. So why did this happen? Let's go back to VS Code. And if we look at this code, here we updated chat messages by making a copy and adding a new message at the end. However, in React, state does not update immediately. The state is updated after all of the code is finished. So here, all of the code is not finished yet. So chat messages is not updated to this new array immediately. So when we get to this point in the code, this chat messages is still the old array without the new message that we added up here. And then we take the old array and we add the chatbot's response, and we essentially lost our message. So one way to fix this issue is to save this updated chat messages in a variable. So above this, we're going to create a new variable using const, and let's name it new chat messages equals, and we're going to save this value. So we'll select this code and then cut, and up here, we're going to paste. And we'll set the chat messages to this variable, new chat messages. So this does the same thing as before, except we saved the new chat messages in this variable. And then down here, instead of making a copy of chat messages, we're going to make a copy of new chat messages, which contains our new message that we just added. So now it will have our message, and we're going to add the chatbot's response. So now let's save this code and go to our website. In the text box, we're going to type hello and press send. And it displays our message, hello, and the chatbot's response, hello, how can I help you? Let's try another example. In the text box, we can type, can you flip a coin? And press send. It will add and display our message, and it will add and display the chatbot's response, which is sure you got heads or tails. And everything is working correctly. So as you can see, state is another way that React helps us create websites easier. All we have to do is update the state, and React will automatically update the website. We don't have to update the website manually ourselves. And that's it. Using state, we created the functionality that we need for this project. In the next lesson, we'll style this with CSS to make it look like the final chatbot project. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we saved the data for our website using arrays and objects. We generated the HTML using .map and the key prop. We made the website interactive using onClick and onChange. We learned state, which is data that changes over time and is connected to the HTML. We used the updater function to update the state and update the HTML at the same time. We learned the array destructuring shortcut. We learned a technique called lifting the state up, which lets us share state between components. We made the chat input component interactive and created new chat messages. And we got responses from the chatbot. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to use CSS with React, and we'll finish the chatbot project. Let's go back to our code, and we'll start by reviewing CSS. CSS is another language, and it lets us change the appearance of the website. To use CSS with React, we just use CSS normally. So one way to use CSS is to create a style element. So we'll scroll to the top of our code, to the head element, and then inside here, we'll create a style element. So the style element doesn't appear on the website. That's why we put it in the head section. And the special thing about the style element is we can write CSS code inside. In here, we'll type the CSS code button and curly brackets. And inside, we'll type background dash color colon green and semicolon. So this is some CSS code. As a review, this code at the front is called the CSS selector. This tells the computer which elements we want to change the appearance. And inside, we have CSS styles. This tells the computer how to change the appearance of these elements. The left side is called the CSS property. This is what we're changing. And the right side is called the CSS value. This is what we're changing the property to. So this code changes all buttons on the website and changes the background color to green. If we save and then check our website, you can see that it changed the background color of the button to green. Let's go back to our code. And one problem here is button will style all buttons on the website. But usually, we want to just style a specific button. For example, let's scroll down to the chat input component, and we're going to scroll down to this send button here. So let's say we just want to style this send button. As a review, to style a specific element, we can add an HTML attribute called class. In React, to set the class attribute, we're going to give this element a prop called class capital N name equals double quotes. And we'll give it the class send-button. In React, we use class name to set the class. That's because React is actually just JavaScript code, and JavaScript already has a feature called class. So class is a reserved word, and we can't use it. That's why React uses class name to set the class. Now that this button has the class send-button, we can style this specific element. We'll go to our CSS, and in here, we're going to remove button, and we're going to type dot, and then the class send-button. As a review, if we start the CSS selector with a dot, it will only style elements with this class. So this will only style elements with the class send-button. If we save and check our website, it styles our send button because we gave it the send-button class. If we open the console and go to the Elements tab, and then we look at our HTML here, and we find the send button, you'll notice that it has the class attribute. So class name in React is converted to class in HTML. Now that we reviewed CSS, we're going to style this button to look like the final design. So first, we're going to put the final design and our website side by side, so it's easier to compare. So I'll take the final design here, and I'll put it on the bottom left, and I'll take our website and put it in the top left. And I'm going to resize our code editor so we can see everything side by side. And I'll hide the sidebar. Next, to style our send button to look like the final project, we just have to style it one by one with CSS. So we already made the background color green. Next, let's make the text color white. To do that, we'll type the CSS property color, and set it to white, and save. And that will make the text color white. Next, let's make our button bigger. To do that, we'll add space on the inside of the button. As a review, space on the inside of an element is called padding. So in our CSS, we're going to add padding, and we'll give the padding two values, 12px and 20px. So the px here stands for pixels. A pixel is a unit of measurement in computers. For example, my computer screen is about 3,800 pixels wide. So 12 pixels and 20 pixels looks like this. The first value is the vertical space inside this button. And the second value is the horizontal space inside this button. So we're going to add space all around the inside of this button. So let's save, and it adds space on the inside. And I think that looks close enough. Next, let's add some space on the outside of this button on the left. As a review, space on the outside of an element is called margin. So in our CSS, we'll add margin dash, and we'll add it on the left, and let's add 10 pixels of margin, and save, and that looks close enough. Next, our button has a border around the button, but in the final design, there is no border. To remove the borders, we'll type the property border, and set it to none, and save. and that will remove the borders. Next, the corners of the button in the final design are round. To make our corners round, we're going to use the CSS property border-radius, colon, and then how round we want the corners to be. Let's try 10 pixels and save. And I think that looks close enough. Next, the text in the button is a little bigger in the final design. To change the size of the text, we'll use the CSS property font-size, colon, and let's try 15 pixels and save. And that looks pretty good. Next, if we put our mouse over our button, we no longer have the hand pointer icon that we see here. To use this hand pointer icon, we're going to set the property cursor, colon, pointer, and save. And now if we put our mouse over the button, we have the hand pointer icon again. Finally, the background color of our button is a little different from the final design. So to get this exact green color, we can go to the final project, and then we're going to right-click this button, and then click Inspect. And we can click these three dots here, and click this icon to open the console in a different window. And we're going to go to the Elements tab, and we'll find the Send button in the HTML, and we're going to look at these styles. So you can see that this button here has a background color of this RGB value. So we're going to select this RGB value, and we're going to copy it. And in our code, instead of the color green, we're going to paste this RGB color. As a review, RGB stands for red, green, blue, and it's a way to measure color in computers. Computers can create any color using a combination of red, green, and blue. The first value here is how much red we want in the color. The second value is how much green we want in the color. And the third value is how much blue we want. And each value goes from 0 to 255. So this color combines a little bit of red, a lot of green, and a bit of blue to get this exact green color. So let's save our code. And now our button matches the final project. And that's how we style the Send button. We just style it one by one using CSS until it looks like the final design. So this is just a review of CSS. If you want to learn CSS in more detail, you can check out my HTML and CSS full course in the video description. Next, we're going to style this text box to look like the final design. Again, we're just going to style it one by one with CSS. First, we need to add a class to this element so we can select it in our CSS. We'll go to our code, and we're going to scroll down to this text box, which is inside the chat input component, and it's this input element here. So to add a class, we're going to use class name. So inside the input element, we'll add a class name equals double quotes, and let's give it the class chat-input. Now let's scroll back up to the CSS, and below these styles, we're going to type dot to select a class, and we're going to select the class we just added, which is chat-input and curly brackets. And now we're ready to style the text box. The first thing we'll change is there's a lot of space on the inside of this text box in the final design. So again, space on the inside of an element is called padding. In our CSS, we'll add padding, colon, and let's do 12 pixels for the vertical space and 15 pixels for the horizontal space. Now let's save. And that adds space on the inside of our text box. And I think that looks close enough. Next, we'll make the corners round. To do that, we'll use border dash radius colon, and let's try 10 pixels and save. And that looks pretty good. Next, our border is too thick compared to the final design. To change the thickness of the border, we'll use border dash width colon, and let's change it to 1 pixel and save. So that looks pretty good. Finally, the text is bigger in the final design. To change the size of the text, we can use font dash size colon, and let's use 15 pixels again. So 15 px and save. And I think that looks good enough for now. So we styled the text box one by one to look like the final design. Next, in the final design, the text box is wider. And this text box is also flexible. That means if we resize the browser, the text box will also resize. To make our text box flexible, we're going to review a feature of CSS called Flexbox. Flexbox lets us create a flexible layout. Layout means how the elements are positioned on the website. Here, we have a horizontal layout where the elements are beside each other. And also, this element is flexible. So Flexbox helps us create this flexible layout. To use Flexbox, we need to do 3 steps. The first step is to create a container around the elements that we want to position. So let's go back to our code, and we're going to scroll down to the chat input component, and we'll scroll down to the HTML. So here, we want to position the text box and the button. So we need to create a container around these 2 elements. Right now, we have a fragment around these 2 elements. However, we cannot style a fragment with CSS, since fragments don't actually appear on the website. Instead, we're going to switch this container to a div element, because we can style a div element. So inside here, we'll type div, and at the end, we'll do /div to convert this container to a div element. And now we have a container around the elements. The second step is to add the property displayFlex to the container. First, let's add a class name to this container so we can select it in our CSS. In here, we'll type class name equals double quotes, and we'll give it the class chat-input-container. And then we'll scroll up to our CSS. And at the end, we'll type dot to select a class, and we'll select the class chat-input-container and curly brackets. And finally, we'll add the property display::flex. And that will turn this container into a flexbox. The third step is to use Flexbox features. Flexbox has many features we can use to control the layout or to control how these elements are positioned. One feature is called Flex Grow. Flex Grow makes an element grow and take up the remaining space. So here, we want this text box to grow and take up this remaining space. So we'll go to the styles for the chat input or the text box, and we'll add the property flex-grow:1 and save. And now the text box will grow and take up the remaining space. If we resize the browser, the text box will also resize to take up the remaining space. So now we created the layout for the chat input that we see in the final design. Next, we'll create the layout for the overall app. Notice in the final project, if we resize the browser and make it wider, the app is limited to a certain width, so it's not going to get wider. To create this in our project, we'll set a maximum width for our app. So let's go to our code, and we're going to scroll down to the app component, which is down here, and we'll go down to the HTML. And currently, the app is contained in a fragment. And remember, we cannot style a fragment, since fragments don't actually appear on the website. So again, we're going to switch this to a div element so we can style it. So in here, we'll type div, and at the bottom, we'll type /div. And now we can style this. First, we'll add a class to this div using class name equals double quotes, and let's give it the class app-container. And we'll scroll up to our CSS. And at the bottom here, we'll type dot to select a class, and we'll select the class app-container and curly brackets. And to set a maximum width of our app, we can just use the property max-width, and let's try 600 pixels, and save. So now if we resize our browser, the app will be limited to 600 pixels, just like the final design. Next, in the final design, notice that the app is centered on the website. Now, there are several ways to center an element in CSS. One way is to use margin. So we'll go back to our code, and in the app container, we're going to add the property margin-left, and we'll set it to auto. And we'll also set the margin-right, auto. So this will automatically add a space on the left and right of this element until it is centered. So if we save our code and check our website, you'll notice that the entire app is now centered on the website. And now we created the layout for the overall app. Next, we're going to create the layout for the chat messages. If you don't have any chat messages in your final project, you can add some by typing in here and then pressing send. So notice that the chat messages from the user are on the right, while the chat messages from the robot are on the left. So we're going to create this layout. First, we need to give class names to these chat messages so we can style them. So let's resize our browser for now, and we'll go to our code, and we're going to scroll down to the chat message component, and we'll scroll down to the HTML. And we'll give each chat message a class name equals, and we're going to do something different this time. We'll type curly brackets. So here, we want to give a different class name depending on if the sender is the user or the sender is the robot. This will let us position the chat messages differently on the right or on the left. To give this a different class name depending on the sender, we're going to use a feature of JavaScript called the ternary operator. As a review, the ternary operator looks like this, and it works like an if-else statement. If value 1 is true, then the result is value 2. Else, the result is value 3. The ternary operator lets us insert an if-else statement directly in the JSX. So using a ternary operator, we can give a different class name depending on the sender. Inside here, we're going to type the if condition. So we'll check if the sender is equal to the string user. And then we'll type question mark. If the sender is the user, we'll set the class name to the string chat-message-user. And then we'll type a colon. So this means else. So if the sender is not the user, we're going to give the class name the string chat-message-robot. So again, the way this code works is if the sender is equal to user, we'll set the class name to chat-message-user. Else, we'll set the class name to chat-message-robot. As you can see, the ternary operator lets us insert an if-else statement directly in the JSX. And notice that we used curly brackets here because we want to save the result of this code into class name instead of just a string. Before we continue, we can add some new lines to this code to make it easier to read. So at the beginning, we can add a new line, and then we'll add a new line before the question mark and press tab, and we'll add a new line before the colon, and we'll add a new line at the back, and remove some spaces so that this is vertically aligned. So this makes the code a bit easier to read. We have the if condition, and then the first value, and then else the second value. Now let's save, and we'll go to our website, and let's check the HTML. So in our console, we can click these three dots here, and then click this icon to open the console in another window. And we'll go to the Elements tab, and we'll click this pointer on the top left, and we'll select one of these chat messages and click it. And if we scroll down here, you can see that each chat message now has a class. And messages from the user have the class chatMessageUser, and messages from the robot have the class chatMessageRobot. So now that we added a class to each of these chat messages, let's style these chat messages. We'll go to our code, and we'll scroll up to our CSS. And at the end, let's type a dot. And first, let's select the class chat-message-user and curly brackets. And now for chat-message-user, we want to position these elements, the text and the profile image, on the right. To create this flexible layout, we can use Flexbox again. Remember, there are 3 steps to use Flexbox. First, we already have a container around the elements. It has a class chatMessageUser or chatMessageRobot. Next, we need to add displayFlex to this container. So for chatMessageUser, we'll add display::flex. And now we can use Flexbox features. Another feature of Flexbox is we're going to type justify-content: Justify content controls how the elements are displayed horizontally. If we want these elements to be displayed on the right, we're going to give this a value end. So it will display these elements at the end of this row or on the right. So now let's save our code. And now the chat messages from the user are on the right. And we created the layout for the chat messages. Next, we're going to style the text in the chat messages. First, we need to add a class name to this text so we can style it. Let's go to our code, and we're going to scroll down to the chat message component, and we're going to scroll to the text, which is here. So currently, this text is not inside an element. So first, we're going to put this text inside an element so that we can style just the text. Above this, we'll put this in a div by typing less than div greater than, and below it, less than / div greater than. And we'll add an indent at the front to show that this text is inside this div. And now let's add a class to this div so we can style just the text. So we'll give this a class name equals double quotes, and let's give it the class chat-message-text. So now let's style this with CSS. We'll scroll up to our CSS, and at the end, we'll type a dot, and we'll style the class chat-message-text and curly brackets. So the first thing we'll style is we're going to change the background color to this gray color. To get this exact color, we're going to right-click on this text and then click Inspect. And we'll find this text in the Elements tab, and we're going to go into the Styles, and we'll get the background color. So we'll copy this RGB color, and we'll go into our code, and we'll set the background-color, and we'll paste the RGB color, and save. And now we'll have the exact color in our final design. However, after we saved, it kind of messed up our layout. So the chat message user looks okay, but the text for chat message robot is now appearing below the profile image, and it's taking up the entire line. So what happened? Remember that we just surrounded this text in a div element. Normally, a div element takes up an entire line by itself because a div is a block element. However, remember that we also made chat message user a flexbox. When a block element is inside a flexbox, it no longer takes up the entire line. It only takes up as much space as it needs to. So that's why this div only takes up as much space as it needs, because it's inside a flexbox. One way to fix this layout problem is we can make chat message robot a flexbox as well. We'll go back to our code, and below chat message user, let's type dot, and we'll style the chat-message-robot and curly brackets. And we'll also give it display::flex. So it will match the layout for the chat message user. Let's save. And now, because this div is inside a flexbox, it only takes up as much space as it needs. So now the background color and the layout looks good. Next, the style of text or the font is different in the final design. To change the font, we'll go to our code and we'll add the property font-family, : and in the final project, I use the font Arial. Let's save. And now our font matches the final design. Now, usually, we don't set the font for just one element. We set the font for the entire website because we want the entire website to use the same font or the same style of text. To set the font for the entire website, we can style the body element. So we'll scroll to the top of our CSS, and here we'll style the body element, curly brackets, and we'll set the font-family : to Arial. So this sets the font for all elements inside the body, which is basically the entire website. So now we can scroll back down and we can remove this style because we're going to set the font for the entire website instead. Let's save. And now we set the font for the entire website to Arial. Next, let's add space on the inside of this text, which is padding. So here, we'll add padding, colon, and let's try 15 pixels of vertical space and 20 pixels of horizontal space, and save. And that looks pretty good. Next, we'll make the corners round. To do that, we'll use border dash radius colon and 10 pixels, and save. And that looks pretty good. Next, let's add space on the outside of the text on the right. So we'll add margin dash right colon, and let's try 10 pixels, and save. And that looks close enough. And here, if we scroll down to a chat message from the robot, we'll add some space on the left of the text. So in our code, we'll add margin dash left. And let's try 10 pixels, and save. And that looks pretty good. Finally, let's add some space on the bottom of the text so we can separate them. Here, we'll add margin dash bottom colon, and let's try 20 pixels, and save. And I think that looks close enough. However, we now have a problem here, which is the profile image seems to be stretching. This happens because this container is a flexbox, and by default, elements inside a flexbox will stretch vertically. So if this text gets longer because we added some margin, this image will stretch. To fix this, Flexbox has another feature called align items. So in our CSS, in chat message user, we'll add the property align dash items colon, and align items controls how the elements are displayed vertically. By default, align items is stretch. That's why the elements stretch vertically. Instead, we're going to change align items to start. This will display the elements at the start or at the top vertically, and it will no longer stretch. Same thing for the chat message robot. We're going to give it align dash items colon start, and save. And now the elements in the flexbox will appear at the start or at the top vertically. The last thing we'll style for the text is if we go to our final project, and inside the text box, we type test and press send. You'll notice that the response from the chatbot has a maximum width. So in our project, we're also going to add a maximum width to our text. So in our code, we'll go to the chat message text, and let's add a max dash width colon, and let's try 300 pixels, and save. And now if we go to our text box and type test and press send and scroll down, the text has a maximum width and it matches the final design. Now we finish styling the text in the chat messages. Next, we'll style the profile images. So in our code, let's scroll down to the profile image, which is inside the chat message component. And it's these two image elements here. Currently, we're using an attribute to set the width of this image. However, a best practice is to use CSS for styling instead of attributes. So let's remove this attribute, and we'll remove it down here as well. And we'll add a class to these profile images so that we can style them with CSS. So here, we'll add class name equals double quotes, and we'll give it the class chat-message-profile. And we'll also add this class to the profile image for the user. We'll give it the class name equals double quotes, chat-message-profile. So now we can style this with our CSS. We'll scroll up to our CSS, and at the end, we'll type a dot, and we'll style the class chat-message-profile and curly brackets. So previously, we set the width to 50 pixels. So let's do that again using CSS this time. We'll set the width to 50 pixels and save. Now, if we look at the final design, it looks like the profile images here are a little bit smaller than our profile images. So let's make this width smaller. Let's try 45 pixels instead and save. And I think that looks close enough. And now our profile images are the same size as the final design. The last thing we're going to change in this design is we're going to move the text box to the bottom so that it matches the design of other popular chatbots. In the final project, we're going to make this a little taller now. We can move this text box to the bottom of the page by clicking this link. And now let's create this design in our project. First, I'll open our project and then move it back to the same window so that we can see this side by side a little easier. And to put the text box at the bottom of the page, the first step is to move the text box below the chat messages. We'll go to our code and we're going to scroll down to the app component, which is here. And we'll scroll to the HTML, and we're just going to move this chat input below the chat messages. So we'll select this component, and we'll cut, and below chat messages, we'll paste, and save. And now the chat input will be below the chat messages, and that looks pretty good. Next, we also want to put this chat input at the bottom of the browser here. So there are several ways to do this in CSS. One way is to use Flexbox again. Now, before we use Flexbox, we're going to make the app container stretch to the bottom of the browser. So right now, if we click inside here and we right-click and inspect, and we go to the Elements tab, and we scroll up and look at the app container, notice that the app container stops at the chat input section. And that's because this is all the content that we have. So the app container only has the height that it needs. However, we want to stretch the app container to the bottom of the browser so that we can put the chat input at the bottom. To do that, we're going to set the height of the app container. So we'll go back to our code, and we'll scroll up to our CSS, and we're going to find the styles for the app container, which is right here. And at the end, we're going to set the height, and now we want the height of the app container to stretch to be the same as the height of the browser here. To do that, we're going to give this a special value, 100 VH. So VH stands for viewport height. This gives us the height of the browser, or the part of the page that is visible. 100 VH means 100% of the height of the browser. So this means the app container will be 100% of this height. So now let's save, and we'll go to our website, and we'll open the console again. by right-clicking and inspect, and go to the Elements tab, and we'll scroll up to the app container again. And now you'll notice the app container stretches to the bottom of the browser. However, the app container is actually a little too tall, so it actually stretches below the bottom of the page. And now we can scroll a bit here. The reason it's a little bit too tall is because by default, the body element here has a default margin of 8 pixels on all sides. So the app container is the same height as the browser, but then we add another 8 pixels on the top and bottom. To fix this issue, we can just remove the default margin from the body. So we'll go back to our code and scroll up to the styles for the body. And at the end, let's remove the margin at the top and bottom by typing margin-top, and we'll set it to 0 pixels. And we'll also set the margin-bottom, to 0 pixels, and save. So now, after we remove the default margin from the top and the bottom, the app container is now exactly the same height as the browser. Now that the app container stretches to the bottom of the browser, we can use a flexbox to make the chat messages grow and push the chat input to the bottom. Again, there are 3 steps to use a flexbox. So here, we want to position the chat messages and the chat input. So we need a container around these elements. And we already have a container for this, which is the app container. The second step is to add display flex to the container. So we'll go back to our code, and we're going to scroll to the app container styles, which is right here. And below this, we'll add display flex. Let's save our code. And unfortunately, it totally messed up our design. So what happened? By default, Flexbox positions our elements horizontally. So it takes all the elements inside the container and then squeezes them into a row like we see here. However, this time we want to position the elements vertically, not horizontally. To position the elements vertically, we're going to use a Flexbox feature called Flex Direction. So in here, we'll type flex-direction, Flex Direction determines which direction the elements are positioned. So Flex Direction is row by default. That means it positions the elements horizontally, like we see here. Now, we're going to change Flex Direction to column. So this positions the elements vertically in a column. If we save our code and check the website, the elements in the Flexbox are now positioned vertically, from top to bottom. Next, we're going to use Flex Grow again. As a review, Flex Grow makes an element grow and take up the remaining space. Here, we want to make the chat messages section grow and take up all the remaining vertical space, and this will push the chat input down to the bottom. To use Flex Grow, we're going to add a class to the chat messages section. We'll go to our code, and we'll scroll down to the chat messages component, which is right here. And currently, this component uses a fragment. And remember, we cannot style a fragment, since fragments don't appear on the website. So again, we're going to switch this to a div element, and at the end, /div, so that we can style it. And now we'll give this div a class using class name equals double quotes, and we'll give it the class chat-messages container. And now let's style this class. We'll scroll up in our CSS, and at the end here, we'll type dot, and we'll style the class chat-messages-container and curly brackets. And we'll use the flexbox feature flex-grow:1. So now let's save. And this makes the chat message container grow and take up the remaining vertical space. And this will push the chat input to the bottom of the browser. So that's how we use a flexbox to position the chat input at the bottom. Finally, if we look at the final design, we have some space at the top of the app and at the bottom of the app. So let's add that space at the top and bottom to our website. We'll go to our CSS, and currently the app container has a special height of 100 VH. So let's avoid changing this. Instead, let's add space above the chat messages container. So we'll scroll down to the chat messages container, and we'll add some space at the top using margin-top, 20 pixels. And we'll also add some space below the chat input container. So we'll scroll up to the chat input container, which is right here, and we'll add space at the bottom using margin-bottom, and let's try 60 pixels, and save. And now that looks pretty good. And now if we look at our website and compare it to the final design, you can see that it looks the same as the final design. So we finished styling our project to look like the final design using CSS. Next, we're going to make the chat messages scrollable. In the final project, if we have more chat messages than we can see in the browser, we can actually scroll to see all of the chat messages. Now you may need to add more chat messages down here in order to see this feature. So we're going to create this feature in our project. If we go to our project and we add some more messages like test and press send, notice if we have too many messages, it starts to push the chat input down. To make our chat messages scrollable, we're going to go to the CSS and we're going to find the chat messages container, which is right here. And at the end, we'll add a property overflow:scroll. So now if the chat messages overflow or there's too many to be displayed, it will start to scroll instead of pushing things down. Let's save our code and then add another message, test, and press send. And you may need to add a few more messages to see this feature. Now, if we have too many messages, we're able to scroll up and down to see all the messages. Now, before we continue, on Windows, we have a small problem, which is we start to see these thick scroll bars on the sides, which doesn't look very good. To hide these scroll bars, we can go back to our CSS, and at the end, we can use the property scroll bar -width: none. So now let's save. And if we add a message test and press send, and you might need to add more messages for your project. Now, if we have more messages than we can see, we can scroll and we hide the scroll bars. So that's how we make the chat messages scrollable. The last feature we're going to add to our project is auto scrolling. For example, if we go down here and add the message test and press send, notice we have to manually scroll down to the bottom ourselves. But if we go to the final project and at the bottom add a message test and press send, notice that it automatically scrolls to the bottom of the chat messages. So we're going to add this auto scrolling feature. Let's go back to our website. And to create auto scrolling, we're going to learn one of the most important features of React called hooks. Hooks let us insert React features into our component. And we've actually used hooks before. React.useState is a hook. It inserts a React feature called state into our component. And state automatically updates the HTML when the data changes. Now, React has other hooks that we can use, and every hook starts with the word use. Another hook is called useEffect. UseEffect lets us run some code after the component is created or updated. So in our project, after we add a chat message, we want to run some code to scroll to the bottom. So this is a perfect situation for useEffect. Inside our code, we're going to scroll down to the chat messages component, which is here. And at the top of the component, we're going to type the code R React dot use E effect and brackets. By the way, in React, we should put our hooks at the top of the component, and they should not be inside anything. So don't put a hook inside an if statement or inside a function. Next, we'll give useEffect a function. So inside these brackets, we'll type a function using brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. As a reminder, when we give a function to another function, we usually use an arrow function because it's a bit cleaner. So React will run this function after the component is created and every time the component is updated. Inside here, let's try console.log the string updated and save. And now if we go to our project and we look at the console, so we'll right click, inspect, and we go to the console, you'll see that after the component is created, it runs the function and displays updated. And then we're going to go to our website and we're going to add a new message like hello and press send. So now after the component is updated, React runs the function again. So as you can see, useEffect lets us run some code after the component is created or updated. So now let's go back into our code and we'll give useEffect a second parameter. So at the end, we'll type a comma and we'll give a second parameter, which is an array. So this array controls when useEffect runs. If we give it an empty array, useEffect will only run once after the component is created. Now, inside this array, we can also put some data, such as our chat messages. So we'll type chat messages. And now React will also run this function every time our data changes or every time our chat messages changes. If we save and we look at the console, useEffect runs after the component is created. And now if we add a message like hello and press send, useEffect also runs after chat messages changes. So now let's go back to our code. And this is called a dependency array. It lets us control when useEffect runs. A best practice is to give useEffect a dependency array to avoid running this function too often. So now we learned hooks and the useEffect hook. And now we can run some code after the chat messages changes. The last step is after the chat messages changes, we want to automatically scroll to the bottom. To scroll to the bottom, first we need to get the HTML element that we want to scroll into our JavaScript. Let's go back to our code, and inside this function, instead of console.log, we need to get this div, chat messages container, into our JavaScript. Now, in normal JavaScript, we might use the DOM to get this element. But remember, in React, we should not use the DOM manually. Instead, we should use React features to get this element. To get this element using React, we're going to use another hook called useRef. So at the top of this component, we're going to type the code capital R React dot use capital R ref and brackets. useRef lets us automatically save an HTML element from the component. So this code creates a ref. A ref is a container with special React features. One special feature is we can give this ref or this container to React, and React can automatically save an HTML element inside this ref or inside this container. So between these brackets, we're first going to put the value null. So this is the initial value that is saved inside this ref or inside this container. So the ref is going to start out as empty. So that's why we use null. Now let's save an HTML element inside this ref. To do that, first we're going to save this ref in a variable. So at the front, we'll create a variable using const, and we'll name it chat messages ref equals this result. And then we're going to go to the HTML element we want to save, which is this div, the chat messages container. And we're going to give this element a special prop called ref equals curly brackets. And between the curly brackets, we're going to give it the ref that we created above, which is chat messages ref. So now React will take this HTML element and save it inside this ref or inside this container. To access the HTML element saved inside a ref, we're going to go to use effect, and we're going to type the name of the ref, which is chat messages ref, and then .current. Now, the reason we put this code in useEffect is because, remember, useEffect runs after the component is created. So we need to wait for the component to be created first, and then we can access this HTML element. So now let's console.log this value to see what's inside this ref. So at the front, we'll console.log, open bracket, and close bracket, and save. And we'll open the console for our website. And you'll see that React saved the chat messages container inside our ref. Now that we have the HTML element we need to scroll, let's learn how to scroll it to the bottom. Let's go back to our code. And first, we're going to save this HTML element in a variable. So we'll remove this. And at the front, we'll create a variable const. And let's name it container lm equals this result. So ending the variable name with lm tells us that this variable contains an HTML element. And I'll resize my code editor so we can see more of the code. Next, we'll create a new line. And it's a good idea to check if this element actually exists before we scroll it. So we'll check if brackets container lm. Finally, we'll type curly brackets, And to scroll this element to the bottom, we can use this code. Container lm dot scroll top, and we'll make it equal container lm dot scroll height. So scroll top means how far from the top should we scroll. And scroll height gives us the total height of the element. So if we set the scroll top to the total height, it's going to scroll all the way down to the bottom, which is exactly what we need. So now let's save this code. And we'll go to our website and we'll add a message test and press send. It runs the useEffect function because chat messages changed, and it automatically scrolls to the bottom. Now, depending on the height of your browser, you might need to add a few more messages to see this effect. So we can also scroll up and then add another message like thank you and press send. It runs useEffect again and it automatically scrolls to the bottom. And that's all the major features that we need for this project. I'll leave some extra features like removing these default messages and creating the loading spinner as exercises. And that's it. We created all the styling and features that we need, and we finished the Chatbot project. In the next lesson, we'll learn how to do a proper React setup so we can organize our code into different files and folders instead of putting everything into one HTML file. And this will help us work on bigger React projects. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we learned how to use CSS with React. We styled the Chatbot project. We reviewed Flexbox, which lets us create a flexible layout. We learned the ternary operator, which lets us insert an if-else statement directly in the JSX. We learned hooks, which lets us insert React features into our components. We learned the useEffect hook, which lets us run some code after the component is created or updated. We learned the useRef hook, which lets us automatically save an HTML element from the component. And we created the auto scroll feature for the chat messages. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to do a proper React setup. Right now, all of our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code is combined into one HTML file, chatbot.html. Now, it's not good to combine all of our code in 3 different languages into one file, because if we work on bigger projects, this file might contain thousands of lines of code, and it will be almost impossible to manage all of that code if we put it all in one file. Instead, we're going to do a proper React setup that will let us split up this code into different files and folders. To create this React setup, we'll need to use the command line. So first, let's review the command line. We're going to go to VS Code, and I'm going to make this full screen. And to open the command line, we're going to click the menu at the top, and we're going to click the terminal menu, and we're going to open a new terminal. So here, we can give an instruction or a command to the computer. For example, we're going to type the command mkdir. Mkdir means make directory. A directory is another name for a folder. So make directory creates a new folder. Then we'll type a space and we'll give this folder a name like test. If we press enter, it creates a new folder named test. So if we open our files on the left, you'll see that it created a new folder named test. If that does not work for you, you can check the troubleshooting steps in the description. So on this line here, we can give instructions or commands to our computer. And that's why this is called the command line. And a terminal basically lets us use the command line, and it also lets us view the output of the command line up here. So we created a new folder using this command. Now you might be wondering, why did the folder get created here inside our project folder? As a review, the command line runs inside a specific folder. To see which folder the command line is currently running in, we can go to the bottom and type this command, pwd, or print working directory, and press enter. And this command tells us the command line is currently running in the react-course folder, which is our project folder right here. That means any commands that we give to the computer will be done inside this folder. If we make a directory, it will create the new directory inside this folder, like we see here. If we give it another command, like ls or list, and press enter, it will list everything inside this folder. So it will list everything here. As you can see, the command line runs inside a specific folder. Now, this folder that the command line is running in is called the working directory, or the working folder. The last thing we need to review about the command line is how to change the working directory. To do that, we're going to go to the bottom, and we're going to type the command cd, or change directory, and then press space, and then the name of the folder we want to change to, like test. The command line will look for this folder in the working directory, which is here, and then it's going to go into this folder. So now if we press enter, and then type print working directory, and press enter, it will tell us the command line is now running inside the test folder. So the command line basically went inside this test folder, and it's running inside here. By the way, this is known as a file path. The slash here means that the test folder is inside the react-course folder. So now if we give a command like ls and press enter, it will list everything inside the test folder because the command line is running inside this test folder. And it tells us there's nothing inside the test folder. Finally, to get out of the test folder, we can type cd, or change directory, and then space, and use the special value, ... represents the outer folder. If we press enter, the command line will go out of the test folder and back into the react-course folder. If we type the command pwd, or print working directory, and press enter, it will tell us the command line is running in the react-course folder again. So using cd, or change directory, we can change which folder the command line is running in, and we can basically move around our computer. So this is just a review of the command line. The second thing we need for the React setup is Node.js. So we're going to review Node.js. First, make sure you have the correct version of Node.js installed. To do that, you can click this link in the description, scroll down to lesson 5, and follow the instructions here to install the correct version of Node.js. After Node.js is installed, let's go back to VS Code. And if you just installed Node.js, we need to restart VS Code to make sure that Node.js is loaded. So we're going to click X in the top right of the terminal, and then close VS Code. And then we're going to open VS Code again. And we're going to open our project folder, React-course, and we're going to open a new terminal. So in the top menu, we're going to go to the terminal section and then open a new terminal. Now, when we install Node.js, it's going to add a new command to our command line called node. So the node command lets us run JavaScript code outside of a browser. For example, here we have a file called react-basics.js, and inside we have some simple JavaScript code. If you don't have this file, feel free to pause the video and create this file. Now we can give this file to Node, and it will run the JavaScript code in this file. So here, we'll use the node command and type space and give it the file to run, which is react-basics.js, and press enter. So this will run the JavaScript inside this file, and it console.logs hello. So as you can see, the node command lets us run JavaScript code outside of our browser. Now, when we install Node.js, it also adds another command to our command line called npm. npm stands for Node Package Manager. A package is basically an external library. So npm lets us install external libraries or packages into our project. To do that, we can use the command npm space install, and then space, and then the name of an external library or package. As an example, we'll install the package SuperSimpleDev. This is a package that I created that we can use as an example, and press enter. On Windows, if you get an error like this, you'll need to run this command first, and then run npm install SuperSimpleDev again. If that still does not work for you, you can check the troubleshooting steps in the description. Once npm install finishes, npm will download this external library or this package into a folder called Node Modules. If we open this folder, we see the SuperSimpleDev package, and inside, this contains the code that we've been using in the Chatbot project, like react.js and chatbot.js. npm contains millions of packages that we can download and use in our project, and you can search for packages on the npm website. So this is just a review of Node.js and npm. Now that we reviewed Node.js and npm, we're ready to do a proper React setup. We just learned that npm has millions of packages available to use. Some of these packages also add a command to our command line. For example, there's a package called create-vite. If we install this package, it also adds a command to our command line called create-vite. The create-vite command helps us set up a new React project. To use the create-vite command, we need to do two steps. Number one, we need to install the create-vite package. And number two, we're going to run the create-vite command in the command line. Now, npm actually has a shortcut for this called npx. npx does these two steps in one step. The x means execute. So let's go to our command line and let's type the command npx create-vite. And then we'll also type the @ symbol. At means we're going to use a specific version of the create-vite command. For this video, we're going to use a specific version so that you have the same code that I do and you can follow along. To get the version of create-vite we're going to use, we're going to click this link in the description. Go to lesson 5, and here you'll find the version of create-vite we're going to use. You can also find the full command here. By the way, the version that you see in this video might be different than the version you see on your page. You should always use the version that you see on your page. I did this because it's hard to update the video, so this lets me easily update the version in the future. So select the version on your page, copy, and in our command line, we're going to paste it after the @. So again, this command will install the create-vite package, and then it will run the create-vite command. The create-vite command will help us set up a new React project. By the way, in some tutorials, they might use the command npm create vite. This is just a shortcut for npx create-vite. Now let's press enter. If it says it needs to install this package, we can press Y for yes and press enter. Now, the create-vite command will ask us some questions. First, it will ask us for a project name. So let's name it Chatbot-project and press enter. And then it will ask us what technology we want to use in our project. So we're going to press the down arrow and select React and press enter. And it will ask us what other tools we want in our project. We're going to press down and just select JavaScript and press enter. And create Vite will create an empty React project at this location, or this folder right here. Next, we're going to go into this folder with our command line. To do that, we can use the command cd, or change directory, and give it the folder name chatbot-project, and press enter. If we type pwd and press enter, it will tell us the command line is now running inside of the Chatbot project folder. So it's running inside of here. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to run the command npm install. Inside our Chatbot project folder, we have a special file called package.json. So package.json contains a list of all the packages that are needed for this project. So npm install is going to install all of these packages at the same time. So we'll go back to the command line and scroll down, and we'll run the command npm install and press enter. Now this might take a while because it's going to install a lot of packages. So we just got to wait until it finishes. After npm install finishes, all of the packages here are going to be downloaded into the node modules folder. So if we open this, you'll see that we have a lot of packages here. Now you'll notice that there's more packages here than we have in the package.json file. And that's because some packages require other packages. So npm helps us install everything that we need. The last step is to run the command npm run dev. So this will start up our new React website. Let's press enter. And now we can view this website by opening this URL in our browser. So we're going to select this URL and copy, and then open our browser. And I'm going to make it full screen so we can see more of it. We'll create a new tab and paste and press enter. And now we have a new React website that we can work with. So that's how we do a proper React setup using the command line, npm, and Vite. Now that we created a proper React setup, let's go back to VS Code and we'll learn what each of these files and folders do. As a review, the node modules folder is where npm installs all of the packages. Next, we're going to look at the src, or the source folder. This folder contains the code for our website. So all our JavaScript and CSS code goes in here. And remember, when using React, we write JSX code rather than normal JavaScript code. So the files here end with .jsx instead of .js. Next, this assets folder contains images that we want to display on our website. So here we have an image of the React logo in SVG format. The last folder here is the public folder. The public folder contains files that should be available to the public. Public means we can access these using a URL. That means that when this website is on the internet, I can give you a URL to this image and you'll be able to access it. So here, they just put this Vite image in the public folder as an example. So now we understand the folders that we have in this setup. Next, let's learn about all the files in this React setup. The first file, .gitignore, is used by a tool called Git. Git helps us track changes in our code. For this chatbot project, we're not going to use Git, so this file doesn't do anything, so we don't need to change this file. The next file here is eslint.config.js. So this is used by a tool called eslint. Eslint highlights problems in our JavaScript code. Let's do an example. If we open the source folder and we open the file app.jsx, and let's say that here I accidentally misspell setCount by removing the last T. My VS Code doesn't really tell me that there is a problem here, but ESLint will tell me very clearly that there is a problem. To use ESLint, we need to install the ESLint extension. So we can go to the extension section and we'll install the extension ESLint and we'll install it. After it's installed, if we go back to app.jsx, now it's going to tell me with a red underline that this variable name does not match the variable name down here. So if we scroll up and we fix the spelling by adding back the T, that red underline or that error will go away. As you can see, ESLint is a really useful tool that highlights problems in our JavaScript code. So if we go back to the eslint.config.js, this file configures ESLint. It tells it what to check for. So this configuration file is actually good enough for now, so we don't need to change this file. The next file in our setup is index.html. This contains all the HTML code for our React website. So this is the same thing as chatbot.html. The main difference is instead of putting all of our code inside the HTML file, index.html loads our JavaScript from a different file. So this is the one file that we may need to change inside this setup if we want to change the HTML for our website. For example, we can change the title at the top of the tabs by removing this. And let's change it to Chatbot Project. If we save, Vite will automatically refresh our page just like Live Server does. And if we open our website, you'll see that the title at the top changed. Let's go back. So the index.html contains the HTML code for this website. The next file in this setup is package-lock.json. As a review, package.json has a list of packages that we need to install to run this project. What package-lock.json does is it saves the version numbers of all the packages that we installed. So the next time we run npm install, this file makes sure that we get the same versions for all of these packages. Now, npm automatically updates package-lock.json, so we don't need to change this file. The next file in the setup is package.json, and this basically contains the list of packages that we need in our project, as well as some other information about our project. When we npm install a package, it will automatically update this list of packages, so we don't need to change this file. Next, we have the file readme.md. So this is just text. It provides more information about this project. And this is not code, this is just for informational purposes. So we don't need to change this file. Finally, vite.config.js configures Vite. Vite is the tool that we used to set up this project. Vite also helps us build the website. That means it takes all the JavaScript and CSS and then loads them into the HTML file. Vite also creates a server. A server puts our website at a URL. For example, here it put our website at the URL localhost 5173. So this lets us view the website in a web browser, like a real website. When we were building the Chatbot project in the previous lessons, we used an extension called Live Server. Live Server automatically refreshes the website when we change some code. The Vite server also refreshes the website when we change some code. So the Vite server is actually a replacement for the Live server that we used earlier. So those are three main features of Vite, and you can see that it's really helpful for setting up and developing a React website. We'll go back to VS Code. So the Vite config.js file basically configures Vite. So this config file is good enough, so we don't need to change this file. And that's it. Now we understand all the files and folders in this React setup. As you can see, most of these files are just configuration files, and we don't need to change them. The only files we need to focus on and change are the HTML file and the files in the source folder, which is our CSS and JavaScript files. Now that we understand all the files and folders in this React setup, let's move our previous Chatbot project into this setup. First, we can close the Chatbot project folder for now, and let's actually remove the node modules folder that we created earlier for practice. So we'll delete this folder, and let's also delete the test folder that we created for practice, and also the package-lock.json and package.json. Next, let's go into the Chatbot project folder, and we'll open the source folder. And we'll start with this file, app.jsx. So notice that in this file, we have a React component called app. And this component represents the entire application. Now, previously in chatbot.html, we also created an app component. So all we have to do is to replace this app component with our previous app component. So let's go to our code, and we're going to open chatbot.html. And we're going to scroll down till we see the app component, which is down here. So we're going to select the app component, and make sure you don't select the code down here. We just want to copy the component over. So we're going to copy this, and then go back to app.jsx, and we're going to remove this app component. So we'll select it and remove it, and we're going to paste the app component from our previous project. And now we're going to scroll up, and ESLint is going to tell us we have some errors here. So we'll go through these errors one by one. First, for this error, ESLint is going to tell us that React is not defined. Before, we loaded the React external library using a script tag, and this provided a variable called React. However, now that we're using Node.js, we usually don't use script tags to load the external libraries. Instead, we download these packages into Node modules and then load it from Node modules. With Node modules, we can use a JavaScript feature called modules to only load the parts of the external library that we need. So when using NPM, a best practice is to load external libraries from Node modules instead of using a script tag. To load an external library from Node modules, we use the word import. And then we tell the computer which external library or which package we want to load from by typing from and then the name of the package, like the string React. If we just type a name directly like this, and we don't start with // or /, this tells the computer to look inside Node modules for the React package. So it's going to look in here, and it's going to find the React package in here and load it from here. Also, when importing from Node modules, we don't have to import the entire React library. We can just import what we need. For example, here, we just import the useState feature from React. So now that we imported useState, we can just use this directly here instead of doing react.useState. So we can remove react dot and use useState directly. Next, these two lines import images that were used in the example website. So we're no longer using these images, so ESLint displays an error. To fix this, we can just remove these imports. Next, let's scroll down, and it's going to tell us that the components chat messages and chat input are missing, and they don't exist in this file. So let's actually just copy them over from chatbot.html. So we'll go back to the previous project, and in chatbot.html, we're going to scroll up, and above the app component, we're going to copy over all of our other components. So we're going to select all this code, and we're going to copy, and let's go back to app.jsx, and we'll scroll up. Above the app, we're going to paste all of the other components that we created. And now, if we scroll down and look at our app component, you can see that there's no more errors because we moved these components into this file. So now we've moved the app component into this new React setup. After copying over all of our other components, we now have some more ESLint errors. So let's scroll up to the top, and we'll fix these errors one by one. First, you might see an error here for the props. ESLint tells us that these props are missing props validations. props validation was an older feature of React. Newer versions of React don't use this feature, so we can actually turn off this check in ESLint. To turn off a check in ESLint, we're going to go to the ESLint config.js file, and we're going to scroll down to the rules section here. A rule tells ESLint what to check for. At the bottom of this object, we're going to add the string react/prop-types, colon, and we'll set it to the string off and save. So this will turn off this particular rule or this particular check. And now if we go back to app.jsx, we no longer have those ESLint errors because we turned off the check. Next, remember that we're no longer using react.useState. We can just use useState directly. So we can remove react dot. Next, let's scroll down, and ESLint will tell us that Chatbot does not exist in this file. So previously, we loaded the Chatbot using a script tag. But remember, now that we're using npm, a best practice is to load the Chatbot from Node modules. First, we need to download the Chatbot into Node modules. To do that, we're going to install the package SuperSimpleDev. Let's go back to the command line. And currently, it's running the Vite server. So we're going to stop the server by pressing Ctrl-C on Windows or Ctrl-C on Mac. Note that on Mac, it's Control-C, not Command-C. So this will stop the Vite server and bring us back to the command line. Usually, to exit something from the command line, we can press Control-C in both Windows and Mac. Next, we're going to npm install the package SuperSimpleDev. So this package contains the chatbot code that we were using earlier. Let's press enter. It's going to install the SuperSimpleDev package inside Node modules. And now to load it from Node modules, we're going to scroll up in our code. And at the top, we're going to import and type curly brackets. So we're going to import the chatbot object. And we're going to import it from a string. And we'll import it from the package SuperSimpleDev. So this will load the SuperSimpleDev package from inside Node modules and get the chatbot out of it. And now that we have this chatbot object, if we scroll down, we have access to it, so it's no longer giving us an error. Finally, we're going to scroll down to the chat messages component. And here, it's telling us that React does not exist. So just like with useState, we can import useRef and useEffect directly as well. So let's remove the React dot from here and remove React dot from here. And we're going to scroll up. And at the top, we're already importing from the React package. To import multiple things, we can just add a comma at the end and import useRef and add another comma and import useEffect. This gets these two features out of React, and now we can use them directly in our code. And now we fixed all the ESLint errors in our app component. If you did the exercises in the previous lesson, you may have some more ESLint errors. So make sure you fix any other errors that you have. And finally, let's save this file. Next, we're going to look at the file main.jsx. So this code sets up React. It calls create root, gives it a container, and then renders the app component onto the website. If we open our chatbot.html and we scroll to the very bottom, You'll notice that we do the same thing. We call create root, give it a container, and then render the app onto the website. So main.jsx does the same thing as this code. It sets up React and displays the app onto the website. Now, instead of copying this code over to main.jsx, we're just going to use the code in this file because it basically does the same thing. It just uses an ID for the container instead of a class. The one other difference in this code is it wraps the app in a component called strict mode. Strict mode is a special component provided by React. Strict mode basically gives us some additional checks and warnings when developing our app. And that's it. We moved all of our JavaScript code into this new setup. Now let's open this app in our browser to see what it looks like. We'll go down to the command line and let's make sure we're running inside the Chatbot project folder by typing pwd and press enter. So that looks good. And we're going to start the Vite server by typing npm run dev and press enter. And we'll open this URL in our browser. I already have it open, so I'll open my browser and refresh this page. And now the website displays our previous chatbot app. In the text box, if we type a message like hello and press send, it will display a response from the chatbot. However, obviously it doesn't look right. And that's because we haven't moved our CSS code and images over into the new setup. So we're going to do that next. Let's move our CSS code into this new React setup. We'll go back to VS Code, and we're going to open chatbot.html. And we're going to go to the top of this file, right here. So at the top, we have all of our CSS code. We're going to move this CSS code into app.css. So we'll select all of this CSS all the way to the bottom, and we're going to copy it and then open app.css. And we're going to remove this default CSS. So we'll remove this and then paste our CSS code and save. And now, how does this CSS code get loaded on the website? If we open app.jsx, notice at the top, we import /app.css. So / means the current folder. It means the folder that contains this file, which is the source folder. So it's going to start from source and look for a file called app.css, and it finds it here. And it will load all the CSS code in this file onto the website. So you might be wondering, how can we import a CSS file like this? Doesn't import only work for JavaScript files? So this is actually a feature of Vite. Vite lets us import any type of file, like a CSS file or even an image file. Depending on the type of file, it will behave differently. If we import a CSS file, Vite will load all the CSS code in this file and apply it to the website. So that's how this works. We use Vite to load the CSS code inside app.css. And this allows us to separate our CSS code into its own file to make our code more organized. Next, you'll also notice that in here, we have an index.css file. This CSS file is loaded by main.jsx here using this import. So why do we have two CSS files? A best practice is to split up our CSS into different files. All the CSS for the app component go inside the app.css file. All the CSS for the overall website should go inside index.css. If we open app.css and we scroll to the top, the body styles here are not related to the app component. This styles the overall website. So a best practice is to split up this code and move this into index.css. So we'll select this code and then cut and save. And then inside index.css, we're going to remove this default code and paste those body styles and save. If we go back to app.css, the rest of this code is related to the app component. So it makes sense to leave it in app.css. And now we moved all of our CSS into our new React setup. So let's open our project again in the browser to see what it looks like. And now it's looking pretty good. It's looking like our previous chatbot project. And we have the layout and styling that we need. The last thing we're missing here are the images. So we're going to move those next. Let's move the robot image and the user image into the new React setup. We'll go back to VS Code and we're going to scroll down and we're going to select the robot.png image. And we'll copy it by pressing Ctrl+C on Windows or Command+C on Mac. And let's scroll up. And we're going to put it inside the source/assets folder. So this is typically where we put our images. So let's click on this assets folder and we're going to paste the image by pressing Ctrl+V on Windows or Command+V on Mac. And now we have the robot image in our new setup. Let's do the same for the user image. So we'll go down and select user.png and we'll copy and then select the assets folder and we'll paste. And now we need to load these images into our app. Let's open app.jsx. And to load this image, we can actually just import it. So at the top, let's type import, and we'll give this image a name like robot profile image. And we'll import it from a string, and we're going to locate this image file. So inside here, we'll start by typing /, which means the current folder, or the folder that contains app.jsx, which is the source folder. So we're going to start from the source folder, and then we're going to go into the assets folder. So we'll type assets, and to go into this folder, we're going to type a /. And then we're going to look for the file robot.png. So we'll type robot.png. So this is a file path. It tells the computer how to locate this file. So also notice that in this import, we just gave it a name instead of using curly brackets. This is called a default export, and we'll review this later in the lesson. But for now, just remember that when we import an image, we just give it a name without curly brackets. Let's also load the user image. So we're going to import and give it a name, user profile image, and we'll import it from a string, and we're going to locate the user.png file. So we'll start from the current folder using /. We'll look for the assets folder and then / to go into this folder, and we'll look for the file user.png. So remember, this is a feature of Vite. Vite lets us import any type of file, including an image file. When we import an image like this, Vite gives us a file path to that image. So this contains a file path like this. And we can use this directly in an image's source attribute. So let's scroll down. to the chat message component. And in here, we have our two image elements. So in the source attribute, instead of robot.png, we're going to give it those images that we imported by typing curly brackets. And here for the robot, we'll insert the variable robot profile image. And we'll do the same thing for the user. We'll remove the source attribute and type curly brackets, and we'll insert the user profile image. So that's how we import images using Vite and use them. Now let's save, and we'll check our website. And now all of the images are loaded. So let's try adding a message to make sure this is working. We'll type the message hello and press send. And that's it. We finished moving our chatbot project into this new React setup. We'll go back to VS Code. And the big advantage of this setup is we can separate our code into different files instead of combining everything into one file like we had before. Right now, we already separated our code a bit. We separated the app component into app.jsx, and we separated the code that sets up React into main.jsx. Now, we're going to separate our code even more. So inside app.jsx, if we scroll to the top, notice that there's many other components in this file, like the chat input component. A best practice is to separate each component into its own file. This makes our code easier to work with because each file only focuses on one component. So let's separate the chat input component into its own file. First, we're going to go to the source folder and we're going to create a new folder in here to group our components together. So we'll click this folder and we're going to click this icon to create a new folder. And we'll name it Components and press Enter. And inside this Components folder, we're going to create a new file for our chat input component. So in here, we'll click it and then click this icon to create a new file. And we'll give it the same name as the component. So we'll name it capital C chat, capital I input .jsx and press Enter. And now we're going to move the chat input component into this file. So we'll open app.jsx and we'll select the code for chat input, which is down here. And we're going to cut and then open chat input.jsx. And in here, we'll paste. And we'll scroll up and we're going to fix these ESLint errors. We'll start with this one. useState currently doesn't exist in this file, so we need to import it again. Let's go back to app.jsx, and at the top, let's copy this import. So we'll select it and copy, and we'll go to the chat input file, and at the top of this, we're going to paste the import. Now that we imported the useState, we're able to use it, and there's no longer an error. Now, ESLint also tells us that we're not using useRef or useEffect in this file, so we can remove these. Next, we're going to scroll down in this file, and we'll see that the chatbot object doesn't exist anymore in this file. So again, we'll go back to app.jsx, and let's move this import. So we'll select it, and chatbot is not used anymore in this file. So this time, we're going to cut. And inside chat input, at the top, we're going to paste that import. And now we have access to the chatbot. The last error here is that the chat input component is not being used. To fix this, we need to review a feature of JavaScript called modules. By default, any variables or functions that we create in a file only exist in that file. So chat input only exists in this file. It cannot be used outside this file. This helps us avoid naming conflicts, because if we use the same variable name in different files, it won't cause an error. Now, if we want to use this variable outside of this file, we need to export it first. To do that, in front of this function, we can just type export. And now this error is gone, because ESLint assumes that we're going to use this component outside of this file. So now let's save. And to use chat input in another file, we need to import it. So we'll open app.jsx. And at the top, we're going to import and type curly brackets. And in here, we'll import the chat input component. And we'll import it from a string. And we're going to locate the chat input file. At the front, we'll type // to start in the current folder, which is the source folder. And then we're going to go to the components folder. And we'll type a / to go into this folder. And we'll locate the file chat input.jsx. By the way, when importing a JavaScript file or a JSX file, if we're using Vite, we don't have to add .js or .jsx at the end. Vite will actually add this automatically. So as a shortcut, we can remove this. Also, a common practice is to import from packages at the top, and then JavaScript files, and then other types of files. So now we learn how to create these imports ourselves using the JavaScript modules feature and the word export. And we can use chat input in this file. Next, let's move the rest of these components into separate files. First, we'll move the chat message component. In the components folder, we'll click it, and we'll click this icon to create a new file. And let's name it the same as the component, C chat, M message, .jsx, and press enter. And now we're going to move the code over. So we'll open app.jsx, and we'll select this component and cut. And then inside chat message.jsx, we're going to paste the component. And again, we'll scroll up and fix the ESLint errors. So first, it's telling us we're not using this component in this file. To fix this, at the front, we're going to export this component so it can be used in other files. If we scroll down, ESLint tells us that these images are missing. So we need to move those imports into this file. We'll go back to app.jsx, and at the top, we're going to select these two image imports, and we're going to cut. And inside chat message.jsx, we're going to scroll to the top and paste. Now, one thing we need to be careful about is that we may need to update these file paths. So now, this file is inside the components folder. That means / is going to start at the components folder. It's not going to be able to find the assets folder anymore. To fix this, at the front, we're going to use .. So just like in the command line, .. represents the outer folder. This means it's going to go out of this components folder and into the source folder. And then it's going to look for the assets folder. It's going to find it, and it will go into the assets folder and find robot.png. And we need to make the same change for the user image. At the front, we'll use ... to go out of the components folder into source, and then we can locate the assets folder. And now these imports will work correctly, and we finished moving the chat message component into its own file. Let's save, and we'll go back to app.jsx, and we'll move the chat messages component into its own file. Inside the components folder, we'll click it. We'll click this icon to create a new file, and let's name it the same as the component, capital C chat, capital M messages, .jsx, and press enter. We'll go back to app.jsx, and we'll select the code for this component, which is till here, and we're going to cut, and inside chat messages, we're going to paste. Let's scroll to the top, and this component needs useRef and useEffect. So let's move those imports into this file. We'll go to app.jsx. We'll select this import at the top and copy. And in chat messages, at the top, we're going to paste that import. And in this component, we do not use useState, so we can remove it. Let's scroll down. And in this component, we also use the chat message component. So let's import that. We'll scroll up, and at the top, we'll import curly brackets, the chat message component from a string, and we'll locate this file using /. So it starts in the current folder, which is the components folder, and we'll look for the file chat message. And remember, we don't have to add .jsx at the end. Vite can automatically add it. Finally, ESLint tells us this component is not used in this file, so we need to export it. However, we're going to do something different this time. Instead of typing export at the front of this function, we're going to scroll down to the bottom. And at the end, we're going to type export default, and then what we want to export, which is the chat messages component. As a review, this is called a default export. It's useful if we want to export one thing from a file. So now let's save. And to import this, we're going to go to app.jsx. And at the top, we're going to import. And for a default export, we can just type a name without curly brackets. So we can type chat messages. We'll import it from a string, and we'll type / to start in the current folder. So for this file, we're in the source folder, and then we're going to go into the components folder, components / and locate chat messages. So this imports whatever the default export is from this file and names it chat messages. This feature is called a default export. When we import and we use curly brackets, like up here, this is called a named export. So some people like using default exports because it encourages each file to focus on one thing. However, it's up to you which style of export you want to use. You'll also find that some packages use named exports, while other packages use default exports. So this is just a review of JavaScript modules. If you want to learn about modules in more detail, you can check out my JavaScript full course in the video description. Next, let's fix these last few errors. So we're not using useRef or useEffect in this file anymore. So we can remove these. And finally, this app component is already in a file called app.jsx. So we can just leave it in this file. And usually we put the app component outside of the components folder because app represents the entire application. It's sort of the most outer component of our application. So it makes sense to put it in the outer folder. So now let's save this file and let's make sure that all these other files are saved. And now we'll open our website in the browser and try it out. And it looks pretty good. Let's refresh just to be safe. And we'll give it a try. We'll click this text box and type the message, hello, and press send. So it's working correctly, just like before. So we'll go back. And now we separated each component into its own file. And this makes our code easier to work with because each file only focuses on one component, and each file contains less code. The last thing we're going to do in this lesson is to separate the CSS into different files. So let's open app.css. And you'll notice that in here, it contains CSS for multiple components. So we're also going to separate the CSS so that each component has its own CSS file. For example, this CSS code is related to the chat input component. So we'll go to the components folder and click it. And we'll click up here to create a new file. And we're going to name it the same as the component, capital C chat, capital I input, .css, and press enter. And we'll move all the CSS related to the chat input component in here. So in app.css, we'll select this code for the send button, the chat input, and the chat input container. And we'll cut, and inside chat input.css, we're going to paste that code and save. And now to load this CSS code, we're going to open chatinput.jsx. And at the top, we're going to import a string and the CSS file we want to load, which is this one. So we'll type // to start in the current folder, which is components, and we'll load chat input.css and save. As a review, this is a feature of Vite. If we import a CSS file, it will load all the CSS in the file and apply it to the website. Next, let's go back to app.css. And these styles are for the app component. So it actually makes sense to leave them inside the app.css file. Below this, these styles are for the chat message component. So let's create a CSS file for the chat message component. We'll go into the components folder and click here to create a new file. And we'll name this chatmessage.css and press enter. And we'll go back to app.css. And we're going to select the styles for the chat message user, the chat message robot, the text, as well as the chat message profile. And cut. And then inside chatmessage.css, we're going to paste the CSS code and save. And we're going to load this by going into chatmessage.jsx. And at the top, we're going to import a string, and we'll import this file using /chatmessage.css and save. We'll go back to app.css Finally, these styles are for the chat messages component. First, we'll create a CSS file for this component. So we'll click this folder and click here to create a new file, and we'll name it chatmessages.css and press enter. And in app.css, we're going to select this code and cut. And in chatmessages.css, we're going to paste and save. And we'll load this by opening chatmessages.jsx. And at the top, we will import a string, and we'll locate the file ./chatmessages.css and save. And finally, we'll go back to app.css and make sure that we save all of our files. Now let's open our website in the browser. And everything should look and work correctly. Let's go back to our code. And that's it. We split up our JavaScript and our CSS code into separate files. And now each component has its own JavaScript file and its own CSS file. This makes our code a lot easier to work with because each file is focused on only one component, and each file contains less code. In the next lesson, we'll use this new React setup to work on a bigger React project, which is an e-commerce website that has multiple pages and more advanced features. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we created a proper React setup using the command line, npm, and Vite. We reviewed the command line, which lets us give commands to our computer. We reviewed npm, which helps us download and use external libraries or packages. We learned the create Vite package, which helps us create a proper React setup. We moved our Chatbot project into the new React setup. We learned how to use ESLint, which highlights problems in our JavaScript code. We reviewed JavaScript modules, which lets us separate our code into different files. And we separated each component in the Chatbot project into its own JavaScript and CSS files. Thanks for watching so far. If you find this course valuable, you can support the channel by liking this video, leaving a comment, and subscribing. You can also check out the premium version of this course, where you'll get all the lessons ads-free, broken down into small videos, as well as additional lessons and more projects that are not in the public React course. Currently, the premium course contains 11 lessons, and I'll be adding more lessons in the future. You can also get a certificate of completion, create comments or questions on specific topics, get progress tracking, search, and course notes. You can also check out the membership, where you can get this course ads-free, separated by each lesson, AI videos, backend tutorials, and more. Thanks again, and let's continue with the course. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to start a bigger project using React, and we'll learn an important feature called routing. By the way, if something in this lesson does not work for you, you can check the troubleshooting guide in the description. First, let's take a look at the project we're going to build. In our browser, we're going to create a new tab. And at the top, we're going to go to supersimple.dev/projects/ecommerce. And we can close these other tabs. This is an e-commerce project or an online shopping project. We can add products to our cart, and then we can click here to view our cart. And this page will display all the products in our cart. It will calculate the total for our order, and it will also calculate a delivery date. And then we can create an order. And this page will list all of the orders that we created. We can also click this button to track the order. So depending on the delivery date, it will show you the progress of the delivery. And we'll click here to go back to the orders page. So notice that this project has multiple pages, so it's much bigger than the Chatbot project. And we're working with more data than before. So we have products, we have a cart, and we have orders. By the way, if you ever need to reset the cart or the orders, you can click this reset button here in the bottom right. And it will reset everything back to the default data. So let's click the top left to go back to the main page. And now that we introduced the project, we're going to build this with React. We'll go back to VS Code and we'll collapse the Chatbot project folder. And before we create a new React project, let's group these older files into a folder. We'll click this HTML file and we'll create a folder. And let's name it react-basics. And we're going to move all these files into this folder. Now, a shortcut here is to click this file and then press Shift on your keyboard and click the bottom file. And it will select all the files between those two. And we can drag this into the folder. And we'll collapse it. So that just helps us stay a little more organized. Next, we're going to set up a new React project using Vite. To do that, we're going to go to our terminal. If you have the Vite server running, you can close it by pressing Ctrl-C on Windows or Ctrl-C on Mac. So if you're continuing from the previous lesson, the terminal should be running inside the Chatbot project folder. To confirm that, we can run print working directory or pwd, and it will tell us that we're inside the Chatbot project folder. Now, to set up a new React project, we want to be inside the react-course folder. So to get out of the Chatbot project folder, we can run the command cd ... And if we press pwd, we should be inside the react-course folder. Another way to do this is to just start a new terminal. Now, we'll use Vite again to set up a new React project. In the command line, we'll run the command npx create-vite, and we'll type @ and give it a version. So you can find the version in the description by clicking this link and going to lesson 6, and you'll find the version of Vite that we're going to use, as well as the full command. By the way, the version that you see in this video might be different than the version you see on your page. You should always use the version that you see on your page. I did this because it's hard to update the video. So this lets me easily update the version in the future. So select the version on your page, copy. So I'm going to paste the version here and press enter. For the project name, let's name it Ecommerce-project. Press enter. And from this list, we'll press the down arrow and select React. And from this list, we'll press down and select JavaScript. And it will set up a new React project inside our React-course folder which we see right here. And now we need to go into this folder using the command cd ecommerce-project. And we're going to run npm install to install all of the packages inside package.json. So we'll run npm install. Once we have everything installed, we can run this project using the command npm run dev. And now we can open this project using this URL in the browser. So we'll select this URL and copy. And in the browser, we're going to create a new tab. And then here, we'll paste. And now we have a new React project. Before we start updating the code, we're actually going to review a tool called Git. Git helps us track changes in our code, and it's useful in bigger projects because we're going to be making lots of changes, and it's easy to forget what we changed. So Git will help us track our changes. We're going to go to our code, and we're going to open the Git section here. If you already have Git installed, it should say initialize repository. If you do not have Git installed, you can click this link in the description, go to lesson 6, and follow these instructions to install Git. Once you have Git installed, we'll click initialize repository. Now, a repository is just a folder where Git is tracking changes. At first, Git will tell us that all of these files, or everything inside our React-course folder, is new. And that's because a repository starts out as empty. So Git considers all of these files as new files. We'll go back to the Git section, and we'll scroll up, and we're going to save all of these files into Git. At the top, we'll type a message to describe our changes. So let's type the message, add the starting files, and press commit. Commit means we're going to save these changes into Git. Now, you might run into an error when using Git, and it tells you have to configure your username and email. To do that, you can run these two commands in the command line and choose your username and choose the email you want to use. And try to commit again. And now it should work. If it asks to confirm, you can press yes. And now Git will start tracking any new changes that we make. For example, if we go into our code and open the e-commerce project and change some of these files, we type test and save. And in the source app.jsx, we type test and save. And then we can go to the Git section. And now Git will tell us everything that we changed in these two files. So as you can see, Git helps us track changes in our code. Also, Git lets us undo our changes. So to undo this change, we can click this arrow button here. And to undo all of our changes, at the top, we can click this arrow button here. So that's a review of how Git works. It can track our changes, and it lets us easily undo our changes. Let's go back to our files. And remember that in our React setup, we have a file called .gitignore. So now we can learn what this file does. .gitignore tells Git which files and folders to ignore, or not to track changes. For example, in this file, we can see the folder node modules. So this tells Git that if there are any changes inside node modules, it will not be tracked. The reason we ignore node modules is because this folder is very large, and none of the changes inside this folder are changes that we make. Instead, we generate this folder using a package.json and npm install. So because this folder is generated, it doesn't make a lot of sense to save this in Git. So that's a review of Git. Git helps us track changes in our code, and .gitignore tells Git which files and folders to ignore or to not track changes. Now we're ready to start the project. First, we're actually going to download the HTML and CSS for this project. We'll click this link in the description and then click here, and this will open GitHub. And this contains all the HTML and CSS for the e-commerce project. The reason we're going to use some starting code is because this course is focused on React. By using this code, we can focus on learning React features rather than spending our time writing HTML and CSS. If you want to practice HTML and CSS, you can try to recreate the design on your own after this course. Another reason we're using some starting code is in the real world, we often work on an existing project rather than a new project. So this will give us some practice working on an existing project. So to download the starting code, we're going to click this code button here, and we'll click download zip. And we'll open our downloads folder. For me, it's here, and we're going to unzip this file. On Windows, we're going to right click and click extract all and extract. And on Mac, you can just double click the zip file. And then we're going to open this folder, and we're going to move all of these files and folders into VS Code. First, let's go into VS Code, and we're going to organize all of those files into a new folder. So we'll click the e-commerce project and create a new folder, and we'll name this starting-code. And we'll open our downloads folder again, and we're going to move all of these files into this new folder. So we'll select it, and we're just going to drag it into starting code. And let's save these changes into Git. So then Git will start tracking any new changes that we make. We'll open the Git section, and here we added all of the starting code. And at the top, let's type the message, add the starting HTML and CSS code, and commit. Let's go back to our files, and we're going to go to the starting code and look for index.html. And we're going to right-click this file, and we're going to open with live server. And you'll see we have all the HTML and CSS for this project. So now we're going to create this using React. We'll start by creating this main page. We usually call this the home page. By the way, a page or a web page is a single page, like the home page or the cart page. A website is a group of web pages. To create this home page, we're going to move all of the HTML and CSS into React. We'll go back to VS Code, and we'll open the starting code index.html. And this file contains the HTML for the homepage. And we're going to move this HTML into the index.html here for the e-commerce project. So let's actually drag this index.html, and we'll open it at the bottom so we can see these files side by side. And we'll move the HTML in the starting code into our project one by one. We already have the doc type HTML inside here, so we don't need to move it. And we also have the HTML and head elements. The first thing that we do need to move is this title. So we'll select this title and then cut. And inside the project's HTML file, let's replace the title here. And now we'll keep going one by one. Next, this meta viewport element makes the website look good on smaller screens. Now, we already have this inside our React setup, so we do not need to move it over. Let's actually select this code and delete it so that we can keep track of our progress. Next, this code loads a font or a style of text called Roboto. We're going to use this font in the e-commerce project, so we're going to move it over. Let's select this code and cut. And inside our e-commerce project, we're going to paste. And if you need to, you can fix this spacing by selecting these lines and press Shift-Tab a few times. Next, these lines of code load the CSS for our project. Now remember, when using Vite, we actually import our CSS files. So we're not going to move these over for now, but we'll keep these for later. Finally, if we scroll down, the HTML inside the body creates the contents of the page. Now the contents of the page should be created by React. So let's move this into a React component. First, we'll create a component for the home page. So we'll scroll up to the source folder, and we'll click this folder, and we'll create a new file. Usually, we create a component for each page of the website. So let's name this file capital H home, capital P page.jsx. Now, this website has multiple pages. So let's create a folder to group all the pages together. We'll create a folder and we'll name it Pages. And we're going to move the home page into the Pages folder. And now let's create a component for the home page using function, and we'll name it capital H home, capital P page, brackets and curly brackets. And we're going to return brackets. We're going to return the HTML for the home page, which is right here. So we're going to copy all of this HTML into our new component. So one trick we can do is on the left, we're going to click this arrow to collapse this element. And we're going to click this arrow to collapse this element as well. And now we can select all of this HTML code and cut. And inside homepage.jsx, we're going to paste that code. And now we're going to scroll up and fix all of these errors. First, if we collapse this code and collapse this element, you can see we're returning 2 elements from this component. But remember, we can only return 1 element from a component. To fix this, we can wrap this in a fragment. So at the top, we'll create a fragment using less than, greater than, and delete this closing tag. And at the bottom, we'll create the closing tag less than / greater than. And let's also fix the indenting here. We can select all of this code and press Tab a few times until there's an indent before the fragment. And for the first line, we're going to remove an indent. And that will fix the indenting. Next, we'll fix these errors. We'll expand these elements. And remember, in React, we have to use class name instead of class. So to fix these errors, we need to change all of these to use class name. To do that, we can press Ctrl F on Windows or Command F on Mac to find some code. And we're going to search for the code class equals. And then we're going to click this arrow on the left, and this will open the Replace menu. So this lets us replace class equals with something else. We'll replace it with class capital N name equals, and then press this button to replace all. And now you'll see that we fixed all of the ESLint errors. Finally, we're going to scroll to the top, and we need to export this component so we can use it in other files. At the front, we'll type export and save. So we moved all the HTML from the homepage into our component, and we fixed all these errors. Now let's use this component in our app. We're going to go to app.jsx, and we'll remove this default HTML. So we'll select it and delete it. And we'll insert our homepage component. First, we need to import it. At the top, we'll import curly brackets the home page from a string, and we'll locate this file. So we're going to type // to start in the current folder, which is the source folder, and we'll go into pages /home page. And now we'll insert the home page into our app. So here we'll type less than home page / greater than. And next, we'll fix these ESLint errors. The React logo and Vite logo are not used anymore, so we can remove them. Count and set count are also not used anymore, so we can remove them. And use state is not used anymore. We can remove this as well. And save. And now let's make sure that we saved all of our other files. So we'll open index.html and we'll save it. And let's open the starting code index.html and we'll save this file. And now let's take a look at our website. We'll open the browser and we can close GitHub for now. And we'll open the Ecommerce project. And you'll see that we have the HTML and the text for the Ecommerce project home page. Now, obviously, this doesn't look very good, so let's move over the CSS next. To move the CSS into our React project, we're going to go back to our code, and we're going to open the starting code index.html. And here we're going to scroll up, and we load 3 CSS files. So we're going to move these 3 files into our React project. We'll start with general.css. If we open styles/shared, which is here, and shared, and open general.css, this file contains CSS for the overall website. CSS for the overall website goes into the index.css file in React. So we'll click general.css and we'll press Ctrl A on Windows or Command A on Mac to select all of this code, and we'll copy. And inside index.css in the Ecommerce project, we're going to remove all of this default code and paste and save. And now if we go back to the starting code, we've moved over general.css and we can delete this file. And now we'll go back to the starting code index.html. And we can remove this line. And we'll move header.css and index.css into our React project. So both of these style the homepage. So we'll just move these files beside our homepage component. First, we'll go into styles shared and header.css, and we're going to drag this file into our pages folder. So we keep our CSS beside the component that it styles. And we'll scroll down and find styles/pages, and we'll move index.css beside the home page as well. So header.css styles the header at the top of the page, and index.css styles the main part of the home page. Now, a best practice is to use the same name as the component here. So we'll right-click index.css, and we'll rename it capital H home, capital P page. Next, to load these styles, we need to import them. We'll open homepage.jsx, and at the top, we're going to import a string, and we'll import the file ./header.css. And we'll also import a string ./homepage.css and save. And now, if we go back to the starting code, index.html, we moved all of the HTML and CSS into our project. So now we can delete this file. Finally, we'll open app.css, and these styles were for the default React website. So we don't need these anymore, so we can select all of the CSS and just remove it and save. So make sure that we saved all of our files, and now we're going to view the website. And now it's looking really good. We have the structure and the styling that we need. The only thing that's missing are the images. So let's move the images next. To move the images, we'll go back to VS Code, and we'll go to the starting code and find the images folder. So this contains all the images that we need. So we're going to move this into the React project. Now, usually we put images in the assets folder, and then we import the images. However, to save time, we're going to move this folder into the public folder. So we're going to move it up here and into the public folder. The reason we move it into the public folder is because if we look at homepage.jsx and we look at an image, notice the source attribute starts with images/. When using Vite, if we start with a folder name like this, Vite will look for this inside the public folder. So it finds it here. So by moving our images into the public folder, we don't have to change any of this code, and it just saves time in the video. We can move these images into the source/assets folder and import them later as an exercise. So now let's open our website, and all of the images are loaded. So that's how we move an HTML website into a React website. We just move over the HTML, CSS, and images one by one. Let's go back to VS Code, and we'll save our changes into Git. We'll open the Git section, and here we moved all the HTML, CSS, and images for the home page. We're going to type a message at the top, move the home page into React, and press commit. Next, we're going to move the checkout page to the React setup. We'll go to our browser, and we're going to open the final project at SuperSimpleDev, and we're going to click the cart icon in the top right. This will open the checkout page where we can see our cart and we can place an order. So notice that this is a separate page from the home page, and this page is also on a different URL, /checkout. So how do we create multiple pages in React? To do that, we're going to learn a feature called routing. Routing lets us create multiple pages in React. Let's go back to our code, and we'll open our files here. And we're going to scroll down first to the starting code folder. So normally, to create multiple pages, we need to create multiple HTML files, like here. Each page has its own HTML file, like the checkout page and the orders page. However, inside these files, notice that there's a lot of repeated code. So each file has the doc type, it has some meta and link elements, and in the orders.html, it has the same meta and link elements. So this is not great because if we want to change something on one page, we have to change all of the pages. On the other hand, routing lets us create multiple pages using one HTML file, and this lets us reuse our HTML code. To use routing, we're going to install an npm package called React Router. So let's reopen our terminal. You can click here and drag up, or press Ctrl J on Windows or Command J on Mac to open this terminal. Now we currently have the Vite server running, so we'll press Ctrl C on Windows and Mac to stop the Vite server. And to install React Router, we're going to run the command npm install react-router, and we'll also type @ So for this video, we'll use a specific version of React Router, just to make sure that it works with the video. So click this link in the description, go to lesson 6, and here you'll find the version of React Router that we'll use, and you'll also find the full command. So again, you should always use the version that you see on your page. So select the version on your page and copy it, and then in our command line, we're going to paste that version. And press Enter to install. So now, how do we use React Router? Like most packages, React Router has a documentation page that tells you how to use it. You can find the documentation in the description, but for the video, I'm going to show you the parts of the documentation that we need. According to the documentation, to use React Router, we need to load it when we render the app component. So in our project, we're going to scroll up and open main.jsx. And I'll close these other files so we can see more of the code. So in this file, we set up React. We render our app component on the page. According to the documentation, we need to wrap this in a component called browser router. So at the top, first we're going to import curly brackets, the browser router from a string, and we'll import it from the package react-router. As a review, if we just start with a name like this without /, this means it's going to load it from node modules from the React Router package. And now, around the app, we're going to create less than browser router greater than, and we're going to put the app inside here. So we'll cut this and paste it in here. Let's save. Next, we need to do a bit more setup. According to the documentation, inside our app component, we need to add a component called routes. So let's open app.jsx, and at the top, we're going to import curly brackets, the component routes from a string, and we'll import this from the package react-router. And inside this component, we're going to insert the routes component using less than routes greater than. So the routes component tells React all the pages that are in our website. So to add a page to our website, we're going to use another component called route. A route is basically a page. So first we need to import that. At the top, we're already importing from React Router. So we're going to add a comma and import the route component. So inside routes, we're going to add less than route greater than. So again, a route basically adds a page to our website. And we're going to give this route 2 props. The first prop is called path equals double quotes. This tells React the URL path of this page. The URL path is the last part of the URL, like /checkout or /orders. So first, let's add the home page. For the home page, the URL path is empty. To set the URL path as empty, we're going to set it to /. And then we're going to give route a second prop called element equals curly brackets. So this tells React which element or component to display when we go to this URL path. For the home page, we want to display this homepage component. So let's select it and cut. And inside here, we're going to paste. So this tells React that when we go to the URL path / or empty, it's going to display our homepage. So let's try it out. We'll save this file. And then inside the terminal, we're going to start the Vite server using npm run dev. And we'll visit this URL. I already have it open, so I'll open my browser. And now, if the URL path ends with / or empty, it's going to display the homepage. Next, let's use React Router to add a checkout page. We'll go back to our code. And to add another page to our website, we're going to use the route component again. So we'll create less than route greater than, and we'll give it 2 props. The path equals double quotes. And for the checkout page, we'll set the URL path to checkout. This means this page will be displayed when we go to /checkout. And we'll give it another prop, element equals curly brackets. And right now, we didn't create a component for the checkout page yet. So let's just create a div here just to make sure that this is working. So we'll create a div element, and inside, let's type test checkout page and save. So now, if we go to our project, and in the URL path, we're going to go to /checkout and press enter. It displays the div with the text that we created. So as you can see, routing is actually pretty simple. We just tell React which pages we want in our website, and then what to display for each page. Now let's learn some more details about routing. If we look at our code, we now have multiple pages in our website, and all of these pages use one HTML file, which is index.html. So this HTML is shared between all of our pages, and this reduces repetition. By the way, this is called a single page application, or an SPA. This means we only have one HTML file, and instead we use React to create multiple pages. Next, we'll use some shortcuts with React Router. The first shortcut is, instead of path equals /, React Router has a prop for this called index. So this does the same thing as path equals /. The second shortcut is, currently we don't have anything inside these route components, so we can use the self-closing element shortcut. We'll remove the closing tag, and at the end here, we'll add a space and a /. And same thing here. We'll remove the closing tag and add a space and /, and save. And now we'll save these changes into Git. We'll open the Git section. And here it tells us we installed React Router. And in app.jsx, we added some routes or some pages to our website. In main.jsx, we loaded the React Router. So let's create a message to describe these changes. Create multiple pages using React-router and commit. Now let's move the checkout page into our app. We'll go back to our files, and first we'll open app.jsx. And instead of displaying a div when we go to /checkout, let's remove it. And let's create a component for the checkout page, just like the home page. In the Pages folder, we'll click this, and we'll create a new file. And we'll name this C checkout, P page.jsx. And inside here, we'll create a new component using function checkout page brackets and curly brackets. And we'll return brackets, and we'll move the HTML for the checkout page in here. So we'll go to the starting code folder, and we'll open checkout.html. So this is the HTML file for the checkout page. We're going to scroll down to the body element first, and we're going to move over this HTML. So we'll click here to collapse this code, and click here to collapse this code as well. And we'll select all this HTML, and we'll cut, and then inside checkout page, inside the return, we're going to paste. And let's scroll up, and we'll fix these errors. So first, if we collapse these two elements, remember we're returning two elements from this component, which causes an error. To fix this, we'll wrap this in a fragment. And we'll fix the indenting. Now, you can fix it manually like we did before, but you can also use this shortcut. We can press Ctrl-Shift-P on Windows or Command-Shift-P on Mac. And this will open up a list of commands that we can use in VS Code. So we're going to search for the command format document. And we can click it or press enter. And it will automatically format the code in this document and fix the indenting. Next, if we expand these elements, remember in React, we have to use class name instead of class. To replace these, we'll press Ctrl F or Command F to find code, and we'll find the code class equals, and click this arrow, and we're going to replace it with class name equals, and click Replace All. And finally, the last ESLint error here is this component is not used in this file. So we need to export it and save. And now let's use this component in our route. We'll open app.jsx, and at the top, we'll import the page using import curly brackets, the checkout page from a string, and we'll import ./pages/checkout page. And we'll use it inside this route using less than checkout page / greater than, and save. And now let's check our website. And if we go to the path /checkout, you can see we have the HTML for the checkout page. Now let's add the rest of the code for the checkout page. We'll go back to VS Code, and we're going to go to the starting code and open checkout.html. And we're going to move this over one by one. So first, what do we do for this title? Right now, all of our pages are sharing one HTML file here. So all of the pages have the same title, e-commerce project. However, we want each page to have a different title. So how do we do that? Well, in React, it's actually pretty simple. We just have to take this title and move it into our page component. So we'll select this and cut, and then we'll scroll up and open checkoutpage.jsx. And if we want this page to have a different title, all we have to do is to paste the title at the top and save. So if we look at our website, now the checkout page has the title checkout in the tabs. So we'll go back to our code, and we're also going to set the title in the home page. So we'll open the home page, and in the home page, let's create a title, and we're going to set the title to e-commerce project and save. And now we can scroll down to the index.html, and we can remove this title because we're going to set it using React and save. And now let's move the rest of the HTML in the checkout page. If we scroll down here, these meta and link elements have already been moved to index.html. So this is being shared across all of our pages. So we actually don't need to move this over anymore because it's shared. So we can remove all of this code. And finally, we're going to move over the CSS for this page. For general.css, remember that we already copied these styles into index.css. So we don't need to move this anymore. And now we'll just move checkout_header.css and checkout.css into our React project. So we'll go to styles/pages/checkout, and we'll move checkout_header.css into the React project, into here, and scroll down. And we'll also move checkout.css into our React project, beside the component. And now that we moved everything over, we can delete the checkout.html file. So we can delete this file. Finally, let's scroll up, and we're going to rename the CSS file to match the component name. So we'll right-click and rename checkout page.css. And now we'll load these two CSS files using import. So in checkoutpage.jsx, at the top, we'll import a string, and we'll import the CSS file ./checkout-header.css. And we'll also import ./checkout-page.css and save. We'll go to our website, and now everything looks really good. So we finished moving all the HTML and CSS for the checkout page into our React project. Let's go back to our code, and we'll save these changes into Git. We'll open the Git section, and in app.jsx, we use the checkout page component for /checkout, and then we moved over the CSS files, and in here, we moved over the HTML code, as well as the title. Let's type a message to describe these changes. Move checkout page into React and commit. Before we continue moving pages, there's an issue that we need to fix. If we open the website and click the top left icon, normally this should take us to the home page, but now it's blank. So why is this not working? Notice in the URL, the path is index.html. Before, this website was split up into multiple HTML files, and index.html created the homepage. But now we're using routing, so we set the URL paths ourselves. In our project, we set the path / to be the homepage, and we set the path /checkout to be the checkout page. So we need to go into our code and update all of the links to go to the correct URL path. We'll go back to VS Code, and to update all of our links, we're going to go to the search section of VS Code. We can press Ctrl-Shift-F on Windows or Command-Shift-F on Mac. And here, we can search inside all of our files. First, let's search for the code index.html. This will give us a list of A elements or link elements. And href means where these links should go. So now, instead of index.html, these links should go to /. To replace index.html in all these places, we can click this arrow on the left to open the Replace menu, and we'll replace this with /. And then click here to replace all, and confirm. And let's replace the links for the other pages as well. So up here, we'll also search for checkout.html. And in this search result, we have a link element with the href checkout.html. And in our router, we set the URL path for the checkout page to /checkout. So we'll replace all of these with /checkout and replace all. And we'll do the same thing for the orders page, which is orders.html. And here we'll change it to /orders and replace. And finally, we also have a tracking page. So here, we're going to search for tracking.html and replace it with /tracking and replace all. And now all of our links should work correctly because they match our router. If we open the website, and at the top, we change the URL path to /checkout, it opens the checkout page. If we click the top left icon, this should now go to the URL path / or empty, and it will open the home page. So let's save this into Git. We'll open the Git section, and we just updated all the links in these files to match the router. Let's type the message update links to match the router and commit. Next, let's move the orders page into our React project. Feel free to pause the video if you want to try it yourself first. So we'll go back to our files, and first, let's create a component for the orders page. Inside the pages folder, we'll create a new file, and we'll name it orderspage.jsx and press enter. And inside here, we'll create a component, function, orders page, brackets and curly brackets, and we'll return brackets, and we'll move over the HTML. So we'll go back to the starting code folder and open orders.html. We'll start with the body, so we'll scroll down, and we can collapse these two elements, and we'll select the HTML and cut, and inside the orders page, inside the return, we'll paste. We'll scroll up and collapse these elements, and we're going to wrap these in a fragment, less than greater than, and remove this, and at the end, less than / greater than. And to fix the indenting, we can use the shortcut Ctrl-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P. and search for the command format document and press enter. Again, we need to rename class to class name. So we'll press Ctrl F or Command F to find code. We'll search for class equals, click here, and replace it with class name, and replace all. And finally, at the top, we'll export this component. Let's save this file. Let's go back to orders.html, scroll up, and we'll move over this code. So for the title, we're going to move it into the component. We'll select it, cut, and at the top, in orders page, we're going to paste it at the top. Let's go back to orders.html. And these meta and link elements are already inside index.html. So we can remove this. And finally, we'll move the CSS files over. So general.css was already moved into index.css. We already moved over header.css up here. So we just need to move the orders.css. So inside starting code, we'll go into styles/pages, and we'll move this orders.css file. So we'll move it up here beside the orders page component. And now we moved over everything inside orders.html. So we can scroll down and delete this file. Next, we should rename orders.css to match the component name. So we'll right click and rename orders page.css. And finally, we'll load the CSS files. So in orders page.jsx at the top, we're going to import a string. And remember, this requires the header and the orders page CSS. So first we'll import ./header.css, and we'll also import ./orders page.css and save. And now we moved over all the HTML and CSS for the orders page. So now let's create a route for this page. We'll go to app.jsx, and first at the top, we're going to import curly brackets the orders page from a string, and we'll locate ./pages/orders page. And then down here, we're going to add another route. So at the end, we'll add less than route greater than, and we can remove this and use the self-closing element shortcut. And we'll give it two props. We'll set the path equals double quotes, and we'll put the orders page on the path /orders. And we'll give it an element to display equals curly brackets. And for the orders page, we'll display the element less than orders page /greater than, and save. And now let's view the website. We'll open the website, and on the homepage, we're going to click this orders link to go to /orders. And it displays the orders page. So that looks pretty good. And now we finished moving the orders page into React. So let's go back to VS Code. And in the starting code, there's one more page to move over, which is the tracking page. But I'll leave this as an exercise. So now let's save these changes into Git. Open the Git section. In app.jsx, we added a new route for the orders page, and we moved over the CSS and the HTML. So we'll type the message, move orders page to React, and commit. Next, we're going to separate our page into smaller components. For example, if we look at our website, notice that on the orders page, there's this header at the top. And if we click the top left and go to the home page, we have the same header at the top of the page. So it's a good idea to separate the header into a component so we can reuse it between these pages. We'll go back to VS Code and we'll open our files, and we're going to open homepage.jsx. And at the top here, we have the HTML for the header. If we collapse it, this is all the HTML for the header. Let's separate this into a shared component. Now, because this component is shared between multiple pages, we usually put shared components in a folder called components. So inside our source folder, we're going to click it and create a new folder, and we'll call it components. So the components folder is for shared components, and the pages folder is for components that are specific to a page. Inside the components folder, we'll create a new file, and let's name it header.jsx. And in here, we'll create a component for the header using function header, brackets and curly brackets, and we'll return brackets, and we'll move over the HTML. So we'll open homepage.jsx, and we're going to select the HTML for the header and cut. Inside header.jsx, inside here, we're going to paste. And we'll fix the indenting by pressing Ctrl-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P and search for Format Document and press Enter. And we'll scroll to the top. And lastly, we're going to export this component to remove this error. Next, we should also move over the CSS for the header. Now, luckily, the CSS for the header has already been separated into header.css. So we can just move this over to beside the component. So we want to keep the CSS close to the component so it's easy to find. So at the top of this, we can import the CSS using import a string, and we'll import ./header.css and save. So now that we created this header component, we can reuse it in the homepage and the orders page. We'll open homepage.jsx, and at the top, first, we don't need to import the header anymore. It's already done by this component, so we can remove it. And let's import the component using import curly brackets, the header from a string. And now we need to locate this file. So currently we're inside the pages folder. So we need to get out of this folder using .. and then go into the components folder, components/header. And now we'll use this component in the HTML. So down here, we'll insert <header/> and save. So now this HTML is a bit easier to work with because we split it up into smaller pieces. Let's do the same thing with the orders page. We'll open the orders page JSX, and at the top, we don't need to import header.css, and instead we'll import curly brackets, the header component from a string, and we'll locate .. /components/header. And down here, instead of this HTML, we can remove this and just use the component <header/>. And this helps us reuse and save a lot of code. Let's save and then view the website. The header looks good in the home page, and if we click here to go to the orders page, the header also looks good in the orders page. So we're able to reuse the header component. Next, there's a small issue with the header. When we click a link, like this link in the top left, it actually reloads the page when we go to another page. So by default, link elements or A elements reload the page. Now, this made sense before when our website had multiple HTML files. To go from one file to another file, we have to reload the page. However, now that we're using routing and a single page application, we don't have to reload every time. We can just use JavaScript to switch between pages. To do this, React Router provides a component called link. So we'll go back to our code and we'll open the header component. And at the top, we're going to import curly brackets, the link component from the package react-router. So the link component lets us go to another page without reloading. To use it, we just have to replace our link elements or A elements with this link component. So here, let's replace this with link and at the end, /link. And also, instead of the href attribute, the link component uses a prop called to. So this will link to this page. Let's scroll down. And in the header, we have two other links, the orders link and the cart link. So we'll switch both of these as well. So here, we'll switch it to link and /link, and we'll switch the href to 2. And finally, switch this to link and /link, and switch href to 2, and save. And now let's open our website to try it out. If we click this link to go to the orders page, you'll notice it's a little bit faster because now it's using JavaScript to essentially display a different page without reloading. So when using React Router, we should use the link component instead of the A element because the link component lets us go to another page without reloading. Now let's save these changes into Git. We'll go to the Git section, and here we split up the header into a separate component. And then inside the header, we switch to using the link component to switch between pages. Let's type the message, split header into a component, and use link, and commit. In the next lesson, we'll add a backend to this project and make it interactive. So we'll be able to display a list of products and add products to a cart and create an order. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we started the e-commerce project using React and Vite. We reviewed Git, which helps us track changes in our code. We learned routing, which lets us create multiple pages in React. We created the home page, the checkout page, and the orders page in React. We updated all the links to work with routing. And we separated the header into a component. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to start making our e-commerce project interactive, and then we'll learn how to use a backend with this project. By the way, if something in this lesson does not work for you, you can check the troubleshooting guide in the description. First, if we look at our website, currently we only have 3 products on this website. But in the final project, we have a lot more products. So we're going to add all of these products to our website. So let's go to the code for the home page. We'll open our code and go to the files. And we're going to find the pages folder and open homepage.jsx. So this component represents the home page. And we're going to scroll down and find the element with the class product-container. And we're going to click here to collapse this element. And we're going to collapse this other product container and this other product container as well. Each product container represents one product on the page. To add more products, we could make a copy of this code and add each product manually. However, that would be very repetitive. Instead, we can generate this HTML using React. We already learned this technique in the Chatbot project, where we generated a list of chat messages on the page. So we're going to review how to generate the HTML. First, we need to save the data for these products in our JavaScript. To save time, I already did this. So if we go to our files and we go to the starting code folder and we open this data folder inside products.js, I already saved the data for the products in this array. So we can just use this as our data. Each object in the array represents one product. So it has a name, an image, and a price, and some other details. The next step is to use this data to generate the HTML. We'll go back to the home page. And first, we're going to import that products array. So at the top, we're going to import curly brackets, the products array from a string, and we're going to locate that file. So first we need to get out of the pages and source folder using .. and then we'll find the starting code folder and the data folder. Starting -code /data/ and the products file. Next, we're going to loop through this products array. So at the bottom here, above these product containers, we're going to insert using curly brackets the products array dot map and brackets. And we're going to give map a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. As a review, dot map takes each value in an array and transforms it. In this parameter, we get each value in this array, which is a product. So again, a product is just this object, and it has some details about the product inside. So we'll go back, and we're going to transform this product object into this HTML. To do that, we're just going to copy this HTML, and inside .map, we're going to return brackets and paste that HTML. And to fix the formatting, we're going to press Control or Command Shift P, and then search for Format Document, and press Enter. And let's scroll up. And remember, whenever we loop through an array like this, we need to give each element a key prop equals curly brackets. So the key helps React keep track of changes in this array. Now, the key has to be unique. So looking at the data, each product has a unique ID property. So we'll go back, and we're going to use the product.id as the key. So this basically takes each product object and transforms it into this HTML. So now let's save, and we'll check the website. And as you can see, we took each product and transformed it into some HTML. Now, obviously, we don't want the product to be socks every time. So let's insert the details of each product. We'll go back to our code, and instead of displaying the socks every time, we're going to remove this and insert, and each product object has a name property. So we'll insert the product.name. And let's also replace the product image. So instead of showing the socks image every time, we'll remove this and we'll insert the product.image property. Next, we'll insert the ratings. The way this works is that each rating has an image, and we just have to multiply the rating by 10 to get the image name. So for this one, we're going to put open curly bracket and close curly bracket around this value, and we're going to change this to a template string using backticks and backticks. And then instead of 45 every time, we're going to insert. And remember, for template strings, to insert, we use dollar curly brackets. So in here, we're going to insert the product.rating.stars and then multiply it by 10. And this should give us the ratings image that we need. Next, we're going to replace the rating count. So curly brackets, and we'll insert the product.rating.count. Next, we'll insert the price. So instead of this price every time, we'll insert the product.price cents. And we usually save money in cents because many programming languages have trouble calculating decimal numbers. Now, when we display it on the website, we want to display it as dollars. So to convert this back to dollars, we're going to divide by 100, since $1 is equal to 100 cents. And that's it. We inserted the details of each product into this HTML. This is the same technique that we used in the Chatbot project, except our data is just a little more complicated now. Let's save and check the website. And now we have a list of different products on the page. And we generated the HTML for these products. Now there is a small problem here, which is for these socks, it's showing the price 10.9. But usually for price, we want to show 10.90. To fix this, we'll go back to our code, and we're going to scroll down to where we insert the price. And to force this to show 2 decimals, we're going to wrap this in a open bracket and a close bracket. And then outside of this bracket, we'll use the method .to capital F fixed and brackets. So this converts the number into a string, and inside these brackets, we can tell it how many decimals to show. So we'll put 2 and save. Now if we check the website, all the prices show 2 decimals. So that's a review of how to generate the HTML using some data. Let's go back to our code. And now that we're generating all this HTML, we can scroll to the bottom and remove this default HTML that we had before and save. And now let's save these changes into Git. We'll go to the Git section, and at the top, we'll use the message generate the HTML for the home page and commit. Now, we're going to take this project to the next level and go beyond what we did in the Chatbot project. We're going to add a backend to this project. So first, we'll learn what a backend is and why we use a backend. So right now, if we look at our files, notice that all the products are saved in a file on our computer called products.js. The problem with this is an e-commerce website or an online shopping website might have thousands of products, and it does not make sense to save everything on our computer or on the customer's computer. We might not have enough space on our computer. So, what the company or the store does is they set up another computer in their office or in what we call a data center. And this computer saves all the thousands of products that they offer. And then when we visit the website, this computer sends us only the products that we need to display. So this computer is called the backend. It's just another computer that's owned by the company, and it manages all the data. Here's another example of why we use a backend. Later in this course, we're going to add products to a cart. So where do we save this cart? It does not make sense to save the cart on the customer's computer, because if the customer uses a different computer to visit the website, they would no longer have access to their cart. Instead, we save the cart in the backend as well. When they access the website, the backend sends the cart to the website. So the backend also lets us share data between computers. So again, the backend is another computer that manages the data. And this is how a React website works in the real world. We usually contact a backend to get the data. So we're going to practice that in this course. We're going to learn how to add a backend, and then we're going to learn how to use the backend in React. So you can see how we use React in the real world. Now that we learned what a backend is and why we use a backend, let's add a backend to our project. We're going to click this link in the description, go to lesson 7, and click this link to open the backend code. And this is a backend that we can use with our project. I called it the Ecommerce Backend AI because this was built with AI, and I show you how to do that in another video. But for this video, I recommend downloading this version to make sure it works with the video. You can try to recreate the backend as an exercise. So we're going to click this code button here, and we'll click download zip. Once that finishes downloading, we're going to open the downloads folder. So for me, it's right here. And then we're going to unzip this. On Windows, we're going to right-click the file and then click extract all. And on Mac, you can just double-click the zip file. Then we're going to move this backend into our project. So we'll open our code, and then we're just going to drag this folder into our project. But first, I'm going to collapse these folders for now, and we're going to drag this folder to the outside and click copy folder so that the backend code is right beside our website. By the way, we call the website, or what the user interacts with, the front end. We're also going to rename this folder. So right-click and rename. And we'll just rename it the e-commerce backend to make it easier to understand. Next, we're going to start this backend. So we're going to go to our terminal or our command line, and we'll click here to create a new tab. And then in here, first, we're going to change directory into the e-commerce backend folder. So we'll cd e-commerce -backend. So now the command line is running inside this folder. And the process for starting the backend is very similar to the website or the front end. So first, we're going to npm install to install all the npm packages that we need. And then we'll run npm run dev to start the backend. So this tells us the backend is running on port 3000, which is localhost :3000. To test it, we're going to go to our browser, and at the top, we're going to create a new tab, and we're going to go to localhost :3000 /API/products. And the backend should send back some data. And this is actually the data for the products. I can also click this checkbox here to show it in an easier to read format. And you can see this is the same products array that we were using before, except this is coming from the backend. So the way a backend works is when we access the backend using a URL, it will send back some data. So this is working. So now let's go back to our code and we'll save these changes into Git. Open the Git section and we'll use the message add Ecommerce backend and commit. Next, we're going to learn data fetching. Data fetching means to get data from the backend using our code. So first, we're going to go to our files and let's go back to the e-commerce project and we're going to open our home page, which is right here. And we'll scroll to the top. And one way to fetch data or to get data from the backend is to use the function fetch and brackets. So fetch is a built-in function. It's provided by JavaScript. Between the brackets, we're going to create a string and we're going to put the URL that we want to get data from. So if we go back to our browser, remember that this URL gave us the product's data. So we can just select this URL and copy. And in our code, we're going to paste it into fetch. And make sure you have http:// in front. It doesn't show in the browser, but we need this in order for our code to work. So if we fetch data from this URL, this should give us the products data that we saw earlier. However, we cannot save this data in a variable like this. And that's because when we contact a backend, it takes time for this code to reach the backend and to get a response. So this code does not finish right away. It finishes at some point in the future. As a review, we call this asynchronous code. Asynchronous code means code that does not finish right away. So how do we handle this situation? Fetch returns a promise, and a promise lets us wait for asynchronous code to finish. So a promise has a method called .then and brackets, and we give .then a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. The way this works is that this code contacts the backend to get some data, but it takes some time for the backend to respond. So the code is going to keep going line by line. Then at some point in the future, this is going to finish. We're going to get the response from the backend. When it finishes in the future, it will run the function inside .then. So that's a review of how a promise works. So next, when fetch gets a response from the backend, it will save it as a parameter in this inner function called response. By the way, when we contact the backend using fetch, this is called a request. When the backend responds with some data, this is called a response. So this parameter contains the response from the backend. And inside here, let's just console.log the response to see what it looks like. We'll save and then check our website. And we'll open the tab for our website. And we're going to open the console. Right-click, inspect, and the console. And you can see that we got the response from the backend. So inside here, we have some information like the URL that we accessed and a status code. 200 means it was successful. However, notice that we don't have the products data in this response. To get the products data, we're going to go back to our code. And this response object has a method called response.json and brackets. So .json gives us the data that is attached to the response. In this case, it gives us the products data. Now, the tricky part about this is response.json is also asynchronous. So again, we can't save this in a variable. Instead, this is also a promise. So we have to use .then again and give this another function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And then inside this inner function, we have access to the data that we get from the backend. So in this case, this is the product's data. So if we console.log the data and save, and then check the console, you'll see that the backend gave us an array of products to display on the page. So this is the same thing as the products array that we saved in our file, but this data is coming from the backend. Let's go back. And that's how we fetch data or get data from the backend. We use the built-in function fetch and give it the URL of the backend. And then we use .then to wait for a response. Now, one shortcut we can use is instead of doing .then inside another .then, we can also return the response.json and then move this .then to the outside. So this code does the same thing as before. This .then waits for this to finish and then runs this function. So this is just a shortcut that we can use with promises. Another thing to note is the backend can also run on the same computer as the website or the front end. So right now, this backend is actually running on our own computer. Localhost means our own computer. So when we contact the backend, we're actually just contacting our own computer. We do this during development because it's easier. But once this website is on the internet, the backend will be another computer. So now let's save this code, and we'll save this into Git. In the Git section, we'll use the message fetch data from the backend and commit. Next, notice that using fetch is still a little hard to read. We use a .then, and then we use response.json, and then another .then. To make this code cleaner, we're going to use an npm package called Axios. Axios is a cleaner way to make requests to the backend. First, we're going to go to our command line, and we'll open the tab for the front end. And here, we'll press Ctrl+C to stop the Vite server, and we're going to npm install Axios and type @ and we're going to give it a version. So we can click this link in the description and then go to lesson 7, and this is the version of Axios we're going to use. So again, you should always use the version that you see on your page. So select the version on your page and copy it, and then paste it in our code, and press Enter to install Axios. Once that's installed, we're going to run npm run dev to restart the Vite server. And then to use Axios in our code, we're going to go to the home page, and at the top, we're going to import Axios without curly brackets from a string Axios. And now, instead of using fetch, we're going to use axios.get. So this does the same thing as before, except the data from the backend will be saved directly inside the response. So instead of doing all these steps, we can just get the data using response.data. So let's console.log this to see if it works. So console.log and save. And then if we open the console, you'll notice it gets the same products data as before. But if we look at our code, it's a lot cleaner because we can just get the data directly from the response. So as you can see, Axios is a cleaner way to make requests to the backend. So now let's save this into Git. In the Git section, we'll use a message use Axios to fetch the data and commit. Now, let's use this data from the backend to generate the HTML instead of using the products file that we had before. But first, we have a problem. This code is directly inside the homepage component. That means whenever the homepage changes or re-renders, it will run this code again and send another request to the backend. However, we just need to load the products once on this page. We don't need to load the products over and over again. To make this code run once, we can put it inside a use effect. At the top, we're going to import curly brackets use effect from React. And above this code, we're going to do use effect brackets and give this a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. Use effect lets us control when some code runs. We're going to move this code inside the use effect. So we'll cut, and in here, we'll paste. And I'll select these lines and press Tab to reformat. By default, use effect runs this code every time the component is created or updated. But we can control this. At the end of this function, we're going to add a comma and an empty array. As a review, this is called a dependency array. The dependency array lets us control when use effect runs. If we use an empty array, that means this code will only run once after the component is created. And that's exactly what we need here. We just need to load the products once on this page. By the way, you might notice in the console that use effect runs twice instead of once. So this is totally normal, and it's caused by using strict mode in our app. Strict mode runs use effect twice to help us catch bugs, and it only does this during development. So now that we have the data, how do we use it in this loop down here to generate the HTML? To do that, we need to save the product's data inside the state. So at the top, we're also going to import use state from React. And at the top of our component, we're going to do const square bracket equals use state and brackets. As a review, use state gives us an array with two values. The first value is the name of the data. In this case, we'll name it the products. And then we'll type a comma. And the second value of use state is the updater function. The updater function lets us update this value, and then it will regenerate the HTML. We usually name the updater function set and then the name of the data, capital P products. And finally, between these brackets, we're going to put the starting value of the products. Let's just use an empty array. And now, after we get the products from the backend, we're going to save it into the state. So instead of console.log, we'll use the updater function set products. This will save the products data into here, and then it's going to use this to generate the HTML. So now we're using data from the backend to generate the HTML, and we don't need to import this file here anymore. So the only thing to note is that the name of the data has to match the name that we use down here, so that this code is actually using the state. Now let's save, and we'll check the website. And everything still works, except now we're using data from the backend to generate this HTML. We'll go back to our code, and we'll save this into Git. In the Git section, we'll create the message, use data from the backend to generate the HTML, and commit. Next, if we look at the website, In the homepage, we also need to get the cart from the backend because we need to display this quantity number up here. To do that, we'll go back to our code and we're going to make another request to the backend to get the cart. So below this request, we're going to use Axios again. Axios.get brackets a string, and we'll give it the URL http://localhost:3000/API/cart-items. The way this works is the backend is running on http localhost:3000. And after this, we add a URL path. Each URL path gives us different data. For example, the URL path /API/products gives us the products data. The URL path /API/cart items gives us the cart data. So the URL path can actually be anything we want. Whoever creates the backend decides what the URL paths will be. In the description, you can find a documentation page for my backend. And this lists all the URL paths that we can use. A common naming convention is to start the URL path with /API. API means Application Programming Interface. Starting with /API makes it clear that these URL paths are specifically for interacting with the backend. So we already learned how to use /API/products. Now we're going to learn how to use /API/cart items. And remember, whenever we make a request to the backend, it's going to take some time to get a response. So we need to wait for this code to finish using .then. And then we'll give this a function. And the response is going to be saved in here. So when we make a request to /API/cart items, we're going to get the cart in the response. So in here, let's console.log the response.data to see what the cart looks like. We'll save and we'll check the console. And you might need to refresh. And the backend responded with an array. And this array represents the cart that we have on the website. So each item in the cart contains the product ID that we want to buy and the quantity of that product. So next, we're going to use this to calculate the quantity and display it on the page. So we'll go back to our code. And first, we need to save this cart into state so we can use it to create the HTML. At the top, we'll create another state, const square brackets equals use state brackets. And this state will save the cart, comma, and the updater function set capital C cart. And let's set the starting value of the cart to an empty array. And we'll scroll down. And now once we get the cart from the backend, we're going to save it in the state. So instead of console.log, we're going to use the updater function set cart. And now the cart from the backend will be saved inside this variable. And remember that the quantity for the cart is inside the header. So we need to pass the cart into the header using a prop. So here we'll add a prop cart equals curly brackets, and we'll give it the cart. Let's save this file. And we'll go into our code and go to components header.jsx. And then inside the header, we're going to get the cart from the props. To do that, at the top, we'll type curly brackets and the cart. As a reminder, this is a shortcut for this code. And now we're going to calculate the total quantity in this cart. So at the top, let's create a variable let total quantity equals 0 to start. And then we'll loop through the cart using cart.forEach brackets, and we'll give it a function. And the inner function will get one parameter, which is each item in the cart. So we'll call this the cart item. And then each cart item has a quantity. So we're going to add that to this total quantity up here. We'll do total quantity plus equal the cart item dot quantity. And now we can scroll down till we see the cart quantity down here. And instead of 3 every time, we're going to insert the total quantity and save. And now if we look at our project, now it will display the total quantity using data from the backend. So now let's go back to our code. And if we scroll up, you might see an error here for props validation. Again, this is an older feature of React, so we can disable this check by going into our files and opening eslint.config.js. And then we'll scroll down. Inside this rules object, we're going to add a string react/prop-types : the string off. So make sure it's inside this rules object. We can save. And now if we go back to the header, the props validation error should be gone. So now let's save this code into Git. We'll open the Git section and we'll create a message, get cart from the backend and display quantity and commit. Next, if we go back to the homepage, so in our files, go to Pages and Homepage, and scroll up. Notice that for each request, we're sending it to localhost 3000. So we can actually set up a shortcut in Vite, so we don't have to type localhost 3000 every time. So we can actually remove these and save. And then we're going to go to our files and we're going to open vite.config.js. And inside here, we're going to add the property server : and an object. And inside we'll add the property proxy : another object. And in here we'll add a string /API : and we're going to give this an object. And inside we'll add a target property : and the string http : localhost : 3000. So this is called a server proxy configuration. This just means that if the URL path starts with /API, like we had it before, the request will automatically go to localhost 3000. So we don't have to type it every time. Another thing we can set up is when we load images, we also want to load them from the backend. Remember, the backend should manage the data, including the product images. So in here, we'll also add a comma and add a string /images : and an object, and we'll give it the same target. So we'll select this and copy, and in here we'll paste and save. And we need to do one more thing. We're going to go inside index.html, and in the head, we're going to add less than base / greater than. And we're going to give this an attribute href equals double quotes and a slash. So this adds slash in front of any relative URLs. All the image URLs start with images, and this will convert them into /images so that our redirect will work. Let's save, and we'll go back to the Vite config. So now when we get images, we're going to get them from the backend. And now because we changed the Vite configuration, it's a good idea to stop the server with Control-C and then restart the server using npm run dev. And now let's check the website to make sure everything is working. So I'll just refresh this to make sure. And everything still looks good. So now we'll go back to our code and we'll save these changes into Git. Inside Git, we're going to type the message add server proxy config for/API and/images and commit. Next, we're going to move on to the checkout page. So let's open the website and we'll click the cart icon in the top right. And we're going to work on this page. So on this page, we also need the cart to generate this HTML. So we'll go back to our code and we'll open our files and we're going to open checkoutpage.jsx. And now inside here, we could do another axios.get/API/cart again, but remember we already loaded the cart on the home page. It does not make sense to reload the cart whenever we switch pages. We just need to load the cart once for the entire website. To do that, we're going to go to the home page and we're going to share this cart between the two pages using the technique lifting the state up. As a review, this means we move the cart state up to an outer component. In this case, the outer component is the app component here, which contains the home page. So we're going to lift the cart up into the app component. And from here, we can share the cart between the home page and the checkout page. So first, let's go into the home page again. We're going to select this cart and cut and go back to the app. And we're going to lift it up in here by pasting it. And we also need the code that loads the cart. So in the home page, we're going to select this code and cut and save inside app.jsx. Below this, we're going to paste. And remember, we need to put this inside a use effect so that it only runs once. So use effect, brackets, give it a function, and an empty array at the end. And we're going to select it and cut, and inside here, paste. And I'll select these lines and press tab to reformat them. And next, we'll need to import this code. So at the top, we're going to import curly brackets, use state, and use effect from React. And we'll also import Axios. So at the top again, we're going to import Axios from the string Axios. So now that we have the cart, we're going to share it between these two pages using a prop. So for the home page, we'll add a prop cart equals curly brackets, and we'll give it the cart. And for the checkout page as well, cart equals curly brackets, and we'll save the cart. Let's save this file, and we'll go into the home page. And at the top, we need to access the cart from the props using curly brackets, the cart, and save. So the code should work the same as before, except we're just getting the cart from the props now. Let's open our website to make sure it works. We're going to go to the home page and refresh, and that looks good. We'll go back to our code. So now that we lifted the state up, we can just load the cart once for the entire website instead of reloading it on every page. We'll open the Git section and we'll give it the message, lift cart up and share it between pages and commit. Next, we're going to use the cart to generate the HTML for the checkout page. So first make sure that we pass the cart to the checkout page using this prop. And now we're going to open the checkout page, which is here. And we're going to access the cart from the props using curly brackets and the cart. And now we'll use this cart to generate the HTML down here. Now inside this code, we're going to press Ctrl F to find some code, and we're going to search for cart-item-container. And here, we're going to collapse this element, and we'll collapse this element as well. So each of these represents a cart item on the page. So let's generate this using the cart. Above this, we're going to insert cart.map brackets, and we'll give it a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And this inner function gets one parameter, which is the cart item. And for each item, we're going to return brackets some HTML. So for each cart item, we want to generate this HTML. So let's just select it and copy. And inside here, we're going to paste. And to fix the formatting, we're going to press Control or Command Shift P and run format document. Now let's scroll up. And remember, when we loop through an array, each element needs a key property. Each cart item has a product ID, which is unique. So we're going to save the key as cart item.product ID. And now, instead of showing the same product every time, we're going to insert the details from each cart item. However, there is a problem here. Remember that the cart looks like this. It doesn't have any product data on it. To fix this, we're going to go to the app component, where we load the cart. And at the end of this URL, we can add $expand equals product. So this is called a query parameter. A query parameter lets us add additional information to our request. When the backend receives this query parameter, it's going to add product details to the cart. So it's going to expand the cart with product details. So now let's save this file. And we're going to open the website. And we're going to go to the checkout page. And we're going to open the console. So we'll right-click, inspect. And inside the console, we're going to open the network tab. So I'm going to remove any search that I have. And in here, we can see all the requests that we make to the backend and the responses. So by the way, requests only show up here if the console was open before the request. So we may need to refresh to get the request to show up in the network tab. And now we can see our request to cart-items. If you don't see it, you may need to search for it up here by typing cart. And we have it here. So we can open this by clicking it and then go into the response tab. And here you can see the response from the backend. So now you can see that each cart item has a property called product, and this contains all the product details that we need for this page. So now let's go back to our code. And we're going to go to the checkout page. And now instead of the socks every time, we're going to remove this and insert the cart item dot product dot name. And we'll also replace the image. So we'll remove this and insert the cart item dot product dot image. And down here, we're going to insert the price. Now, if we go to the home page, remember that in the home page, we wrote some code here to display the price. So let's actually move this code into a function so we can reuse it. Inside our files, we're going to click the source folder and we'll create a new folder. And let's call it utils for utilities. And inside the utils folder, we'll create a new file and we'll name it money.js. So this file contains utilities or code that helps us work with money. So in here, let's create a function and we'll name it format money, brackets and curly brackets. And we're going to copy the code from the home page. So inside the home page, we're going to take all of this code and copy it. And inside money.js, inside here, we'll paste it. And now we're going to turn this into a string. At the front, we'll type backtick and at the end, a backtick to create a template string. And remember, in template strings, to insert something, we need $ curly brackets. And now, instead of getting the product.price cents, we're going to pass it into this function. So let's name the parameter amount cents. And we're going to remove this and replace it with amount cents. So this function lets us convert any amount cents into this format. At the end, let's return this value from the function. And we'll export it so we can use it in other files. And save. So now we can go back to the home page, and at the top, we're going to import curly brackets, the format money function that we just created from a string, and we're going to locate the utils folder. So we'll go out of this folder with .. utils/money. And now we'll scroll back down. And instead of this code, we're going to remove it and insert format money brackets, and we'll give it product.price cents and save. And now let's reuse this function in the checkout page. So we'll open the checkout page, and at the top, we're going to import curly brackets, the format money function from a string, and we're going to locate this file. And for me, I'll go out of this folder using .. utils/money. Now, if you did the exercises from the previous lesson, this file might be inside a folder called checkout. In that case, make sure you have two .. in front. And now we're going to scroll back down, and we're going to replace this money with curly brackets, format money brackets, and we're going to give it the cart item.product.price cents. And we'll replace the quantity. So insert cart item.quantity and save. And now if we go back to the website, now we are generating these cart items using data from the backend. And this was the default HTML we had before. So now we can go back to our code, and we can scroll down, and we can remove the default HTML and save. So now let's save these changes into Git. We'll open the Git section, and at the top, we'll type the message generate HTML for the cart items and commit. Next, we're going to generate the HTML for the delivery options. So we'll go back to the checkout page, and we'll scroll to the top of this component. And here, we'll load the delivery options from the backend. So first, let's import Axios. At the top, we'll import Axios from the Axios npm package. And we'll also need import curly brackets, use state, and use effect to save the delivery options. So import it from React. And now inside the component, we'll create some state to save the delivery options. Const square bracket equals use state and brackets. And we'll name this delivery options, colon, and the updater function set delivery options. And we'll set the starting value to an empty array. Next, we'll get the delivery options from the backend. So here, we'll do use effect brackets, and we'll give it a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And at the end, we'll give it a comma and an empty dependency array so that this code only runs once on this page. And inside here, we're going to call axios.get brackets. And the URL to get the delivery options is /API/delivery-options. And then we're going to wait for the response to come back using .then brackets and give it a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And inside the function, the response from the backend will be saved as the response parameter. So once we get this response, we're going to save it in the delivery options up here using set delivery options brackets response.data. Now let's save this code, and we're going to check the network tab to see if it works. So we'll open the console, and we'll open the network tab, and we might need to refresh to make sure we get the request. And we'll remove this and search for delivery options, and we'll click one of these, and then look at the response tab. So the backend responded with 3 delivery options. Each delivery option has the number of days it takes to deliver and the price in cents. However, if we open our website, notice that each delivery option also has an estimated delivery time. So we could use this delivery days to calculate this date on the front end, but remember, it's generally the backend's job to manage the data and do these calculations. So if we go back to our code, this URL path also supports a query parameter called expand. So at the end, we'll add question mark, expand equals, and I called it estimated delivery time. So when the backend sees this expand parameter, it will calculate the estimated delivery time for us and then give it back in our response. If we save and check the console and refresh and open the response, and now you'll see that each delivery option now has an estimated delivery time in milliseconds. So now we'll go back to our code, and we have what we need to display the date. As you can see, it's generally the backend's job to manage the data and to do the calculations. And now the front end's job is to present that data in an easy to read way on the website. So now let's use these delivery options to generate the HTML. We're going to click in this file and press Ctrl F to search for code, and we'll search for delivery-options. And inside here, we should see an element with a class name delivery option. So we're going to collapse this element and also collapse the other delivery options. And each of these represents one delivery option on the page. So let's generate this HTML using React. Above this, we'll insert and we'll run the code delivery options.map brackets and give it a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And the parameter will be each delivery option. And here we're going to return brackets some HTML for each delivery option. So we want to return this HTML, so we can select it and copy, and inside here we'll paste. And we can fix the formatting using Control or Command-Shift-P and press Format Document. And let's scroll up. And as always, we need a key prop whenever we're looping through an array. So we'll add key equals curly brackets, and each delivery option has a unique ID. So we'll just set it to the delivery option.id. Next, we're going to replace these values here. So first, we'll do the delivery date. Currently, we only have the delivery time in milliseconds. So how do we display it as a date like this? To do that, we can use another npm package called day.js. So we're going to go to the terminal and go to the tab that's running our front end, and we can press Ctrl-C to stop the server, and we're going to npm install day.js, and we'll type @ to give it a version, and we're going to click this link in the description to get the version of day.js we're going to use. And we'll copy that version and paste it in here and press enter to install day.js. And after that, we're going to npm run dev to restart the server. So the day.js package helps us work with dates, and it helps us display a date in a particular format. To use it, we're going to scroll to the top, and at the top, we're going to import day.js from the package day.js. And now we'll scroll back down, or we can Control F and search for delivery options. And we'll scroll down here. And now above this date, we're going to insert, and we're going to run day.js and brackets. And we're going to give day.js a time in milliseconds, which we actually have inside delivery option dot estimated delivery time ms, or milliseconds. And now that we wrapped this in day.js, we can format it into this format. So after this bracket here, we're going to use the method dot format and brackets and give it a string. To show the time in this format, we're going to type D 4 times, which is the day of the week, and then we'll type a comma to show this comma, and a space, and we'll type capital M 4 times to show the month, and a space, and we'll type capital D, which will show this date. And now we can remove this code. Next, we're going to replace this price. If the price is free, we'll show free shipping. Otherwise, we're going to show the price dash shipping. So we're going to scroll up to the inside of this loop here, and we're going to create a variable for the price. So we'll do let price string equals a string. And to make it easier, we're going to set this to a default of free shipping. And then we're going to overwrite this if we have a price. So below this, we're going to check if brackets the delivery option dot price cents is greater than 0, curly brackets. So if it is not free, we're going to overwrite this price string equals a template string, and inside we're going to insert, and remember we have the format money function to display the price. So inside here we'll call format money and brackets, and we're going to give it the delivery option dot price cents. And at the end, we're going to add a dash and shipping. And now we can scroll back down, and instead of free shipping every time, we're going to insert the price string. Next, we're going to scroll up a bit, and there's a few things that we need to replace for this input type radio element. So this represents the selector, and there's a few special attributes that we need to replace. The first one is the name attribute. So the name groups these selectors together. So each set of selectors should have a unique name. This makes sure that for each product, we can only select one of them. So here, instead of doing delivery option 1 every time, we're going to replace this with a product ID, because each set of selectors should belong to one product. So in this code, we're going to replace it using curly brackets and change this to a template string using a backtick and a backtick. And instead of 1 every time, we're going to insert, and we'll insert the product ID. Now in this code, we actually have access to the cart item from above. So inside here, we can just insert the cart item dot product ID. Next, we also need to update this checked property. So this determines if the selector is checked. So we don't want the selector to be checked every time. Each cart item has a delivery option ID, and this is the one that should be checked. So inside here, we're going to add a new line, and we're going to make check equal and insert some code. And we're going to compare if this delivery option.id is equal to the cart items.delivery option ID. So only the delivery option that matches the delivery option ID in the cart will be checked. So that's all the things that we have to replace in the delivery options. So now let's scroll down and we can remove this default code and save. And let's check the website. And now we're generating these delivery options, and the correct ones are checked, and we have the estimated delivery dates for each displayed in an easy-to-read format. The last thing we need to generate is this delivery date up here. So we'll go back to the code, and we're going to scroll up to the cart item, and we're going to find the cart item container and this delivery date here. So this date is determined by whichever delivery option is selected. So first we need to find the delivery option that is selected. So inside this loop, we'll create a variable const for the selected delivery option and equals. And to find this, we're going to get the delivery options and then use the method .find and brackets. And find gets a function, so brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And in this inner function, it receives each delivery option. So we'll call it delivery option. And I'll just add a new line here and select this code and press tab to format it a little bit. So the way that find works is it's going to loop through each delivery option, and the first function here that returns true is going to be the result. So that's how we find something. And then it's going to save it in this variable. So inside here, we want to return the delivery option.id that is equal to the cart items delivery option ID. So the delivery option that matches what is inside the cart item will return true, and that's going to be saved in here. And now we can replace this date. So we'll type curly brackets, and we'll use day.js brackets and the selected delivery option dot estimated delivery time ms. And outside this bracket, we'll use the method dot format brackets and give it a string. And to get this date format, we'll give it D 4 times, a comma, and capital M 4 times, space, and capital D. And now we can remove this date here. And before we run this code, there is one small problem here, because remember, the delivery options start out as empty. So if they are empty, we might not find the selected delivery option. To fix this, in front of this code, we're going to check if delivery options dot length is greater than 0 and type and. As a review, this works like an if statement. It will check if delivery options dot length is greater than 0, and then only if it's true, it will run the rest of the code. So now we can save and check the website. And now we're generating everything here using data from the backend. So let's go back to our code, and we'll save this into Git. Inside the Git section, we'll type the message, generate the HTML for the delivery options, and commit. Next, if we go back to the website, we're going to generate the HTML for the payment summary here. Now, we could calculate all these numbers inside React. However, we're going to use the backend to calculate these numbers. Remember, the backend's job is to manage the data and to do the calculations. The frontend's job is to present the data in an easy-to-read way. So let's go back to our code, and we'll go back to the checkout page, and we'll scroll to the top, and we're going to create a state for the payment summary. So here, we'll type const square brackets equals use state and brackets, and we'll name this payment summary, comma, and the updater function set payment summary. And as the starting value, we're going to use null because the payment summary is going to be an object. And it's a little easier to check if the object is not loaded if we set it to null at the start. Next, we're going to use Axios to get the payment summary from the backend. So down here, we'll use axios.get brackets, and we'll give it the URL path /API/payment-summary. And we'll use .then to wait for a response and give it a function. And inside here, we can get the response. Once we get the response, we're going to use set payment summary brackets response.data to save the data inside here. So now let's save and check the response from the backend. So we'll go to our website and open the console and open the network tab, and we'll refresh just in case. We can click this to remove the search and type payment, and we get the payment summary. So we can click this, and you can see that in the response, the backend calculated all the numbers that we need. So now we just need to present this on the page. Let's go back, and we'll press Control F in this file, and we'll search for payment-summary, and press Enter to find the next result. And this section represents the payment summary on the page. And now we'll replace these numbers with the numbers we got from the backend. So first, we'll replace the total quantity here using curly brackets, and we'll replace it with payment summary dot total items. And here we'll replace the product cost. I'll type a new line to make it a little easier to read, and we'll insert. And remember, for money, we need to format it using the function format money brackets, and we'll get the payment summary dot product cost cents. We'll scroll down and we'll replace this next number. So we'll remove it and new line and curly brackets, and we'll run format money again, brackets, and this one is the shipping cost, which is payment summary dot shipping cost cents. Let's keep going, and this is the total before tax. So we'll replace this and insert format money brackets payment summary dot total cost before tax cents, and we'll scroll down here and replace this, insert format money brackets the payment summary dot tax cents, and then down here we're going to replace this one and insert format money brackets the payment summary dot total cost cents. And finally, we only want to display this if the payment summary is loaded. Otherwise, we don't have this information. So above this code, we're going to type curly brackets, and we'll check if payment summary and brackets. So this checks if the payment summary object exists. If it's null at the start, it's not going to run the rest of the code. And now we're going to put all of this code inside here. So we'll select all this code up to the place order button, and we'll cut. And inside here, we're going to paste. Now, a problem here is that we're returning multiple elements inside this brackets. So to fix that, we need to wrap this in a fragment using less than, greater than, and remove this for now. And at the end, after the button, we'll do less than / greater than. So we're returning one element inside this brackets. And now we'll format our code using Control or Command Shift P and run format document and save. And that's it. Now we're generating the payment summary using data from the backend. We'll go to our website, and that looks good. So now let's go back to our code, and we'll save this into Git. In the Git section, we're going to type the message, generate HTML for the payment summary, and commit. Next, we're going to work on the orders page. So we'll go back to our files, and we're going to open the orders page. So first of all, the orders page has a header component. And remember, the header now needs the cart in order to display the quantity. So we need to share the cart with the orders page first. We'll go to our files and open app.jsx, and we'll scroll down. And here, we'll share the cart with the orders page using a prop cart equals curly brackets, and we'll save the cart and save. And we'll open the orders page again. And at the top, we're going to access the prop using curly brackets and cart. And we're going to pass this cart into the header using cart equals curly brackets and the cart. Let's save. And we'll open the website. And we're going to go to the orders page. So first we'll click here to go to the home page. And then we'll click here to open the orders page. And it should be working. So now we're going to generate this HTML using data from the backend. So we'll go back to the orders page. And at the top, we're going to import what we need. So first we'll import Axios from Axios. And we'll also import curly brackets, use state, and use effect from React. And now down here, first we'll create some state to save the orders using const square brackets equals use state and brackets. And we'll call this data the orders, comma, and the updater function set orders. And at the start, we'll set the orders to an empty array. And below this, we're going to make a request to the backend using use effect brackets and a function brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And down here, we'll give it a empty array so that it only runs once. And inside, we're going to use axios.get again. So brackets, and the URL path for the orders is /API/orders. And then we'll do .then to wait for the response from the backend. We'll give this a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. Inside this parameter is the response from the backend. And once we get the response, we're going to save it inside orders using set orders, brackets, response.data. Let's save. And now we can check the network tab to see if we got the orders. We'll open the console. Inside the network tab, we can refresh and remove this and search for orders. And down here, we'll click this request and go to the response tab. And the backend gave us the orders that we need to display. Now, a problem here is that we only have the product ID in the order, but we also need to display some product details on the website. And again, the backend supports an expand parameter for this URL path. So at the end here, we'll add $expand equals products. This time, make sure you have an S at the end. So now let's save and check the network tab again. And we'll refresh. And now inside the orders request, you'll see that each order has the product ID, but it also has the other data for the product. And this is what we need to display on the website. So now we'll go into our code and we're going to generate the HTML. So first we'll press Control or Command F, and we're going to search for order-container, which is down here. and we can collapse this code and collapse the other order container. Each of these represents an order on the website. So we're going to generate this HTML. At the top, we'll insert and we'll run orders.map brackets, and we'll give it a function. And this parameter is going to be each order. And for each order, we're going to return some HTML. So we want each order to be converted into this HTML. We're going to select it and copy it. Inside here, we'll paste, press Ctrl or Command Shift P, and run format document. And we'll scroll back up. As always, we need a key prop when we're looping through an array. We'll set the key equals, and each order has an order.id property. As usual, we're going to replace the values in here. Feel free to pause if you want to try it yourself first. So for the delivery date, we're going to insert, and we're going to use day.js brackets, and each order has an order.orderTimeMS. And outside this bracket, we'll use .format brackets and a string. And to display the date, we're going to use 4 capital M's for the month and a capital D for the date. So now we also need to import day.js. So we'll scroll to the top, and at the top we'll import day.js from a string day.js. And let's also import format money because we're going to use it later. So import curly brackets format money from a string /utils/money. Now we're going to scroll back down, and we're going to replace the total order cost. So here, we're going to remove this, and curly brackets, we're going to insert format money brackets, and give it the order.total cost cents. We'll scroll down, and here, we're going to replace this with the order ID. So curly brackets, order.id. Next, inside this element order details grid, this displays the list of products in the order. And we're going to generate this using React as well. So above this, we're going to use curly brackets, and we're going to get the order.products array, and we're going to loop through it using .map brackets and give it a function and save each product. And for each product, we're going to return brackets some HTML. So if we collapse this code and collapse this element and this element, and we also collapse these. So 3 of these elements represents one product. It's a little different because we don't have an element that contains all of these because we're using a grid here, but it works in a similar way. We're going to copy this code, and inside return, we're going to paste. And the one difference here is that if we scroll up, we're returning multiple elements from this function. So we need to wrap these in a fragment. So at the top, we'll type less than, greater than. But then we have another problem here, which is, remember when we loop through an array, each element that we return should have a key property. And we can't add props to fragments like this. To solve this, we need to use the full fragment syntax. So we're going to scroll to the top, and for React, we're going to import, using comma, the fragment component. So we'll scroll back down, and in here, we're going to use the full fragment syntax and remove this. So this does the same thing, except now we can add a key prop to it, equals curly brackets, and let's set the prop to the product.id. And we'll scroll to the bottom, and before these brackets, remember to add the closing fragment tag. And finally, we'll press Ctrl or Command Shift P and format document. And now we can replace this default code that we have down here. Finally, we're going to replace each product's details. So here, we're going to replace the name and insert the product.name. And here, let's also replace the image, curly brackets, replace it with product.image. And actually, I made a mistake. I forgot that all the product details are saved in a property called product. So let's actually rename this to order product. And then here, we're going to do the order product dot product.id and the order product dot product.image and the order product dot product.name. And then down here, to replace the delivery date, this is directly on the order product. So we can remove this and insert, and we'll use day.js and bracket and give it the order product dot estimated delivery time ms. And outside these brackets, we'll do dot format brackets and a string, and we'll use the format capital M 4 times for the month and capital D for the date. And then down here for the quantity, we're going to insert, and the quantity is directly on the order product dot quantity and save. And now if we scroll down, we can also remove the rest of this default HTML and save this file. And now let's check our website. And everything should be working, except we're generating the HTML for these orders using data from the backend. So now let's go back and we'll save this into Git. We'll open the Git section and we'll give it the message, generate the HTML for the orders page and commit. Next, if we look at our code right now, you'll notice we have a lot of code in one file. To make our code cleaner, we should separate our code into smaller components. So let's go to our files, and we're going to start with the home page. So inside the home page, we're showing a grid of products. To make the code cleaner, we can separate this into its own component. So we'll go to the Pages folder, and we'll click it, and we're going to create a new file, and let's call it the products grid.jsx. And now we have multiple components that are related to the home page. So usually we organize this into a folder. So inside here, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it home, and press enter. And we group all the components related to the homepage inside here. So we'll move the homepage.jsx, and let's update the imports, and also homepage.css, and also the products grid. And whenever we move files, we need to make sure the imports are still correct. So in homepage, I'm going to scroll up, and we should make sure that we have 2 dot dot slashes in front, because now we're inside an additional folder. So that looks good to me. And we're also going to go to app.jsx and scroll up and make sure that the home page is now inside the home folder. So now let's save and check our website and go to the home page to make sure it still works. So now let's go back to our code, and we're going to separate the products grid into its own file. So in here, we'll create the component using export function products grid brackets and curly brackets, and we'll return some HTML. And we're just going to copy the HTML to here. So inside the homepage, we're going to scroll down to the products grid, and we can collapse this element and select all this code and copy inside the products grid. Inside here, we can paste and press Control or Command Shift P and format document. Now we'll scroll up and we're going to fix these errors. So first we need access to the products. So we can pass those in as a prop, curly brackets, products. And down here, we also need the format money function. So at the top, we're going to import curly brackets, format money from a string, and we'll find that utils file. So we need to get out of two folders this time using // utils/money and save. And now inside the homepage, at the top, we're going to import our products grid. So import curly brackets, the products grid from a string, and it's right beside the homepage. So we can just do /products grid. And then down here, we can remove this HTML and just use our component less than products grid / greater than. And we need to give it the products. So we'll create a prop products equals curly brackets, and we'll give it the products. So as you can see, this makes the code much cleaner when we separate it into smaller components. The last step is at the top, we can remove this format money function since we're not using it anymore. Let's save, and let's open the website and make sure everything still works. So that looks good. Next, we're going to do the checkout page. So we'll go back to our code, and we're going to open the checkout page, and we're going to scroll to the top. And I'll leave separating the checkout header as an exercise. But we're going to scroll down here, and we can move the order summary section into its own component. So inside the pages folder, I'm going to click it and create a new folder called checkout. Now, you might have already done this if you did the exercises from the previous lesson. But we're going to use this folder checkout, and I'm going to move the checkout page inside here and update the imports and also move the CSS files. And I'll make sure that the imports look good. So in here at the top, make sure there's two .. slashes in front, and inside app.jsx, make sure that there is a checkout folder in front of this component. So I'll go back to the checkout page, and I'll create a new file. Let's call it the order summary.jsx. And we're going to create export function order summary brackets and curly brackets. And we're going to return brackets the HTML for the order summary. Inside the checkout page, we're going to scroll down and find the order summary. We can collapse it and select this code and copy. Inside the order summary, we'll paste and press Ctrl or Command-Shift-P and format document. And we'll scroll to the top. And we're going to need the delivery options and the cart inside here. So we're going to get this from the props using curly brackets, the cart, comma, and the delivery options. And we also need day.js and the format money function. So at the top, we'll also import day.js from day.js and import curly brackets format money from the string, and we'll find the utils file, which is .. utils/money. And all the errors should now be gone. We'll save, and inside checkout page, we can remove this code, and we can use our new component, less than order summary / greater than, and we need to give it the cart equals curly brackets and save the cart, and we need to give it the delivery options equals curly brackets and give it the delivery options. And we need to import this at the top. So we'll scroll up, and here we can import curly brackets the order summary from a string dot slash order summary. And we don't need day.js anymore. So let's save and check the website, and everything still works. We'll go back and scroll down. And next, we can also move the payment summary into its own component. Feel free to pause the video if you want to try it yourself first. So inside the checkout folder, we'll click here and create a new file, payment summary.jsx, and we'll create the component export function payment summary brackets and curly brackets, and we'll return the HTML. Inside the checkout page, we're going to collapse this element and select the HTML and copy. Inside the payment summary, we're going to paste, Control or Command Shift P, format document, and we're going to scroll back up, and we're going to get the payment summary from the props. So curly brackets, payment summary, and we need the format money function. So up here, import curly brackets, format money from a string dot dot slash utils slash money, and save. In the checkout page, we can remove this code and replace it with less than payment summary slash greater than. And we need to give this the payment summary equals curly brackets and save the payment summary. And as you can see, our code is much cleaner now because we separated it into smaller components. So now we need to import this. So we're going to scroll to the top, and here we'll import curly brackets, the payment summary from a string dot slash payment summary. And we don't need format money anymore. And save. Let's go back to the website, and everything is still working. We'll go back to our code, and we're going to go inside the order summary component. So in here, the code is still a little bit too complicated. So what we can do is we can find this element with the class delivery options, and we can separate this into its own component as well. Feel free to pause the video if you want to try this yourself first. So I'm going to go to the checkout folder and create a new file and name it delivery options.jsx. And we'll create a component export function delivery options brackets and curly brackets, and return some HTML, and back to the order summary. And here we can collapse this element and select it and copy. Inside delivery options, inside here, we can paste, Control or Command Shift P, and format document. And we'll scroll to the top. Here, we need to get the delivery options using the props, so curly brackets, delivery options, and we're going to import format money. So up here, we're going to import curly brackets, format money from a string dot dot slash utils slash money, and we also need day.js. So up here, we'll import day.js from a string day.js. And I think we also need another thing here, which is the cart item. So we're going to get this from the props as well. So up here, we're also going to get the cart item and save. And now in the order summary, we can replace all this code with our component less than delivery options slash greater than. And we're going to give it the cart item equals curly brackets, save the cart item, and give it the delivery options equals curly brackets, save the delivery options. And we also need to import this. So at the top, we can import curly brackets the delivery options from a string ./delivery options and save. And let's check our website and make sure it still works. So that looks good to me. So if we go back to our code, you can see that our code is cleaner now after we separate this into another component. And remember, it's up to us how we want to separate our components. We can actually keep separating this into smaller components if we want. For example, we can also have a cart item details component or a delivery date component, but I'll leave these as exercises. I'm also going to leave the orders page as an exercise, but we can just get started on it. So here, inside the pages folder, we're going to create a new folder for the orders page. So orders, and we're going to move this component inside here and update the imports. And we're going to move this inside here as well. And just make sure the imports look okay. So in here, we'll scroll up, make sure that these two have two ... slashes in front. That looks good. And in app.jsx, make sure that the orders page is now inside an orders folder. So we'll save this and open the website. And we're going to click here to go to home and click here to go to orders. And the orders page should still be working. So I'll leave separating this as an exercise. We'll go back to our code and we'll save this into Git. Inside the Git section, we'll create the message separate into smaller components and commit. Next, we're going to go back to our files and we're going to go to our home page. And we're going to review async await. Async await is a feature of JavaScript, and it lets us write asynchronous code like normal code. Right now, we're using promises, which means we need to use .then to wait for this code to finish, and then run this function. With async await, we can actually write this like normal code. To do that, in front of Axios, we can type await and space. So this is going to wait for this code to finish, and then it's going to move on to the next line. And now, because we're waiting for this code to finish, we can actually save this result in a variable. So at the front, we can save it in const response equals await this code. And now we don't need to use .then anymore. And we can remove it. However, in order to use await, we need to be inside an async function. So in front of this function, we need to add async and space. As you can see, async await lets us write asynchronous code like normal code, or code that runs line by line. And async await makes the code easier to understand. So in React, it's recommended to use async await instead of promises when we can. However, in React, there is a small problem with using async await and useEffect. As a review, when we put async in front of a function, this function will now return a promise. That's because this function has some asynchronous code inside, or code that takes some time to finish. So that means that this entire function is going to take some time to finish. That's why it has to return a promise. Now the problem is the inner function in useEffect should not return a promise. It should only return nothing or a cleanup function like this. A cleanup function is useful if we want to do some cleanup when this component is removed. So because this inner function is now returning a promise, it's sort of breaking the rules of useEffect. To solve this, we usually create a new function inside useEffect, like const get home data equals, and create a new function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And we're going to make this function async. And we'll leave this as an ordinary function. And now we're going to move our code inside here. So we'll cut it and paste it. And now because we're inside an async function, we can now use await. And it will also not mess up useEffect. At the end, we just need to run this function using get home data and brackets. So this gets the same data as before, but it uses async await. So remember, when using async await inside useEffect, we need to create a new function and then run the function. Otherwise, it will break the rules of useEffect. So let's save and check the home page and go to the home page, and everything still works. So let's go back and we'll use async await in the app component where we get the cart. So here, feel free to pause if you want to try it yourself first. We'll create a new function using const. Let's call it fetch app data equals a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And we'll move this code into the function. So we'll cut and paste. And we'll select this and press tab. In front of the function, we'll use async. And now we can use await inside. So in front of Axios, we'll type await to wait for this to finish. And then we're going to save the result in a variable. Const response equals this result. And now we can remove .then and these brackets. And the code is much cleaner. Finally, we're going to run this function, fetch app data and brackets, and save. And let's do the same thing in the checkout page. So we'll go to the checkout page here. Feel free to pause if you want to try it yourself. Const fetch checkout data equals brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And we'll move this code inside, cut, and in here, paste, and select these lines and press tab. And we're going to turn this into an async function so we can use await inside. So in front of this request, we're going to await, and we're going to save it in a variable let response equals. So we're going to use let because we have two requests here, and we might want to reuse this variable. And I'll add a new line to make it a little easier to read. And now we can remove .then. And then down here, we'll also use await to wait for this to finish. And we're going to save the result inside response equals. And now we can remove .then. And the last step is to run this function. So fetch checkout data and brackets and save. We'll open the website, make sure the home page is working, and then go to the checkout page and make sure this is still working. So that looks good to me. We'll go back to our code, and that's async await. It lets us write asynchronous code like normal code. I'll leave converting the orders page to async await as an exercise. So now we can save this into Git. We'll give it the message, convert home and checkout to async await and commit. In the next lesson, we're going to learn data mutation, which means instead of just getting data from the backend, we'll update data in the backend, and we'll be able to add products to our cart and create orders. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we reviewed Backend, which manages the data for a website. We set up a backend for our project. We learned how to fetch data or get data from the backend. We learned Axios, which is an easier way to make requests to the backend. We learned how to generate the HTML using the data from the backend. We separated our pages into smaller components, and we learned async await, which lets us write asynchronous code like normal code. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn data mutation, and we're going to make the website interactive. Data mutation means we update data in the backend. If we open the website, and I'll close some of these other tabs. If we go to the home page, notice that right now we can only view the data. If we try to update this data, like we try to add to cart, it doesn't do anything. So we're going to make this add to cart button work. We'll go to our code, and we're going to find the add to cart button. So I'll open my files, and I'm going to go to the home page, and we're going to open the products grid. And we're going to scroll down in this file to this add to cart button. The first step is to make this button interactive. So at the end, we're going to add an onClick attribute equals curly brackets and give this a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. As a review, onClick is called an event handler. When we click this button, it will run this function. Now, inside here, we're going to add the product to the cart. So we could try to update the cart here in React, but then we have to figure out where to save the cart. Instead, in the real world, we use the backend to update the cart and to save the cart. The advantage of using the backend is it will simplify our React code, and we can share the data in the backend. So if we access this website from another computer, we can access the updated cart using the backend. So here, to use the backend to add a product to the cart, we're just going to make another request to the backend. We're going to go to the top, and at the top, we're going to import Axios so that we can make another request. And we'll scroll back down. And when we click this button, we're going to make a request to the backend using Axios. And this time we're going to use .post and brackets. So previously we used Axios.get to get data from the backend. Post is a different type of request. .post is used to create data in the backend. In this case, we are adding a product to the backend. So we're creating a new cart item. That's why we use .post. Inside here, we're going to give it a URL path /API/cart-items. So notice this is the same URL path that we used to get the cart, but when we use post, the backend will behave differently. This will create a cart item instead of getting the cart items. Next, we need to tell the backend which product to add to the cart. To do that, we can give Axios.post another value, which is an object. When we use post, we can also send information to the backend using an object, and this is called the request body. Now, the backend needs to know two things in order to add a product to the cart. First, it needs to know the product ID that we want to add. In this case, this button is for, if we scroll up, the button is for this product right here. So at the bottom, we're going to tell the backend we want to add this product.id to the cart. And we also need another information, which is the quantity that we want to add. For now, let's just use the quantity 1. So this code will send a request to the backend, telling it to add this product to the cart with a quantity of 1. So now let's save this file, and then we'll go to the website, and we're going to go to this t-shirt product, and we're going to click Add to Cart. And then we're going to refresh the page. And now, if we look at the cart here, we have one more product. The quantity is 4. If we open the cart and we scroll to the bottom, notice that it added the t-shirt to the cart. So that's how we do data mutation, or update data in the backend. We just send a request to the backend, and the backend takes care of updating and saving the data. So in the real world, we use the backend to manage and update the data. Next, notice that when we added this product to the cart, we had to refresh the page to see the new cart. It would be better if we could just reload the cart and update the page without needing to refresh. We'll go to our code, and at the bottom, we're going to go to app.jsx. So here, this code reloads the cart from the backend, and it updates the state. After it updates the state, React will update the page. So when we add a product to the cart, we just need to rerun this code, and it will update the page. And then we don't have to refresh the page every time. We're going to select this entire function, and we'll cut, and outside the use effect, we're going to paste it. And now that it's outside the use effect, we can share this function with our components. Now, let's actually rename this function to something more accurate, like load cart. And in here, load cart. And now we can share this with our components using a prop. So we're going to scroll down here, and in the home page, we're going to give it the prop load cart equals curly brackets, and we'll give it the function load cart and save. And now if we go to the home page, at the top, we'll get load cart out of the props, and then give it to the products grid component. So remember, this component contains the add to cart button. So in here, we'll give it another prop, load cart equals curly brackets, and give it the load cart function and save. And now inside the products grid, at the top, we're going to get load cart out of the props. And then if we scroll back down, after we update the cart, we're going to call the function load cart. So this means we will update the cart in the backend, and then we'll get the new cart and update the page without needing to refresh. One other thing we have to do here is, remember, axios.post contacts the backend. So this is asynchronous code. It does not finish right away. That means we need to wait for this code to finish before going on to the next line. To wait for this to finish, at the front of this code, we can type await and space. And remember, in order to use await, we need to be inside an async function. So we'll add async. And also, this code is not inside a use effect. So we can just use async directly here, like this. After that, load cart is also asynchronous. So it's a good idea to await this code as well to be consistent. So now let's save, and we'll check the website. And first we'll go back to the home page. And this time, let's click Add to Cart on this toaster. So we'll click Add to Cart. And now notice that the quantity here updated to 5 without needing to refresh. If we go to the cart and scroll down, it also updated the cart on the page without needing to refresh. we'll go back to the home page, and we're going to make these quantity selectors work. So this lets us add more than one product to the cart at a time. We're going to go to our code, and first we need to get the quantity in the quantity selector. To do that, we're going to use a controlled input. We learned controlled inputs when creating the text box in the Chatbot project. So as a review, we'll scroll up, and we're going to create a state to save the quantity. At the top, we're going to import curly brackets use state from React. And in this component, we're going to create a state. Const square bracket equals use state and brackets. And we're going to name the state the quantity, comma, and the updater function set quantity. And we'll set the starting value of the quantity to 1. Then we're going to scroll down, and we're going to find this select element. So this element represents the selector on the page. And we're going to give this 2 props. The first prop is the value equals curly brackets, and the value is the quantity. The second prop is on change equals curly brackets, and we're going to give this a function. So brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And whenever we use an event handler like onClick or onChange, this function gets a parameter called event. So event contains details about the event. In this case, the event will contain the quantity that we selected, which is one of these values. To get the quantity that we selected, we can use event.target.value. And let's save the quantity we selected in a variable. At the front, we'll create const quantity selected equals this value. Now, one thing to be careful of is this value is going to be one of these values here. And these are going to be a string. So we need to convert it into a number. To do that, around this value, we're going to use the code capital N number, open bracket, and close bracket. So this will convert the string here into a number. So now that we have the quantity that we selected, let's save it into the state using set quantity brackets quantity selected. So this is called a controlled input when we have a value and an onChange property. When we change the selector, it's going to set the quantity in the state, and then the new state is going to be set as the value, and then it updates the page. So we're basically putting React in the middle of this process so that we have access to the quantity that we selected. And that's a review of how controlled inputs work. And let's also console.log the quantity selected to see if it works. So we'll save, and we'll go to the website, and we're going to open the console with right-click, inspect, and the console. And now on the website, we're going to click the quantity selector here, and we'll select 3. And now inside the console, it displays the quantity that we selected. However, there is a problem here. Notice on this website, when we change one quantity selector, it changes all of them. So if I change this one here to 5, it changes all the quantities. So let's fix this. We'll go back to the code. And if we scroll to the top, this is happening because the state here is outside of this loop. So that means the state is shared across all the products. That's why when we change one selector, it changes all of them. To solve this problem, we need to move this state inside this loop so that each product has its own quantity. So we're going to select this code and cut. And inside this loop, we're going to paste. However, this code actually breaks the rules of React hooks. we can only put hooks at the top level of a component. We should not put hooks inside a loop like this. To fix this problem, we can separate each product into its own component. So inside the home folder, we're going to create a new file, and we'll name it product.jsx. And we'll create a component for each product, which is export function product, brackets and curly brackets, and we're going to return the HTML for each product. Inside the products grid, we're going to collapse this code, and this is the code for each product. So we'll select it and copy, and inside the product component, we're going to paste. And then Control or Command Shift P, format document. We'll scroll up, and we'll go back to the products grid. And we also need to copy over the state. So we're going to select this, copy, and inside product at the top, we're going to paste. And we'll fix these errors. So first we need to import use state. At the top, we'll import curly brackets use state from React. And the product, we'll get it from the props using curly brackets product. Scroll down. We'll need the format money function, as well as Axios and load cart. So first, we'll import curly brackets format money from a string, and we'll find //utils/money. At the top, we're going to import Axios from Axios, and we'll get the load cart function from the props. So comma load cart and save. So now each product has a separate state. It has its own quantity. And this is no longer breaking the rules of hooks because this state is at the top level of this component. We'll go back to the products grid. And here we can remove this HTML and just use our component less than product / greater than. And we need to give it the product equals product, and also the load cart function equals load cart. And we can remove this state. And remember, when we loop through an array, we need to give it a key prop. So at the front here, we'll set a key equals curly brackets, and we'll set it to the product.id. And finally, we need to import this component. So we'll scroll up, and at the top, we'll import curly brackets, the product component from a string, and it's right beside this file. So we'll do ./product. And we can remove these because they're no longer being used. And save. And since we have the key in this loop here, we can also go into the product and remove the key in here. And save. Now let's open the website. And if we change one of these selectors, notice that each product can now have its own quantity. Now that we have this quantity, when we add a product to the cart, let's use this quantity. We'll go to our code, and we're going to go inside each product, and we're going to scroll down to the Add to Cart button here. And instead of adding a quantity of 1 every time, we're going to add the quantity that is saved in the state above. So now let's save, and we'll try out this code. We'll open the website, and let's go to this plate product, and we're going to select a quantity of 3 this time. And we'll click Add to Cart. And notice that the cart updated, and it now has a quantity of 8, which is 3 more than before. If we open the cart and we scroll to the bottom, we now have 3 of these plates in the cart. So now the quantity selector is working. let's go back to the home page. And this time, let's try adding a product that already exists in the cart. So for the plate product, we're going to select the quantity of 3 again, and we're going to click Add to Cart. Notice the cart quantity increased by 3, and if we open the cart and scroll down, instead of adding a new plate product, it just increased the quantity by 3 for a total of 6. So if the product already exists in the cart, the backend handles this situation for us and just increases the quantity. Remember, the purpose of the backend is to manage the data. By letting the backend manage and update the data, we can simplify our React code. Let's go back to our code, and we're going to do some cleanup in this component. First, instead of doing quantity:quantity, we can use the shorthand property syntax and just use the quantity. It does the same thing as before. Next, instead of putting our event handlers directly in the HTML like this, we usually save this in a separate function. So let's select all this code and copy, and we're going to scroll up, and at the top, we're going to create a function const add to cart equals, and we'll paste that code. So we usually save the function separately like this, and then we can scroll down. We can remove this code and just use the function name add to cart. And this makes the code easier to read. Next, we'll scroll up to the quantity selector. We can remove the console.log, and we'll move this into a separate function as well. We'll select this code and copy, and we'll scroll up. And here, we're going to create another function, const select quantity, and make it equal, and we'll paste that code. And we'll use this function below. So down here, instead of putting this function directly in the HTML, we'll use the function name select quantity and save. And that's it. We created the add to cart feature. In the final project, there's a small message that pops up when we click add to cart, but I'll leave this as an exercise. Now let's save this into Git. We'll open the Git section, and let's use the message create add to cart feature and commit. Before we continue, I want to go back to the code that we wrote. So we're going to scroll up in this component, and I want to explain axios.post a little more. As a review, when we send a request to the backend, we can set a URL path. Based on the URL path, the backend can do different things. For example, if we use /API/products, the backend gives us the products. If we use /API/cart items, the backend gives us the cart. In addition to the URL path, every request also has a type. In the previous lesson, when we did axios.get /API/cart items, this actually sends the type get and the URL path /API/cart items to the backend. So it sends two pieces of information to the backend, the type and the URL path. When we did axios.post /API/cart items, this sends the type post and the URL path /API/cart items to the backend. Now, when the backend receives our request, it looks at both the type and the URL path to decide what to do. For example, if the backend receives get and /API/cart items, it will get the cart items and return it. If the backend receives post and /API/cart items, it will create a new cart item. So both the type and the URL path together determine what the backend does. in the description, I have a documentation page for my backend. And it lists all the different requests that my backend supports. Notice that each request has a type and a URL path. By the way, the type is also called a HTTP method. When working with a backend, there are 4 common types of requests that we use: get, post, put, and delete. Get means we want to get some data. Post means we want to create some data. Put means we want to update some data. And delete means we want to delete some data. So Axios has a method for each type. Axios.get sets the type of request to get. Axios.post sets the type to post. Axios.put sets the type to put. And Axios.delete sets the type to delete. And then between the brackets, we put the URL path. So in our code, this sends a request to the backend with the type post and the URL path /API/cart items. So the most important thing to remember here is that each request has a type and a URL path, and both of these determine what the backend will do. In the rest of this lesson, we'll get more practice sending different types of requests to the backend. Next, let's go back to the website. And inside the checkout page, for each product, we have these delivery options. So we're going to add the ability to update the delivery option. Because we're updating something in the cart, we're going to practice using a put request. First, let's find the code for these delivery options. We'll go back to our code and open our files. And we're going to find the pages and checkout folder, and we're going to open deliveryoptions.jsx. And we'll scroll down. And here, each of these represents one delivery option on the page. So we're going to put an onClick property on this element. Now, usually we put the onClick on the input, but in this case, this will make only the radio selector clickable. Instead, we want the entire delivery option, including the text, to be clickable. So that's why we're going to put the onClick on the outside component. So we're going to add the onClick attribute equals curly brackets. And let's create a function for this. Above this, we'll create a function with const, and let's name it update delivery option equals, and let's make it an async function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets, because we know we're going to make a request to the backend to update the delivery option. Also, we create the function here inside of this loop because we need access to each delivery option. So next, to update the delivery option for a product, we're going to make a request to the backend. We're going to scroll to the top, and at the top, we'll import Axios from Axios. And we'll scroll back down. And inside here, according to my documentation, my backend supports the request put/API/cart items. This lets us update the cart. For example, we can update the delivery option for a product. So we're going to do Axios.put brackets. This sends a request with the type put to the backend. And we'll set the URL path to /API/cart-items. And we'll add another slash, and we're going to insert the product ID that we want to update here at the end of the URL path. So in my documentation, :product ID is known as a URL parameter. This means my backend wants the product ID we want to update inside the URL. This is just a naming convention that is popular with backends. When we update something, we usually put the ID of what we want to update inside the URL. So here, first we're going to change this to a template string using backticks. And then at the end, we'll insert dollar curly brackets, and we're going to insert the product ID that we want to update. So the product ID is saved inside the cart item. So inside here, we're going to insert the cart item dot product ID. Next, we need to tell the backend which delivery option we want to update to. To do that, we're going to give the backend some data. At the end of this, we'll add a comma and an object. And in my documentation, this section tells us what data we can send to the backend. Here, we can send the delivery option ID that we want to update to. So we're going to give the backend the delivery option ID that we want to update to. So if we scroll up here, we want to update to this delivery option. So we'll tell the backend to update to the delivery option.id. And after we update the delivery option, we're going to reload the cart and update the page. So in front of this, let's wait for this to finish using await. And remember, we created a function for reloading the cart called loadCart. So inside app.jsx, we're going to share loadCart with the checkout page. So down here, we'll add a prop, loadCart equals curly brackets, loadCart, and save. And then inside the checkout page, at the top, we're going to get load cart. And now we need to share this with the delivery options. Now the delivery options are actually inside the order summary. So we're going to share it with the order summary first. We'll scroll down to the order summary. And here, we're going to give it the load cart equals curly brackets, load cart, and save. Inside the order summary, at the top, we're going to get from the props load cart, and then we're going to share it with the delivery options. So we'll scroll down to these delivery options, and we'll give it the prop load cart equals curly brackets, load cart, and save. And finally, in the delivery options, we can get load cart from the props. So comma load cart, and scroll down. After we update the delivery option, we're going to await load cart and brackets so that we reload the cart and update the page, and we don't have to refresh to see the updates. Finally, we're going to take this function and put it in this onClick. So update delivery option and save. Now let's go to the website and we'll try changing a delivery option. And now you can see that it updates when we change the delivery option. Now, one last thing here is if we open the console, we're going to get this warning message saying we provided a checked property without an onChange handler. So let's fix this warning. We're going to go back to the code. And the warning means that for an input element, if we have a checked prop, we should also have an onChange prop. OnChange lets us change the value of this input. However, in our situation, we already use this onClick up here to change the value of the input. So we don't really need an onChange property. So in here, to get rid of that warning, we can just add an onChange property equals curly brackets and give it an empty function. And this will just make the warning go away. We'll save and go back to our website. And let's refresh. And now if we change the delivery option and check the console, we no longer get that warning. Next, we have another problem on this page, which is when we update the delivery option, the payment summary here is not updating to show the new delivery price. To fix this, after we update a delivery option, we also want to reload the payment summary. So let's find the code for reloading the payment summary. We'll go to our code, and we're going to open the checkout page. And we're going to scroll up, and inside this use effect, we have this code here that reloads the payment summary. So we want to rerun this code after updating the delivery option. Now, we could separate this into a function and then share it like we did with load cart. However, we have an easier option here. Remember that in use effect, at the end, we have this dependency array. So this array determines when use effect runs. Right now, it's empty, which means use effect will only run once. However, we can put values inside this array. And whenever a value changes, it will rerun the use effect. In our situation, we can put the value cart inside this dependency array. And now, whenever the cart changes, it will rerun the use effect and update the payment summary. And that makes sense. Every time the cart changes, we do want to update the payment summary in case the cost of the order changes. So in React, there are often multiple solutions to do something, and we should try to pick the cleanest solution. Also note that this will cause the delivery options to be reloaded, which is not really necessary. So we could separate reloading the payment summary into another use effect, but I'll leave this as an exercise. So now let's save, and we'll go to our website. And now when we update the delivery option, notice that the payment summary also updates to show the new delivery price. And now this feature is working. So now let's save this into Git. We'll go back to our code and open the Git section. And here we'll use the message create update delivery option feature and commit. Next, we're going to go to our website, and we're going to work on deleting an item from the cart. So we're going to practice making a delete request to the backend. First, we're going to find the code for this delete link. We'll go to our code, and in our files, we're going to find the order summary component. And we're going to scroll down in this component and find the delete link. If you did the exercises, this might be inside a cart item details component. Now for this delete link, we're going to add an onClick attribute equals curly brackets, and we'll give this a function to run. Let's call it delete cart item. And let's create this function above. So I'm going to scroll up, and I'm going to create the function inside this loop because I need access to this cart item to delete. So in here, we'll create the function const delete cart item equals a function. And let's make this an async function because we know we're going to make a request to the backend. And first, let's import Axios. So we'll scroll up, and at the top, we'll import Axios from a string Axios. And then inside this function, my backend can receive a request called delete/API/cart items. And this will delete a product from the cart. So we'll do Axios.delete and brackets. This sends a request with the type delete to the backend. For the URL path, we're going to use a template string, and we'll do /API/cart-items/ and we're going to insert the product ID in the URL again. This is just a naming convention that my backend uses. So we're going to insert the ID of what we want to delete. In this case, we need to give the backend the product ID we want to delete. So the product ID is saved inside the cart item. So we're going to give the backend the cart item dot product ID. And that's it. When my backend receives a request with the type delete and this URL path, it's going to delete this product from the cart. So after deleting the product, let's reload the cart. First, at the front of this, we'll type await to wait for this code to finish. And then we're going to await load the cart and brackets. So I have load cart already in the order summary. If you did the exercises from the previous lesson, you may need to pass this function into your component using a prop. So now let's scroll down. And that's all we need to delete a product from the cart and then reload and update the page. Let's save. We'll go to the website and we're going to delete this first product. And notice it updates the cart and it also updates the payment summary. If we delete another product, you notice it updates the cart and updates the payment summary. So that's how we make the delete link work. I'll leave updating the quantity in the cart as an exercise. So now let's save this into Git. We'll open the Git section, and then here we'll use the message create delete cart item feature and commit. Let's go back to the website. And in the checkout page, we're going to add the ability to create an order. So first, let's find the code for this place order button. We'll go back to our code. And in our files, we're going to open the payment summary component. And we're going to scroll down to the bottom to this place order button. And to this button, we're going to add a prop on click equals curly brackets, and we'll give it a function. Let's call it create order. And now let's scroll up and create this function. So up here, we're going to create const, and we'll name it create order equals an async function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. Again, we're going to make a request to the backend to create the order. So at the top, we're going to import Axios from a string Axios. And in here, for my backend, we can send a request with the type post and the URL path /API/orders to create an order. So we'll use the code axios.post to make a request with the type post and then give it the URL path /API/orders. And that's all we need. Remember, the cart is already saved in the backend. So the backend can take that cart and create an order for us. So let's wait for this code to finish using await. And after we create an order, the backend will remove everything from our cart. So we also need to reload our cart here. First, we need to get the load cart function. And that can be found in the checkout page. So here, we get load cart from the props, and we're going to share this with the payment summary. So we'll scroll down, and in the payment summary, we'll share load cart using a prop load cart equals curly brackets load cart and save. And then inside the payment summary, at the top, in the props, we'll get comma load cart. And now after we create an order, we're going to await load cart and brackets to reload the cart and update the page. Finally, after we create an order, let's also redirect to the orders page so we can see our new order. To do that, React Router provides a hook that lets us navigate to another page or go to another page. At the top, we're going to import curly brackets use navigate from react-router. And at the top of our component, we're going to use const navigate equals use navigate and brackets. So use navigate gives us a function, and this function lets us navigate to or go to another page in our app. So after we create an order and we reload the cart, let's navigate to the orders page using navigate, brackets, and a string, and we're going to navigate to /orders. Now, navigate is not asynchronous, so it finishes immediately, and we don't need to await this code. Let's save, and we'll go to the website and test out the place order button. So we could update the delivery option to get a shipping cost, and then click place order. And now you can see that it created a new order. You'll also see that it updated the cart, so the quantity is now 0, and it navigated us to the orders page. Once we are on the orders page, there's some code at the top of the orders page that loads the orders from the backend and updates the page. And that's how we're able to see our newest order here. So that's how we create an order. I'll leave making these add to cart buttons work as an exercise. So now we finished all the major features of our project. We can add products to our cart, we can update the cart, and we can create an order. And you'll see that in the real world, we use a backend to manage and update all the data. And in our React code, we just make requests to the backend and then update the page. The advantage of letting the backend manage the data is that it will simplify our code a lot. So now let's save this into Git. Go to the Git section, and at the top, we'll type make create order button work and commit. And now we finished all the major features of our project. In the next lesson, we'll learn how to create automated tests in React to make sure our code still works whenever we make changes. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we learned data mutation, which means to update data in the backend. We learned different types of requests, like get, post, put, and delete. We sent a post request to add products to the cart and to create an order. We sent a put request to update the cart. We sent a delete request to delete a product from the cart. We used the dependency array of useEffect to update the payment summary whenever the cart changes. We learned the use navigate hook, which lets us navigate to another page using our code. Thanks for watching so far. If you find this course valuable, you can support the channel by liking this video, leaving a comment, and subscribing. You can also check out the premium version of this course, where you'll get all the lessons ads-free, broken down into small videos, as well as additional lessons and more projects that are not in the public React course. Currently, the premium course contains 11 lessons, and I'll be adding more lessons in the future. You can also get a certificate of completion, create comments or questions on specific topics, get progress tracking, search, and course notes. You can also check out the membership, where you can get this course ads-free, separated by each lesson, AI videos, backend tutorials, and more. Thanks again, and let's continue with the course. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to add automated tests to our app. Automated tests means using code to test our app. This is more efficient than manually opening the app and clicking around to test it. To create automated tests in React, we're going to use an npm package. The two most popular packages for automated testing are Jest and Vitest. We're going to use Vitest because it integrates well with Vite, but Jest and Vitest are very similar. If you learn one, you can easily learn the other. First, we're going to install Vitest to our project. So we're going to go to our command line and open the tab that's running the front end, and we'll stop the Vite server using Control-C, and we're going to npm install --save -dev Vitest. So save dev means that Vitest is only for development. This package is not needed to run our app or to run our website. And we're also going to add @ to give Vitest a specific version. So you can click this link in the description, go to lesson 9, and here you'll find the version of Vitest that we'll install. So we'll copy that version and then paste it in here and press enter to install Vitest. Now that we installed Vitest, we're ready to create our first automated test. So there are different types of automated tests that we can create. The first type is called unit tests. A unit test means we test one unit or one piece of the code. For example, if we look at our files and we open our utils folder and open money.js, if we test a function like format money, this would be considered a unit test because it's just one piece of the code. However, if we test something like the product component here, testing components like this are not unit tests because they use many different pieces of code together. So we'll start by creating unit tests for format money. So we're going to go to this money.js file, and beside this file, we're going to create a new file for the tests. And we'll name it the same, money, but this time we'll end with .test.js. So the naming convention is to put it beside the original file and end it with .test.js. Now inside this test file, at the top we'll import curly brackets it from a string Vitest. So it lets us create a test. And we'll also import the format money function from a string and import it from this file, ./money. And now to create our first test, we're going to use it and brackets, and we'll give this a string. So this creates a test, and the string here is the name of the test. So this describes what we are testing. So let's give it a name like formats 1999 cents as $19.99. If we run format money with 1999, it should give us $19.99 as the result. So this name is describing what we want to test. And a naming convention is to make this read like English. For example, it formats 1999 as 19.99. And then we're going to give this a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And in here, we're going to test if format money works correctly. To do that, we're also going to import expect from Vitest. So expect lets us check if the result is correct. So in here, we're going to run expect and brackets. And in here, we put the code that we want to test. For example, let's put the code format money brackets, and 1999. And then expect has different methods that we can use to check this result. One method is called .to_b and brackets. So in this second bracket, we can put the expected result of this code. So we said that the expected result should be this string here. So we'll give it $19.99. So this code tests if this value is equal to this value. If they are equal, this check has passed. If they are not equal, this check has failed. And then expect is going to send this result to Vitest. And Vitest will display a summary of what passed and what failed. So now let's run this test. We're going to save this file. And then in our command line, we're going to create a new tab for running the tests. And first, we have to be inside the e-commerce project folder. So we'll cd e-commerce-project. And we're going to run npx vitest. So Vitest is going to search our code for all the files that end with .test.js and runs the tests inside. And then it displays the result in the command line. So this tells us that our format money test here has passed. Now let's create another test for format money. We'll go back to this test file. And to create another test, we're just going to use it again. And a string. And remember that we had some problems with money not showing 2 decimals. So let's test if it displays 2 decimals and give it a function. And now inside here, we can run expect and brackets, format money, brackets, and let's give it a value that might not show 2 decimals, like 1090. And then we'll check if this is correct using .to_b and brackets and a string. And the expected result of this code should be $10.90. So we're going to check if this result is equal to this result. If we save, Vitest is actually watching our files for changes. So when we save, it will automatically rerun our tests. And now you can see we have 2 tests that passed. Next, inside each test, we can have multiple checks. So in here, let's add another check using expect, brackets, and let's try format money, brackets with a different value, like 100. So we expect this to be $1.00. So we'll do .to_b brackets $1.00 and save. Now Vitest will rerun all of our tests, and now you can see that both tests still passed. So when we have multiple checks like this, all of the checks have to pass in order for this test to pass. If one of these checks fails, the entire test will fail and it will show up here. So as a quick example, if I change this and save, one of these checks failed, so we can see that this test has failed. So I'm going to add it back and save. Next, if we look at our file here, notice that these tests are related to the format money function. A best practice is to group these tests together. To do that, at the top, we're also going to import describe from Vitest. So describe groups tests together. We call a group of tests a test suite. So above these tests, we're going to use the code describe and brackets. And we'll give this a string. And this is the name of the test suite or the group of tests. So these tests are for the format money function. And we'll give it a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And we're going to move our tests inside. So we'll select it and cut and paste and save. And everything still passes. And we can see the test suite name over here. So test suites basically help us keep our tests more organized. If we want to test a different function inside this file, we would create another test suite and group our tests in there. So a best practice is to always put our tests inside a test suite, even if we only have one test suite. So now let's save this into Git. We're going to go to the Git section, and let's use the message, create unit tests for format money, and commit. Next, we'll create another type of test called an integration test. Integration test means we test multiple units or pieces of code working together. For example, if we look at our files and we open the product component, testing a component would be considered an integration test. Notice this uses multiple pieces of code, like the format money function and the load cart function. So now let's create tests for this file. Beside product.js, we're going to create a new file, and we'll name it product.test.jsx. So we end with .jsx this time, because this will let us use component syntax in this file, like this. So first, let's actually copy the imports from our money test file, because we're going to be using these again. So we'll copy, and in here, we'll paste. But this time, we're going to import the product component from the ./product file. And first, we're going to create a test suite. So we use describe, brackets, and a string. And we're going to be testing the product component. And give this a function. And inside, we'll create our first integration test using it, brackets, and a string. And for components, the first thing we can check is if the component is displayed correctly. So for the product component, we can check if the name is correct, the image is correct, and so on. So we'll name this test, it displays the product details correctly. And we'll give it a function. And now inside here, how do we check if this component displayed the details correctly? So when testing a function, we run the function and check the result. When testing a component, we render the component and check the result. So render means to display the component on the page. To render the component in our tests, we need to add some more npm packages. So we're going to go to our command line. And right now, Vitest is watching all of our files for changes. So we're going to stop Vitest using Control-C, or you can press Q to quit. And now, we're going to click this link in the description, go to lesson 9, and we're going to install all of these npm packages that we need. So we're going to select this and copy. And then in our command line, we're going to paste this command. And press Enter to install all these packages. After installing, we also need to create some config files to test our components. So we'll go to our files, and we'll scroll down, and find vite.config.js and click it. And we're going to create a new file and name this vitest.config.js. And we'll click this link in the description and go to lesson 9. We're going to copy this setup code. So we're going to select this and copy. And then in here, we'll paste that code and save. And we're also going to create another file beside this. So here, create a new file called setup, capital T, tests.js. And we'll click the link in the description again and go to lesson 9. And we're going to copy this code and paste it in here. And save. So that's just some setup that we need to do. If we look at this config file, you don't have to worry too much about how this works. This is just some standard setup. These two are required for component tests or integration tests to work. And this basically runs the code inside this file before all of our tests. So in this file, we import just DOM, and this basically adds a bunch of methods to expect to help us test components. Now that we have the setup, we're going to go back to our test. And at the top, we're going to import curly brackets render from the package at testing-library/react. So this renders or displays a component in a fake web page, specifically for testing. Inside our test, we're going to use the render function and brackets. And we'll tell it to render the product component using less than product / greater than. So next, the product component has some props. So we need to provide these props in our test. So in here, we're going to add the prop product equals curly brackets. And we're going to provide a sample product to test with. To do that, in our files, we're going to go to the starting code folder and open the data folder and open products.js. And here we have a bunch of sample products that we can use. So let's just select the first product and copy it. And then in our test, we're going to save the sample product in a variable const product equals and paste. And we're going to take this product and save it as the product prop. Next, we also need to provide a load cart function to this component. So in our app, load cart actually contacts the backend. However, in our tests, we should not contact a real backend because the backend might not be available during tests, and our tests might accidentally update real data. So instead, a best practice is to mock this function in our tests. Mock means to create a fake version of this function. To create a mock, at the top, we're going to import vi from Vitest. And we'll scroll back down and we'll create const load cart equals vi.fn and brackets. So vi.fn basically creates a fake function that doesn't do anything. So this fake function is called a mock. And we're going to give this mock to the component. So here, we'll create a prop load cart equals curly bracket and our mock load cart. And this will prevent our component from accidentally contacting the backend in our tests. And that's it. This will render the product component on a fake web page. So now, how do we check if this component was displayed correctly? We can't see the fake web page, but we can check it using our code. To do that, we're going to scroll up, and we'll also import the screen from testing library/react. So screen lets us check the screen or the fake web page to see if everything was rendered correctly. In our test, after we render the component, we're going to use screen and the method .getByText and brackets. So this searches the screen or the fake web page for an element with a specific text. So we'll give it a string. And first, let's check if the product name is displayed correctly. So we'll scroll up, and we're going to copy this product name. And then in here, we're going to paste. And this will search the screen or the fake web page for an element with this text inside. So now we're going to check if this element exists. That will tell us if we displayed the correct product on the page. To do that, before this code, we'll use expect and open bracket, and at the end, a close bracket. And we'll use the method .to be in the document and brackets. So this method is added by testing library/just.dom. And this checks if this element exists on the screen or on the fake web page. So now let's save, and we'll run this test using Vitest. In the command line, we'll run npx Vitest. And all of our tests passed. Next, let's add some more checks to this test. So let's also check if the price was displayed correctly. So here, we'll add another expect brackets, and we'll use screen.getByText and a string, and we're going to search for the price on the screen. So for the sample product, the price should be $10.90. So we'll scroll down and search for $10.90 on the screen, and we expect this to be in the document and brackets. And save, and Vite will rerun the test and tell us that this passed. Next, let's check if the product image is correct. So down here, we'll use another expect brackets, screen, dot, but this time we can't use getByText because we're trying to find an image. Instead, we're going to add a test ID to the image element. So in our files, we'll open the product component, and we're going to scroll down until we find the product image here. And for this element, we're going to add an attribute data-test ID equals a string product-image. So this ID lets us find the image element in our tests. We could also use the class name to find this element, but if we change our class name, it will break the test. To avoid this, we usually use an ID specifically for testing, like this. So now let's save, and in our test, we'll use screen.getByTestID and brackets, and a string, and the test ID product-image. So this will give us the image element in the product component. Now let's check if this image element's source attribute is equal to the product's image up here. So we'll select this image and copy. And then down here, .to have attribute, brackets, and we'll check the source attribute if it's equal to the string, and paste the image from our sample product, and save. Vitest will rerun our tests, and everything passed. So we know we're displaying the correct image. Next, let's check the ratings image and the rating count. Feel free to pause if you want to try it yourself first. So first, we'll do expect, open bracket, the screen dot, and we'll check the ratings image first. So we'll go to the product component, and we're going to scroll down until we find the image product rating stars, and we'll give this a data-test ID equals product rating stars image, and save. And let's just select this test ID and copy. And in our test, we'll get by test ID, brackets, a string, and paste. And we expect this dot to have attribute, brackets, the source attribute equals a string. And we'll go back to the product component. And let's just copy the source attribute here. So we'll select it and copy. And inside our test, we're going to paste. Now for our sample product, we have a rating of 4.5. So that means we take 4.5 and multiply it by 10. We're going to get the value 45. And this is the rating image that should be displayed on the page. So we'll save, and Vitest tells us everything passed. Finally, let's check the rating count. So we'll expect, brackets, screen, dot, and this time we're looking for text. So we can just use get by text, brackets, and for this sample product, the count is 87. So we'll look for the string 87. And we expect this dot to be in the document, and save. Vitest will rerun, and everything passed. So now we tested if the product component displayed all the details correctly. So let's save this into Git. We'll open the Git section, and we'll use the message create integration test for product component, and commit. Next, we're going to test user interactions. In the product component, we have an add to cart button. We can also test clicking this add to cart button to see if it behaves correctly. So in our test file, let's create a new test using it, brackets, and a string, and let's name it adds a product to the cart, and give it a function. So first, let's render the product component again. So we'll scroll up, and let's just copy all of this code. So we'll select it to here, and copy. And then in our second test, we're going to paste. So this sets up the sample product and the mock, and then renders the product component again. So now that we rendered this, how do we click the add to cart button in our test? Earlier, we installed a package called testing library/user event. This package lets us simulate events like clicking a button. So at the top of our test, we're going to scroll up, and we'll import user event from the package at testing-library/user /user-event. So this lets us simulate events like a click. So now we'll scroll back down to our test. And first, we need to set up user event using const user equals user event dot setup and brackets. So now we can simulate events using user dot click. So this simulates a click event, and inside the brackets, we're going to tell it which element to click. So we want it to click the Add to Cart button. So first, we need to get the Add to Cart button inside our test. We'll go to our files, and in the product component, let's scroll down to the Add to Cart button, and we're going to give this a data-test ID equals a string add to cart button. And let's select this test ID and copy and save. And then in the product test, we're going to get the button using screen.get by test ID brackets and a string, and we'll paste the test ID. So this will get the add to cart button from the screen. So let's save it in a variable, const add to cart button equals, and we're going to give this to user.click, add to cart button. Next, when we click this button, it takes some time for the page to process the click. So user.click takes some time to finish. That means this is asynchronous code, and it returns a promise. To wait for this to finish, at the front, we're going to use await. And remember, to use await, we need to be inside an async function. So above, in this function, we're going to make it async. And we'll scroll back down. And now, once we click the Add to Cart button, this is going to make a request to the backend using axios.post. But remember, in our tests, we should not contact a real backend because we might accidentally update real data. So earlier, we mocked load cart and replaced it with a fake function. Now, we're also going to mock Axios, so we can actually mock an entire NPM package. To do that, at the top, we're going to use the code vi.mock brackets and the string Axios. So this mocks the entire Axios package. This means that when we are testing, when we import from Axios, we will get a fake version of Axios instead. So when we click Add to Cart, it will use the fake version of Axios, and it will do nothing. It will not contact the backend. So now, what should we test? We can still test that our code ran axios.post, and we can test if we gave axios.post the correct values. To do that, at the top, we're also going to import Axios from the package Axios. And because of vi.mock, this is a fake version of Axios. So now we can scroll back down. And after we click Add to Cart, we can expect brackets axios.post. If we give a mock to expect, we can check if our code ran axios.post and if we gave it the correct values using the method .to have been called with and brackets. So we expect our code to call axios.post with /API/cart items. So in here, we'll check if the first value we gave it was /API cart-items. And we also expect our code to give axios.post an object with a product ID and a quantity. So in here, we can also check if we give it an object with a product ID colon, and we're going to get the product ID of our sample product. So here, we'll select this ID and copy and scroll back down and create a string and paste the ID. And we expect the quantity colon to be 1 because we did not change the quantity selector. So this basically checks that when we click add to cart, does our code run axios.post and give it these values? So even though mocks don't do anything, we can still check if we called them and we gave them the correct values. Next, we can also check if our code ran load cart. So remember that load cart is also a mock. So we can see if our code ran load cart. So down here, we can also expect load cart, and we don't give load cart any values. So we can just use .to have been called and brackets. So this just checks if our code called load cart and does not check what values we gave it. So now let's save, and Vitest will run our code and everything still passed. So that's how we test user interactions. We create some mocks and then we check if our code ran the mock and gave it the correct values. So now let's save this into Git. In the Git section, we'll use the message test clicking add to cart button and commit. Before we move on, we're going to do some code cleanup. Notice that in each of our tests, we have some setup code at the top, where we create some sample data and mock load cart. So we can actually share this setup code between our tests. To do that, we can move these two variables outside of this it function. So we'll select this code and cut, and outside of this function, we'll paste. Now that these two variables are outside of this function, because of scope, these can be accessed anywhere inside this outer describe function. So that means it can be accessed in both tests. So in the second test, we can just remove this setup code because now it's shared between the two tests up here. Another recommendation is to recreate shared variables before each test, because if one test modifies a variable, that change is going to carry over into the next test, which can cause bugs. So before each test, we're going to recreate these variables. To do that, we can use before capital E each brackets, and we'll give this a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. So before each runs some code before each test. And also we need to import before each. So at the top, we'll import before each from Vitest. So we want to recreate these shared variables before each test. So we're going to do that in here. Inside, we'll use product equals, and let's just select this value and cut. And in here, we'll paste. And because we're modifying this variable, we need to change from const to let. And we'll also recreate load cart in before each. So in here, we'll do load cart equals vi.fn and brackets. And above, we can remove this and change this to a let. So now, before each test, we're going to recreate the setup code, and we'll have a fresh set of variables. And this will make our tests more consistent. So now let's save. Vitest will rerun our test, and everything still passes. So before each is known as a test hook. There are other test hooks that we can use to help us do some setup or some cleanup in our tests. So now let's save this into Git. In the Git section, we'll use the message use before each to remove duplication and commit. So we just learned how to create mocks that don't do anything. Now, we're going to learn how to mock the implementation. Mock the implementation means we make the mock do whatever we want. To do this, we're going to test another component. So in our file, we're going to go to the home page component. And here, we're going to create a new file and name it homepage.test.jsx. And let's just copy all the imports from the product component test because we'll use most of them. So we'll select this and copy. And in homepage.test, we're going to paste. And this time we'll import home page from /home page. And as always, we'll start by creating a test suite with describe. And we'll name this home page component and a function. And we'll create a test using it brackets. And let's call it displays the products correctly. Brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And now let's render the home page using render bracket less than home page / greater than. And the home page requires two props, cart and load cart. So for the cart equals curly brackets, we're not going to test the cart right now, so we'll just set it as an empty array. And for load cart equals curly brackets, again, we'll mock load cart. So above this test, we'll create let load cart, and we'll use before each brackets and a function brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. And we'll set load cart equals a mock function, vi.fn, and brackets. And we're going to give this mock to the homepage component. Next, the homepage component is special. If we open the homepage, notice at the start, we load products from the backend using axios.get/API/products. Again, in our tests, we should not contact a real backend. So we're going to mock Axios. So here, at the top, we'll mock Axios using vi.mock brackets and the package Axios. Now, this just makes axios.get do nothing. However, in the home page, we actually need axios.get to return something because we're going to return a response, and the homepage is going to use this response to display the products. So here, axios.get cannot just do nothing. We need to mock the implementation, which means we're going to make axios.get do whatever we want. So in our test, inside before each, we're going to do axios.get.mock implementation and brackets. And we're going to give this a function, brackets, arrow, and curly brackets. So this means that in our code, whenever we use axios.get, it's going to run this fake function instead. So basically, we can make axios.get do whatever we want. That's what mock implementation means. So remember, we can give axios.get some values. Those values are going to be saved as parameters in here. So the first value we give to axios.get is the URL path. So in here, our fake function will also get the URL path. Next, inside our fake function, let's check if the URL path is equal to the string /API/products. So for the URL path /API/products, usually the backend returns all the products in an array. But in our test, we don't really need all the products. So let's just return 2 products to test with. So in here, we'll just return 2 products. Now, whatever we return from this fake function should match what axios.get normally returns. So axios.get normally returns a response with a property .data. So in our test, this mock implementation should also return an object with a property data. And normally, response.data is an array of products. So in our test, our data property should also be an array. So basically, in this fake function, we should match what axios.get normally returns. And this makes sure that the rest of the code still works with our mock. So now in our test, let's just return 2 products to test with. To find 2 sample products, we can go back to the starting code folder and the data and the products.js. And here, let's just collapse the first 2 products and we'll select them and copy. And inside the homepage test, we're going to paste. So now in our tests, axios.get will return these 2 products. Now there's one more thing we need to do, which is remember that axios.get normally returns a promise that we have to await. So in our test, we should also return a promise. To make this return a promise, we can wrap this value in promise.resolve like this. Or an easier way to do this is to make this function async. So remember that async makes a function return a promise. Now axios.get will return exactly what we want. And that's how we mock the implementation, which means we make the mock do whatever we want. Now, let's run our tests to make sure that this works. We'll save, and Vitest will rerun, and we actually got an error. So if we look at this error, and we scroll up to the details of the error, you'll see that we got this error here, and it came from React Router. And this happens because if we look at our homepage component, remember that the homepage also contains a header component. And if we open the components folder and the header component, inside the header component, we have these link components. In order for link components to work, they need to be inside a router. In main.jsx, the entire app is inside a router. So that's why link components work normally. But in our test, our homepage component is not inside any router. So the link component doesn't work, and it creates an error. To fix this, we just need to put a router around the homepage in our test. So we'll go back to our test. And first, we'll scroll to the top, and we're going to import a router. So we'll import curly brackets, And we're going to import the memory router from the package react-router. So the memory router is specifically for testing. So we'll scroll down. And when we render the homepage, we're going to put it inside a memory router. So less than memory router. And we'll select the homepage and cut. And in here, we'll paste. And we'll fix the indenting. And now if we save, the link components are inside a router, and now our tests should pass. Now let's check if the homepage displayed the products correctly. So after we render this homepage, because we mocked Axios to return these two sample products, there should be two products on the page. Let's add a test ID to these elements so we can get them in our tests. In the product component, we're going to scroll up to the top of the HTML, and we're going to find the product container. And we're going to add the attribute data-test ID equals a string, the product-container, and save. And in our test, we're going to look for the test ID using screen.getAllByTestID and brackets and the test ID product-container. So we use all here because we're going to have multiple products on the page. So we're going to get multiple product container elements. However, there's actually a problem here. When the homepage is first created, the products are empty, so there will not be any products on the page. And we need to wait for the homepage to run useEffect and load the products, and then update the state. So to wait for homepage to finish loading, in our test, we're going to use a different method called findAllByTestID. So find does the same thing as get, but it will wait until it finds this element. So this is useful when our component needs to load something, and we need to wait for it to load. Now, because this code is waiting until it finds these elements, this code is asynchronous, and it returns a promise. So we're going to wait for this code to finish using await. And again, to use await, we need to be inside an async function. So now this will wait until it finds these product containers. And then let's save these in a variable using const product containers equals this result. And now we can check this result to see if it was displayed correctly. So down here, let's check if we have two product containers on the page. So we can expect brackets the product containers dot length dot to be 2. So this gives us an array of elements, and we're just checking if the length is equal to 2. If we save, Vitest will rerun, and now this test passed. So we know we're displaying the correct number of elements on the home page. Next, we'll check inside each product container to see if they have the correct product name. Now before, we used screen.getByText to search for some text on the page. However, this searches the entire page. Here, we want to check specifically the first product container to see if it has the correct name. To do that, we can use a feature called within. So we'll scroll up, and here we're also going to import within from testing library/react. And we'll scroll back down. And within lets us find things within or inside a specific element. So to find things inside the first product container, we're going to use within brackets, the product containers, square bracket 0. This gives us the first product container, and we're going to search inside this container. And then here, we're going to do dot get by text and brackets. And for the first container, we're going to search for the first product name. If we scroll up, this is the first product name, so we'll select it and copy. And down here, we're going to paste. So again, this search is inside the first product container for this text. And I'll add a new line to make it a little easier to read. And now we expect this to exist. So here, we'll type expect, open bracket, and just going to reformat this code a little bit. And at the end, close bracket, and use dot to be in the document and brackets. Now let's save, and Vitest will tell us that this passed. So we know we're displaying the correct product in the first product container. Now let's check the second product container. We'll select this code and copy, and down here, paste, and we'll change the 0 to a 1. This gets us the second product container, and we're going to get the second product name. So up here, we're going to select this name and copy and scroll back down. And here, we're going to paste and save. And the test passed. So now we know that the second product container is displaying the correct product. Now, we could check all the other details of the product as an exercise. However, we don't have to do it because remember that all the product details have already been tested in the product component test. So instead, for the homepage component, we focus on testing things that are specific to the homepage, such as rendering multiple products and loading products using Axios. So that's how we test a more complicated component like the homepage. We need to mock the implementation of Axios.get, and we may need to wrap the component inside a router. I'll leave adding more tests for the homepage as an exercise. So now let's save to Git. We'll open the Git section, and we'll use the message create integration test for home page and commit. So now, whenever we make changes to our code, we can run these automated tests to make sure that format money, the product component, and the home page are still correct. Now, usually we create tests for all of our components, but I'll leave that as exercises. In the next lesson, we'll learn deploying, which means how to put our React app on the internet. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we learned how to create automated tests with Vitest. We learned how to create unit tests, which test one piece of the code. We learned it, expect, and describe, which lets us create a test, check the results, and group the tests together into a test suite. We learned how to create integration tests, which test multiple pieces of code working together. We learned how to test a component using render and screen. We learned how to create a mock, which is a fake version of a function or a package. And we learned how to mock the implementation, which means we make a mock do whatever we want. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn deploying, which means how to put a React app on the internet. So there are many services we can use to deploy. In this lesson, we're going to use AWS, or Amazon Web Services. AWS is the biggest service for putting websites on the internet. Most big tech companies use AWS, so it's the most useful to learn for your career. So AWS stands for Amazon Web Services. It's a collection of services that help us put stuff on the internet. And AWS has a free tier where we can use many of their services for free using some credits. So let's click this link in the description, go to lesson 10, and here we have a link to AWS. Now, before we begin, AWS might change their website design in the future. If you have any issues, please check this AWS troubleshooting guide here. Now let's get started with AWS. We'll click this link to open AWS, and the free tier is free for new accounts. So we're going to create a new AWS account. If you don't see this, you can also click Sign In, and then scroll down and click Create a new AWS account. Before we continue, because AWS is the biggest web service, it has to follow a lot of security and compliance regulations. So even though it has a free tier, it will ask you for a credit card, billing address, and phone number when signing up. If you're unable to provide this information, please check the AWS troubleshooting guide in the description. However, I still recommend at least watching this tutorial to see how AWS works, since it's the most useful for your career. So here, we'll enter our email address for logging in. So for me, I'll use this email. And then we'll go through the rest of the sign-up process. After signing up, it might take a few minutes for the account to be activated, so we just need to give it a bit of time. Now that we created a new AWS account, one thing to note is when signing into AWS, if you see an account ID and IAM here, we're going to click this Sign In with Root Email button. And then here, we can sign in with the email and password we created earlier. After signing in, you can see the details of the free tier here, or by clicking here. After we sign in, we're going to land on this AWS dashboard. So as I said, AWS is a collection of services that help us put stuff on the internet. So here, we can see all the services that are part of AWS, and there's a lot of services. At the top in the search bar, we can search for a service. So we're going to start with the most basic service called EC2. And click here to open it. EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud. It basically lets us rent a computer from AWS. Earlier in the course, I mentioned that many websites use a backend to manage the data, and the backend is another computer on the internet. Now, we could buy a physical computer ourselves and use that as the backend, but then we have to keep this computer running 24 hours a day and put it in our office somewhere. So this is a lot of work. And what most companies do is they just rent a computer from AWS. And AWS will manage the computer and keep it running 24 hours a day. And this saves a lot of work. So EC2 basically lets us rent a computer from AWS. This is called Infrastructure as a Service, or IaaS. This means that AWS manages the infrastructure, or the computers, for us. So to rent a computer in here, we can click the Instances section, and then click Launch Instance. By the way, one instance is one EC2 computer. However, we're not going to use this because there's still some problems with this process. EC2 just gives us a computer. We still need to install Node.js on this computer. We still need to connect this computer to the internet, and we need to upload our code to this computer. So even though AWS manages the computer, there's still a lot of manual work we have to do. To solve this problem, AWS provides another service. At the top, we're going to search for Elastic Beanstalk and click here to open this service. You can think of Elastic Beanstalk as a layer on top of EC2. It uses EC2 to rent a computer, but it also installs all the software we need on this computer, and it connects the computer to the internet. So Elastic Beanstalk also does all the software setup for us. All we have to do is just upload our code to Elastic Beanstalk, and it will just work. This is called a platform as a service, or a PaaS. This manages the infrastructure and the software for us. If you want to learn more about these concepts, you can check out my backend overview video in the description. Now that we have an overview of AWS and some of the services we can use, let's learn how to use Elastic Beanstalk. Now, Amazon might change the design of these pages in the future. If you run into any issues, make sure to check the AWS troubleshooting guide in the description. We're going to start by creating an application, or we can click here, click Environments, and Create Environment. And on this page, we're going to select a web server environment, and we're going to give a name to our application. So let's just use Ecommerce-project-react. And we can use the default values for this section. And we'll scroll down. And for the platform section, we're going to choose the technology we want to use here. For us, we're going to use Node.js. And down here, we'll just use the sample application. We can upload our own code later. And we'll scroll down. And here, we'll choose single instance. If you see free tier eligible, pick that one. Otherwise, just pick the single instance. And then here we'll click Next. And here we need to create a role. A role gives Elastic Beanstalk permission to use other services in AWS. So in here, if you already have a role for Elastic Beanstalk, you can use that. Otherwise, we'll click Create Role. And we should be able to use the default values that they set here. And we'll click Next. And then click Next. And at the bottom, we'll click Create Role. And then we'll go back to Elastic Beanstalk. And we'll click this button to refresh. And we'll select the role that we just created. For this one, we also need to create a role. So we'll click here. And then we can also use the default values that it gives. Click Next. And Next. And at the bottom, Create Role. And we'll go back and refresh and select the role that we just created. And we can keep this as blank. And we'll click Next. For the networking and database settings, we can just use the default values here. So we'll scroll down and click Next. And for the instance settings, we're going to scroll down and find the section called Capacity. And down here, we're going to scroll down. And we're going to find a section like this called Instance Types. And it has a drop down here. So this lets us choose the size of the computer that we want to rent from EC2. So in the description, we're going to click this link and go to lesson 10, and then follow the instructions here to select the correct instance types. So now we'll scroll down and click Next. And we can leave monitoring and logging settings as the default. So we'll scroll down and click Next. And finally, we'll scroll to the bottom and click Create. So now, Elastic Beanstalk is going to rent a computer for us using EC2. It will also install all the software that we need on this computer, like Node.js and NPM, and it will do all the configuration to connect this computer to the internet. So this will take a few minutes to complete. So we need to wait for this to finish. And you might need to refresh the page to check the progress. Once that's done, it should look something like this. And we can click this URL here or click here to open this website. And now we should see a sample Node.js application on this page. If something goes wrong and this doesn't work, please check the AWS troubleshooting guide in the description. Now that we set up Elastic Beanstalk, we're ready to put our code on the internet. We'll go back to Elastic Beanstalk, and our code has two parts, the backend and the frontend. We put the backend on the internet first, and then we put the frontend. To put the backend on the internet, we just need to upload our backend code to Elastic Beanstalk. So we'll click Upload and Deploy. And here, we're going to upload our backend code. However, we need to upload the code as a zip file. So we'll go back to VS Code, and I'll collapse this for now. And I actually set up the Ecommerce backend so that it works with Elastic Beanstalk. So this backend has a command that will save all the code in a zip file. So we're going to go to the command line, and we're going to create a new tab. And in here, we're going to cd into Ecommerce backend, and we'll run the command npm run zip. So this will save all the backend code into a zip file, which is right here. If I open this zip file, you'll see that it just contains all of the backend code. So now we just need to upload this zip file to Elastic Beanstalk. We'll go back to the browser, and we'll click this to choose a file. And for me, my code is on the desktop inside the React course folder, inside Ecommerce backend. And if I scroll down, I'll see this Ecommerce backend 1, which is a zip file. So I'll click this and open, wait for it to upload, and then click deploy. So now Elastic Beanstalk will take the backend code and put it on the internet. So we'll wait for a few minutes for this to complete. Once that's done, we're going to click this URL again. And now, instead of the sample application, it should say index not found, which is normal. This is how I designed my backend. Now, in the URL, we're going to click up here and go to the end. We're going to enter the URL path /API/products and press enter. So this will give us the products data that we were using in our project on our computer. So this is the same data that we saw before, except now our backend is on the internet. Now that our backend is on the internet, let's put our front end on the internet as well. For the front end, we also need to prepare our code. So we'll go back to VS Code, and I'll collapse this folder for now. And if we look at the front-end code, notice that in here, we use .jsx code. However, remember that the browser does not understand JSX. It only understands normal JavaScript. So we need to convert this code into normal JavaScript first. To do that, Vite has a command for this. Inside the command line, we'll create a new tab, and this time we'll cd into ecommerce-project. And Vite has a command called npm run build. This is a shortcut for Vite build. So we'll press enter. And this basically converts all of our JSX code into normal JavaScript and saves the code in a folder called dist. So inside here, we have an index.html file, and this is the HTML for our React website. And inside the assets folder, we have this JavaScript file. So this is all of our React code, but converted into normal JavaScript. You'll also notice that Vite combined all of our code into one file, and it also minified or compressed the code. So it shortened the variable names and removed the extra spaces. This is because when we open a website, our browser needs to download all the front-end code and run it. By combining and compressing the code, it makes our website load faster. And Vite did the same thing with the CSS. You can see that it combined all of our CSS files together and compressed it. So now our front-end is optimized and it's ready to be put on the internet. So now when we open a website, we need to download this React code from somewhere. So where do we put this front-end code? So we could put this in another service like GitHub Pages, and then when we visit the website, our browser will download this front-end code from there. However, notice in our current setup that we already have this backend computer that's running in Elastic Beanstalk. So we can just reuse this backend computer. We can put our React code into the backend computer, and our browser will download the React code from the backend computer. So this is a common setup, and it simplifies our setup because now we only need to set up one computer. So to do this step, all we need to do is to take this dist folder and then drag it into the e-commerce backend like this. And I added some code in the e-commerce backend so that it works with this dist folder. So now in the command line, we'll go back to the tab that's running in the backend, and we're going to create the zip file again. So we'll do npm run zip. So this will create another zip file, but with our front-end code inside. And now we just need to upload this to Elastic Beanstalk. We'll go back to the browser and open Elastic Beanstalk, and we'll click Upload and Deploy. And we'll choose a file. And this time, we'll choose the second file here. And click Deploy. And we'll wait a few minutes for this to complete. Once that's finished, we're going to click this URL again. And now we should have our React app on the internet. So let's try adding some stuff to the cart to make sure it works. I'll add a toaster and 2 plates. And now if I look at the cart, it updated. If I open it, we have our new products in the cart, and we can update them like usual. And if we click Create Order, it works. So everything is working the same as on our computer, but this React app is now on the internet. If we go back to the home page, I'm going to give you an overview of how this works. So visually, this is what's happening. First, we put our backend on the internet, so the backend is running on a separate computer. And then we put our front-end code in the backend computer. And I set up some code in the backend so that when we visit the website using the URL path /, the backend sends back the React code to our computer. So now we have the React code running on our computer, and it communicates with the backend running on another computer. So this is how a real-world React app works. When we're developing, the front end and the backend run on the same computer because it's easier for development. But when we put the React app on the internet, the front-end code runs on our computer and the backend code runs on another computer. Next, we can add a shortcut to Vite to make this process a little easier. We'll go back to VS Code and we'll go to the Ecommerce project folder, which is here. So remember that we created a dist folder and then manually dragged it into Ecommerce backend. We can configure Vite to put the dist folder in Ecommerce backend directly. We're going to scroll down to vite.config.js. And in this configuration, at the bottom, we're going to add a property called build, curly brackets. And in here, we'll use a property out, capital D, dir, colon, and a string. So this tells Vite where to put the dist folder. So we want to put it inside the Ecommerce backend folder. So we'll give it .. to go out of Ecommerce project and then into Ecommerce -backend/dist and save. So now if we go into the backend and we right click and delete this dist folder and then run npm run build. So in the command line, we'll open the tab that's running in the Ecommerce project and then run npm run build and press enter. It will create the dist folder directly in here, so directly in the Ecommerce backend. So this just saves a step in our process. We can also automate this process further, but I'll leave that as an exercise. So now we'll save this change into Git. We'll go to the Git section and we'll use the message save build result in Ecommerce-backend and commit. Before we continue, I want to discuss how to deploy a React app without a backend. So notice that so far, to put a React app on the internet, we needed a backend. But what if we don't know how to write backend code yet? What if we just know React? So if a React app does not have a backend, we can actually just put the code on the internet directly. For example, in our code here, we're going to go back to our Chatbot project from earlier. And notice that this project does not use a backend. It only has React code. So to deploy this project, we're going to use npm run build again. So in our command line, we'll create a new tab and we'll cd into the chatbot-project folder. And if we need to, we can npm install and then npm run build. And this will convert all the React code into normal JavaScript and save it in a dist folder again. So notice that inside the dist folder, we actually just have normal HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code. So this is actually just an HTML website. And we can actually upload this code to any service that puts an HTML website on the internet. For example, here I use a service called GitHub Pages. And I can just upload this code to GitHub Pages and it will put it on the internet. No backend knowledge required. To learn more, you can actually follow the same steps as my video, how to put a HTML website on the internet. However, make sure you do the exercises in this lesson first, since there's still some small configuration changes that we need to make for this to work. So basically, if we just have a front end, we can just upload this code directly to the internet using something like GitHub Pages. But if our project has a backend as well, then we need to use a more complicated service like AWS to put the backend and the front end on the internet. In the rest of this lesson, we're going to improve our AWS setup to make it more real-world and professional. So we'll go back to the browser and we'll open AWS again. And I'm actually going to close some of these other tabs because we don't need them. And inside Elastic Beanstalk, in this project, we're going to go to the configuration section. And we're going to scroll down and find the configuration for instance traffic. If you don't see this, you can check the AWS troubleshooting guide in the description. So here we'll click Edit, and we're going to scroll until we find the capacity section. And here we'll look for something like environment type and a dropdown that says single instance. So we're going to change this to load balanced. So what this does is it adds another computer in front of our backend computer. This is called a load balancer. So what a load balancer does is if we have a really busy website, one computer might not be enough to handle all the requests. So we can actually run the backend on multiple computers. And this load balancer will distribute the requests across these computers. This allows our website to handle much more users. So here, we can decide how many backend computers to run. Since we're just testing, we'll set this to a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 1. And then we'll scroll down and click Apply. And now Elastic Beanstalk will set up a load balancer computer in front of our backend. And this will take a few minutes to complete. After it finishes, we're going to go back to the configuration again. And we'll scroll down to the instance traffic settings and just make sure that min is 1 and max is 1. If it's not 1, we can click Edit and then scroll back down and then change it to 1. And we'll scroll down and click Apply again. So when that finishes, I'll just check it again. And now it's 1 and 1. So now our website setup looks like this. We have 3 computers, the front end, the back end, and the load balancer. This is closer to a real-world setup. Again, you can watch my video on backend overview to learn more about these concepts. Next, currently all the data for our React app, like the products, the cart, and the orders, are saved in a database, and the database is saved in a file. However, when we put our React app on the internet, we usually put the database on a separate computer. And this lets us share the data between backend computers. So inside AWS, we're going to go to the configuration again, and we'll scroll down to the database configuration, and we'll click Edit. And inside the database section, we're going to scroll down and find Database, and we'll click Enable Database. Elastic Beanstalk will automatically create a new computer that's running a database, and it will connect this database to our backend. So we'll scroll down and look at these options. And here we can select the database that we want to use. So the Ecommerce backend works with the database MySQL. So we're going to use that. And then here, we're going to look at the instance class setting. So this is the size of the computer running the database. In the description, we'll click this link, go to lesson 10, and then here, we'll follow the instructions to select the correct instance class for the database. And finally, we'll set a password. And now we'll scroll down to the bottom and click Apply. So AWS will set up a separate computer to run the database. And I already added some code in my e-commerce backend to connect to this database. So it should just work. If you have issues, please check the AWS troubleshooting guide. After that finishes, we can open the website again. And it still works. If we add something to the cart, notice that the database still works. And if we open the orders page, remember that earlier I created a new order, and now the orders are back to the default values. So this means that we're using the new MySQL database that we set up. And now our AWS setup looks like this. We have a load balancer, a backend, and it connects to a database on another computer. And this is getting even closer to a real-world setup. Next, if we go back to AWS, notice that to open our website, we use this default URL, which is really long. So now we're going to set up a domain name to make our website easier to access. A domain name is like mywebsite.com or youtube.com. It's a short name that makes it easy to access our website. So instead of putting this long URL in the browser, we can just type mywebsite.com and it will open this website. So I'll show you how to set up a domain name with AWS. First, we need to purchase a domain name. Most domain names cost around $10 or $20 per year. So this section is optional. If you already have a domain name that you purchased before and you want to use, feel free to skip to the next section. Otherwise, I'm going to show you how to purchase your own domain name. There are many services we can use to purchase domain names. I use a service called Namecheap for all my websites, like SuperSimpleDev. In the description, we'll click this link, go to lesson 10, and click here to go to Namecheap. So this is an affiliate link. If you decide to purchase a domain name using this link, part of your purchase will help support this channel. Thank you so much. Once we're on Namecheap, we're going to search for a domain name that we want. If you see a search box here, you can search for it. Otherwise, we can go to Domains and Domain Name Search. And we'll scroll down here and search for a domain name. So domain names are unique. Once they are taken, like youtube.com, we can't purchase it anymore. If you don't know what domain name you want, my recommendation is to try to register your first and last name. This might be useful for a personal website. So for me, it's Simon Bao, and we need to give it an ending, like .com. .com stands for commercial. It's the most popular ending for domain names. Now, you could pick another ending that you want, but be careful because some domain endings don't work with normal browsers. If you're not sure which ending you want, I recommend using .com or .net, just to be safe, because they are the most popular. So now, I'm going to click Search to see if this domain has already been taken. So it looks like this one has already been taken. So I'll just add something to it, like Simon Bao Eng or engineer. And this one is available. So you might need to modify your domain name to find one that works for you. So we'll add this to the cart and then open the cart. If you want to auto-renew this domain name, you can click here and then we'll click Confirm Order. And if you don't have a Namecheap account, you'll need to create an account first. And after filling out all the information, we'll purchase the domain. And that's it. Now we have a domain name and we own a little piece of the internet. Once we have a domain name, we're going to set up the domain name in AWS. So we'll go back to AWS, and at the top, we're going to search for the service Route 53. And we're going to right-click this and open in a new tab. So Route 53 lets us manage our domain names in AWS. We can click Get Started and click Create Hosted Zones, and then click Get Started. If you don't see that, we can also click this menu here, click Hosted Zones, and then click Create Hosted Zone. A hosted zone lets us connect a domain name to our app. So currently, a hosted zone costs about 1.6 cents per day. So you can use it for free for a few hours. So here, we're going to enter the domain name that we have. So for me, it's simonbaueng.com. And scroll down, and we'll leave it as a public, and then click Create Hosted Zone. And now, inside here, we're going to scroll down and click Create Record. So this sets where the domain name will go. We're going to leave the subdomain as blank, and we'll create an A record, and we're going to check alias. And here, we can select which AWS service we want to connect to. So for us, we're using Elastic Beanstalk, and we're going to choose the region. If we go back to the tab that's running Elastic Beanstalk, we can see the region up here. So for me, I'm using the region Ohio. So I'll go back to Route 53, and I'll search for the region Ohio, and select it. And we should see our app here. So I'll select that. And then scroll down and click Create Records. And finally, we need to tell Namecheap, or the company that you use for your domain name, to redirect to AWS. So inside Namecheap, or your domain company, we're going to go to the settings, and we're going to find the domain. So in Namecheap, it's in domain list. And here, you may need to verify your email. So we'll click this and check your email for the verification. So this might take a while, so we just have to wait until the verification is complete. And we may need to log out and log back in to our Namecheap account for the verification to update. Once verification is complete, we should be able to go back to the domain list, find our domain, and open the settings for the domain. And in the settings, we're going to look for a section that's called Name Servers. If you're having trouble finding this in Namecheap or your domain company, please check the AWS troubleshooting guide in the description. And then in here, we're going to click this dropdown, and we're going to set custom DNS because we're going to use AWS for this. So now we need to enter some name servers. To find these, we're going to go back to AWS Route 53. And I need to zoom out a little bit to see this. Inside the hosted zone, we have some records here. And we're going to look for the record NS, or name server. So in the NS record, we should see these 4 URLs here. So we just need to copy these over to Namecheap, or your domain company. So we'll select this and copy. And then inside Namecheap, in here, we'll paste. And we'll go back and select the second name server, copy, and paste. If we need to, we can add 2 more name servers. In here, we'll select this and copy. In here, we'll paste. And we'll select the last one, copy, and here, paste, and then save. So what this does is when we open our domain name in the browser, Namecheap is going to redirect to AWS. And then AWS will redirect to Elastic Beanstalk or to our app. So this setting will take a while to update. Sometimes it finishes in just 10 minutes, but it could take up to 24 to 48 hours. So we just have to be patient. So once we waited for a while, we can try opening a new tab. And in here, we'll type http:// and our domain name. So for me, it's simonbaoeng.com and press enter. And this will redirect to our app. So now we're able to access our React app using a short domain name that's easy to remember. Next, I'm going to explain why we enter HTTP in front and why we see this not secure warning here. So this means that our website is not using encryption. This means that any data we send to this website can be intercepted by a hacker. To enable encryption on this website and make it secure, we need to set up an SSL certificate, which is a special file that enables encryption. To get an SSL certificate, we can use AWS. So we'll go back to AWS Route 53, and then at the top, we'll search for another service called Certificate Manager, and click here. And we can request a certificate. If you don't see it, you can also go in here and click Request Certificate. We'll use the default value and click Next. And here, we're going to enter our domain name. Make sure to enter your domain name. And we'll scroll down and make sure DNS validation is selected. And scroll down and click Request. And then we'll wait for this to finish loading. And now, AWS needs to confirm that we own the domain name. That's why it says pending validation. To do that, we can just click this Create Records in Route 53 button. If you don't see this, please check the AWS troubleshooting guide. And it should show up here, and we'll click Create Records. And we'll wait for this to finish. We may need to refresh a few times until it says it was successful. And now that we have an SSL certificate, we can use this in Elastic Beanstalk. So we'll go back to Elastic Beanstalk, and then in the configurations here, we're going to scroll down to the instance traffic settings and click Edit. And we're going to scroll down until we find this Listeners section. And here, we'll click Add Listener. For the port, we're going to use 443. And for the protocol, we're going to use HTTPS. HTTPS means we're going to have a secure connection to our website, and this usually uses port 443. And here, we're going to choose the SSL certificate that we just created. And we should be able to leave the SSL policy blank and click Save. If that didn't work, please check the AWS troubleshooting guide. So this basically adds an SSL certificate to the load balancer. And now any data sent to our website will be encrypted. So we're going to scroll down and click Apply. And again, this will take a few minutes to complete, so we just have to wait for it. Once that's complete, I'll close some of these other tabs, and I'll create a new tab. And in the URL, we're going to type https://. So this tells the browser to use the secure connection to our website. And then we'll type our domain name. For me, it's simonbaoeng.com, and press enter. So now the not secure warning is gone, and we're using a secure connection to our website that uses encryption. Also, now, if we just type our domain name in the URL without HTTPS in front and press enter, it will default to using the secure version. So that's how we set up an SSL certificate and HTTPS in AWS. And now we have a professional and real-world setup for our React app. In this section, I'll show you how to delete everything we created in AWS. However, I recommend to do the exercises of this lesson first to get more practice with AWS, and then do this deletion. Also, I try to keep everything we created in the free tier. The only exception is the hosted zone in Route 53. You can use it for free for a few hours. So you could keep running these services and practice AWS if you want. To check your AWS bill, we can go to the profile and click Billing and Cost Management. And now, after you finish the exercises, I'll show you how to delete everything just in case. So in Elastic Beanstalk, we can click this Actions dropdown and click Terminate Environment. And in here, we need to type the name of the environment, which is here, and click Terminate. Once that's finished, we can go up here and go to Route 53. And in this menu, we can go to Hosted Zones, and we'll open the hosted zone. And inside here, we're going to select the A record and the CNAME record and delete these records. And then at the top, we can delete the hosted zone. And in here, we'll type delete and click delete. Once that's finished, at the top, we'll go to Certificate Manager. And in this menu, we're going to click List Certificates. And we'll select this certificate and click Delete. Type delete and click delete. You can also delete your entire account if you want by clicking your profile and clicking account, and then close account. Although you'll lose access to the free tier if you do this. I usually keep my account open for a while to practice with the free tier. So now we put our React app on the internet, and we created a professional real-world setup. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we learned AWS, or Amazon Web Services, which is a collection of services that help us put stuff on the internet. We learned EC2, which lets us rent a computer from AWS and is known as Infrastructure as a Service, or IaaS. We learned Elastic Beanstalk, which manages EC2 and sets up all the software that we need. This is also known as a Platform as a Service, or PaaS. We put our backend on the internet. We learned how to build and optimize the front end and put it on the internet. We learned how to deploy React without a backend. We added a load balancer and database to create a more real-world setup. And we learned how to set up a domain name, SSL certificate, and HTTPS for our website. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn some of the updates in the new version of React, and we'll learn how to use TypeScript with React. On the React website, there's a page that lists the updates in the new version of React. You can find a link to this page in the description. So there's a lot of changes here, and many of these changes are related to using React in a framework, which is basically a layer on top of React. For now, I'm just going to go over the changes that are related to this course. The first change is called Support for Document Metadata. So this means that we can put elements that normally go inside the head section, like the title, link, and meta elements, directly inside our component, like this. So this lets us change the head section when we render this component. For example, in our project, we used a title element to change the text in the tab when we switch pages. The way this works is when this component renders, React will put this title inside the head section, and this will change the text in the tab. Before React 19, we had to use an npm package like React Helmet to do this. After React 19, we can just put these elements directly in our components, so it's easier. Another change is called ref as a prop. Earlier in this course, we learned about refs, and we can use a ref to get access to an HTML element directly. We can also give a ref to a component. For example, if we want to get an HTML element inside this component. Before React 19, ref was a special prop. We can't access it inside this component. We had to use a feature called forward ref. After React 19, ref is now a normal prop. We can access it like any other prop, and we don't need to know about forward ref anymore, so it's easier. The next change is the introduction of the React compiler. The React compiler optimizes our React code. For example, let's say we had a component like this. We have a counter and two other components inside. When we click the counter, this element will update, but it will also recreate these other two components, even though clicking the counter does not affect the other two components. That's because by default, when a component updates, it will also update or recreate all the components inside. And this may cause performance issues. To avoid this issue, before React compiler, we had to use three features: use memo, use callback, and memo. And this prevents a component from being recreated unless one of the props changed. So don't worry if you don't understand this code, because after the React compiler, the compiler will just add these optimizations automatically. And now we can just write our code as normal, and we don't need to worry about use memo, use callback, or memo anymore in most cases. So again, the React compiler optimizes our React code. All we have to do is to set up the React compiler, and we will get these optimizations. We don't have to change any of our code. Now let's learn how to set up the React compiler in our project. In the description, we'll click this link, go to lesson 11, and here we have the instructions for setting up the React compiler. I put the setup instructions here because this process might change in the future, and it's not easy to update the video. So follow the instructions that you see on your page. For me, the first step is to install the React compiler npm package. So I'm going to select this command, and copy it. And then in my project, I'm going to go to the command line and create a new tab. And I'll close these other tabs so that I can start fresh. And first, I need to make sure I'm running inside ecommerce-project. So I'll cd ecommerce-project. And then I'll paste the command and press enter to install the React compiler npm package. And then I'll go back. And the next instruction is to copy this React config. So I'll select this config and copy it. And then I need to update vite.config.js and put that React config in here. So I'll go to the project and open vite.config.js. And at the top, I see this React config. So I'm just going to replace it and paste and save. And that's the setup. Again, the instructions might be different when you watch this video, so follow the instructions on your page. Next, let's check if the React compiler is working. So we'll go back to the instructions. And down here, we have some instructions for checking if React compiler is working. Again, follow the instructions on your page because they might have changed. So first, I'll start the backend and the frontend using npm run dev. I'll go back to VS Code, and in the command line, I'll create a new tab, and I'm going to go into the backend folder using cd ecommerce-backend and run npm run dev. And I'll go to the frontend tab, and I'll also run npm run dev. So now both of them are running. I'll go back to the instructions. And the next step is to install the React DevTools Chrome extension. So we'll click here. So this is an extension made specifically for React. It has a bunch of features that help us with React development. So here, we're going to add this extension to our browser. And once that's finished, I'll go back to the instructions. And the next step is, in your project, open the console and open the Components tab. So in VS Code, we're going to open this project in the browser. And I'm going to right-click and inspect. And in the console, we're going to click here, and we should have a new Components tab. So we'll click this. If it gets stuck, you can refresh. And this shows us all the React components that are on our page. If we scroll down, and if we look at our components, they should have a badge beside them called Memo. This means that the React compiler is working, and it's optimizing our React components. Now let's go back and look at some more changes in the new version of React. The next change is removed prop types and default props. So prop types were an older feature of React. It basically lets us check the type of a prop. For example, here we can check if the prop text is a string. If we run this app and text is not a string, it would show a warning in the console. So now we use a different tool called TypeScript, which is better at this type of type checking. So React removed the prop types feature in favor of TypeScript. React also removed default props. If a prop is undefined, this feature lets us set a default value. So now we can do this with normal JavaScript. So we don't need this React feature anymore. Now that we learned that prop types was replaced by TypeScript, let's learn how to set up TypeScript with React. We'll go back to VS Code. And to set up TypeScript with React, we can use the create Vite command. So in the command line, we'll create a new tab, and make sure this is running in the React course folder. And we're going to run the command npx create-vite. And we'll type @ to give it a specific version. And we'll click this link in the description, go to lesson 11, and we'll use this version of Vite. So copy the version that you see on your page, and in here we'll paste and press enter. If it asks to install the package, press Y and press enter. And as a review, create-vite creates a new project. So let's name this project Ecommerce-project-ts or TypeScript and press enter. For the framework, we're going to press down and choose React. And for the variant, we're going to choose TypeScript. So this will create a new React project that uses TypeScript. If we look at the code inside source, notice that it uses tsx files instead of JSX. TSX means this code uses TypeScript, while JSX means it uses JavaScript. So now to run this project, we're going to follow the instructions that we see. So for me, I'll cd into ecommerce-project-ts and run npm install to install all the packages that we need. And then I'm going to open the tab that's running the front end, and I'll press Ctrl+C to stop the front end so we don't have any issues. And then in the TypeScript tab, we're going to run npm run dev to start this project. And now we'll open this in the browser. So I already have it open. So I'm going to go in here and open this tab and refresh. Now we have a new React project, but this project uses TypeScript instead of JavaScript. And now I'll give you an intro to TypeScript. Let's go back to our code. And inside the TypeScript project, we're going to open app.tsx. So first of all, what is TypeScript? TypeScript is just JavaScript with extra features. So notice that this TypeScript code is the same as JavaScript code. The syntax is the same, and the features are the same. For example, in here, in TypeScript, we can create a variable the same way as JavaScript using const message equals the string hello. And then we can console.log message. So as you can see, TypeScript is just JavaScript. However, TypeScript gives us some extra features on top of JavaScript. The main feature is we can add types to our variables. So what are types? Remember that JavaScript has different types of values, like numbers, strings, and objects. In TypeScript, we can set what type of value is inside a variable. For example, in this variable, we have a string. So after the variable name, we can type colon, space, and string. So this tells TypeScript that this variable contains a string. So now below this, if I type message and then dot, TypeScript knows that this is a string. So now it's able to suggest all the features of a string, like to lowercase and brackets. So using TypeScript, our computer can give us better autocomplete suggestions. Next, if I type message dot to fixed and brackets, to fixed only works with numbers. Because TypeScript knows that this is a string, it's going to give us an error saying that to fixed does not work on strings. So this feature is called type checking. TypeScript checks if this code works with this type of value, and this helps us avoid errors. In JavaScript, there is no type checking. So if I want to put this code on my website, JavaScript will just let me do it, and it will crash my website. But in TypeScript, if I want to put this code on my website, I would save this code, and then in my command line, press Ctrl+C to stop the server, and run npm run build. Notice that TypeScript actually blocks us from building this code and putting it on our website because there's an error with the types. So as you can see, TypeScript gives us type checking, which helps us avoid a lot of these coding errors and helps us keep our code safer. Another feature of TypeScript is type inference. Type inference means TypeScript can figure out the type automatically. For example, in this code, this variable obviously contains a string. So we actually don't need to set the type manually here. If we delete this type, TypeScript will infer or figure out that this is a string. So I can remove it and save, and the error check still works because TypeScript knows that this is a string. Another example of type inference is up here in useState. So this count variable contains the number 0. TypeScript will infer or figure out that count is a number. So if we do count.toLowerCase and brackets, it's going to give us an error because toLowerCase only works with strings, and TypeScript figured out that this is a number. So as you can see, TypeScript is just JavaScript, but it adds extra features like type checking and type inference to our code. And this helps us find and avoid errors. So now let's save this code, and we'll save these changes into Git. In the Git section, at the top, we're going to use the message create new React TypeScript project and press commit. So we just learned how to create a new React project that uses TypeScript. Now let's learn how to convert an existing project, like our e-commerce project, to TypeScript. To do that, we're just going to move all of our changes over to the new TypeScript project. Before we begin, if you have any issues during this process, please check the troubleshooting guide in the description, since things might change depending on the version of Vite. To make this easier, in the e-commerce project, we're going to delete the node modules folder for now. And then we'll make a copy of this folder. So we'll right-click, copy, and we'll collapse these folders and click the outside and right-click and paste. So this just helps us keep track of progress when we're moving the changes over. So we're going to start from top to bottom. First, we'll look at the public folder. So in here, the change we made is we added this images folder. So we're going to take the public folder and we're going to drag it to the TypeScript project and click move and click replace. Next, let's go into the source folder and we're going to move our changes over one by one. So first, in the assets folder, we didn't make any changes to this folder, so we're not going to move it over, and we can just delete this folder. As a reminder, we're not trying to move all of our code over. We want to start from a default TypeScript project and then only move our changes over to the new project. So let's continue and look at the components folder. So this folder is completely new. So we're going to move this entire folder over to the TypeScript project inside the source folder. and click Move. And if it asks to update the imports, we're going to click No, because we're going to move everything over. Next, we're going to go back up, and the Pages folder is new. So we're going to drag this folder into the TypeScript project inside source. And click Move. And update the imports, click No. Next, we'll scroll up, and the utils folder is new. So we're going to select this folder and drag it into the TypeScript folder inside source. So move and click No. And next, we'll keep going one by one. For app.css, we made it empty. So we're going to move this over. So drag it into source, click Move, and click Replace. And scroll back up. For app.jsx, we made a bunch of changes in here. So we're going to move this over. So drag it into source and click Move. However, notice in the TypeScript project, the file is called app.tsx. So we're going to replace this code with our file. So first, we're going to select this and delete app.tsx. And then we'll right-click app.jsx and rename it to tsx. Now we'll scroll back up and continue moving our changes. So index.css, we completely changed this file. So we're going to move it into the TypeScript project, into source, click Move, and click Replace. And scroll back up. And finally, in main.jsx, we just added the router. So let's move this file as well. We'll select it and drag it into source and move. And again, in TypeScript, the file is called main.tsx. We'll select it and delete. And we're going to rename our file. Right-click, rename, main.tsx, and press Enter. Update the imports, select No. We'll scroll back up, and we moved all of the code from the source folder, so we can delete it. Next, we don't need to move the starting code folder because this was just for practice when we were setting up this project. So we can just delete this folder. Now let's move all the files over to the TypeScript project. So in git ignore, we didn't make any changes to this file, so we don't need to move it over, and we can delete it. In eslint.config.js, we added one change to this file at the bottom, which is we added this rule to disable prop types. So we'll select this code and copy. And in the TypeScript project, we're going to open eslint.config. And at the bottom, in this rules object, we're going to paste and move that change over and save. So again, we don't want to move all of our code over. We just want to move the changes over because a lot of this code is specific to TypeScript. So we'll scroll back up here and we can delete this file because we moved it over. Next, let's keep going in here. For index.html, we changed a few parts of this code. So we're going to move these changes over. To help us compare this code with the TypeScript version, I'm going to scroll down and take this index.html and then move it at the bottom here so that I can compare these side by side. So first, the first 3 lines here, we did not make any changes, so we can skip them. And then here, the next 3 lines, we also did not make any changes, so we can skip them. And here, we added a base element. So we're going to select this and copy And in the TypeScript version, we're going to paste that change. And here, we also deleted the title. So in the TypeScript version, we're also going to delete the title. And here, we added a font called Roboto. So we're going to move this change by selecting it and copy. And in here, we'll paste the font. And if we need to fix the formatting, we can select this and press Shift-Tab to remove some indents. And I'll scroll down. And for the rest of the code, we did not make any changes. So now we moved all the changes over. I'm going to save this file and close this for now. And then in the copy, we can delete index.html. And next, we don't need to move package.lock.json over because this will be auto-generated when we npm install. So we can just delete this file. And I'll scroll back up. And we'll move over package.json. In this file, we didn't change anything at the top, but we did add some dependencies and dev dependencies. So we're going to move these over. We'll select the dependencies and copy. And then in the TypeScript project, open package.json. And in these dependencies, we'll type comma and paste. And then we'll remove any duplicates. So we'll remove React and React DOM and save. And we'll scroll back up and open package.json. And we'll do the same thing with the dev dependencies. So we'll select all these dependencies and copy. And in the TypeScript project, package.json, in the dev dependencies, at the bottom, we'll type comma and paste. And we'll remove all these duplicates. So I'll remove ESLint, and I'll remove these duplicates, and these duplicates, and these duplicates, and remove this until there are no more duplicates remaining. And now we'll save, and then we're going to run npm install to make sure we successfully install all these packages. In the command line, we'll go to the tab for the TypeScript project, and we'll run npm install. And now we can scroll up and delete package.json. And we'll keep going. For readme.md, we didn't change this file, so we can delete it. And this file, setuptest.js, is new. So we'll move this over to the TypeScript project. And we'll scroll up. And we're going to move over vite.config.js. So in here, we added a bunch of configurations. So in the TypeScript project, we're going to drag vite.config.ts at the bottom. And we're going to move our changes over. So inside the config, we added some stuff for the React config. So we're going to select this React config and copy, and then select this code, remove it, and paste. And we'll keep going. So all of these configs are new. So we can just select this code, and then copy. And inside the TypeScript version, we're going to paste and save. So now we moved all of our changes over to the new project, and we can delete this file. And I'll close this for now. And finally, vitest.config.js is new. So we can drag it into the project. And now we moved all of our changes over into the TypeScript project, and I can delete this copy. Next, we're going to go into the TypeScript project and we're going to fix the errors. First, we'll open main.tsx. And in here, instead of importing from app.jsx, the file is now app.tsx. So we're going to update that. Also, we have an error here. So this code tries to get an element from the page using the ID root. However, this element might not exist. So TypeScript gives us an error telling us this value might be null. However, if we check our index.html and scroll down, we have an element here with the ID of root. So we know that this element definitely exists. In main.tsx, to tell TypeScript that this value definitely exists, at the end, we're going to add exclamation and save. So this tells TypeScript that this value definitely exists and it will not be null. And now the error is gone. Next, we'll open app.tsx. And up here, we get some errors when we are trying to import these files. The reason we get these errors is because these files are still .jsx files or JavaScript files. So we could rename all of our files to .tsx, but then TypeScript will start doing type checking in these files, and we may get a bunch of errors. Instead, in our files, we can scroll down to tsconfig.app.json. And inside here, we're going to add a setting, double quotes, allow capital J S, colon, true, and comma, and save. So this setting lets us mix TypeScript and JavaScript files in our project. So now in app.tsx, our TypeScript code can also import from JavaScript files, and it won't cause an error. So the allow.js setting lets us gradually convert a JavaScript project to TypeScript, one file at a time. Now that we fixed the errors, let's run this project again to see if our e-commerce project works with TypeScript. In the command line, make sure you're in e-commerce project ts, and we're going to npm run dev and press enter. And now, if we open this URL in the browser and refresh, and now you can see that our e-commerce project is working with TypeScript. If we try some of the features, like add to cart, you'll see that everything still works. If this does not work for you, you can check the troubleshooting guide in the description. Now let's go back to our code and let's rename our folders so that we use TypeScript by default. We're going to scroll up and we're going to rename e-commerce project, right-click, rename to e-commerce project -js for JavaScript. And then we're going to rename e-commerce project -ts to e-commerce project. So now, by default, our project will be using TypeScript. And just to make sure, we're going to go to the command line and stop the Vite server, and we're going to delete all our tabs. So here we'll also Control-C to stop the backend and delete all the tabs. And then we'll reopen the command line using the terminal menu and new terminal. And we're going to restart the backend using cd ecommerce-backend npm run dev and create a new tab. And we'll run the front end, cd ecommerce-project and npm run dev. And in the browser, we'll refresh, and our TypeScript project still works. We'll go to VS Code, and finally, we're going to organize these folders a little bit. So right now, we're no longer using the e-commerce project JavaScript version or the React Basics folder. So let's click outside and we'll click here to create a new folder. And let's call it old-projects. And then we'll drag the JavaScript version into here. And we'll move React Basics into here. So now our folders are a little bit more organized. So now let's save this into Git. We'll open the Git section. And at the top, we'll use the message convert e-commerce project to TypeScript and commit. Next, we're going to learn an intro to TypeScript with React. First, we'll go into our files, and in the project, we're going to go to source, the utils folder, and we're going to look at money.js. Currently, this is a JavaScript file. That means there is no type checking in this code. So we're going to convert this to TypeScript by right-clicking and rename, and we'll rename it to money.ts or TypeScript. So this converts the file into TypeScript, and now it will enable type checking. And now we will get an error here. So this error says amount sent implicitly has an any type. So what this means is that earlier we learned the feature type inference, which means TypeScript can figure out the type automatically. However, in this situation, TypeScript does not have enough information to figure out the type of amount sent. So we have to set the type manually. To set the type of a parameter, after this parameter, we're going to type colon, space, and then the type of this value. So in this case, amount sent should be a number. So we're going to type number and save. And now that TypeScript knows what type of value this is, the error will go away. And now we successfully converted this file to TypeScript. Let's do another example. We're going to go to the components folder, and we're going to convert header.jsx into TypeScript. So we're going to rename this file to header.tsx. So tsx is just a TypeScript file, but the x means we can write HTML inside this file. So it's just like JSX, except it uses TypeScript. So now this converts the file to TypeScript and it enables type checking, and we get some errors here. If we look at this error, we get a similar error. Cart implicitly has an any type. So again, this means that TypeScript does not have enough information to figure out the type of cart automatically. So we have to set the type manually. We might try to add the type after cart, like this. However, this is not how we add a type to this code. Because remember, this code is actually a shortcut for this code. This is called the destructuring shortcut. So this whole thing is the parameter. So we need to add the type here after the parameter. So this code is a shortcut for props, which is an object. To tell TypeScript that this is an object, here we're going to type curly brackets. And then inside here, we can also tell TypeScript what properties are in this object. So in this object, we have a cart property. So in the type, we're also going to add a cart property. And remember that the cart is an array like this. So we're also going to tell TypeScript that this cart is an array using colon and square bracket semicolon. So again, this code tells TypeScript that this value is an object with a property called cart, and the cart is an array. Next, we can also tell TypeScript what is inside this array. In front of the array, we can type curly brackets to tell TypeScript that this is an array of objects. And inside this object, we can also tell TypeScript what properties each object has. So inside our cart array, each object has a product ID. And this product ID is a string. So we can tell that to TypeScript using :string, semicolon. And each object also has a quantity. And this is a number. So we can tell that to TypeScript using :number, semicolon. And each object has a delivery option ID, which is a string. So :string, semicolon. So using this code, we can tell TypeScript exactly what type of value this is. It's an object with a property called cart, and the cart is an array. And each value in the array has these three properties. So now TypeScript can actually look at the rest of our code and check if each value in the array has a quantity. And if we accidentally misspell quantity here, like this, TypeScript can use this type here to check if we made a mistake. So this helps us avoid a lot of mistakes when we're coding. So let's add that back and save. Next, we're going to organize this code a little bit. So putting a complex type directly in the code like this is a little hard to read. So we can actually take this type and then save it separately. Above this component, we can use type space and then give this a name. So here, this value is the props for the header component. So we'll name this header props. And we'll type equal, and we're going to move this type up here. So we'll select this type and cut. And then in here, we're going to paste. So this is called a type alias, and it works just like a variable, but for types. So we can save a type in here, and then we can use this type later in our code. For example, down here, we can just use this type, header props, and it will substitute this type into our code, just like a variable. And now our code is much cleaner. So that's an intro to how to use TypeScript with React. We basically add types to React features like props. So now let's save, and we'll save these changes into Git. In the Git section, at the top, we'll use the message convert money utils and header to TypeScript and commit. Finally, we're going to learn how to use AI, or artificial intelligence, with React. After we learn React, we can use AI to help us write React code faster. The easiest way to get started with AI is to use GitHub Copilot, which is built into VS Code. Before we begin, AI tools are changing very quickly. If something in this section is not working, you can check the troubleshooting guide in the description. To set up GitHub Copilot, we're going to install the GitHub Copilot extension. So in the extension section, we need to make sure we have the GitHub Copilot extension installed. If it's not installed, we can search up here for GitHub Copilot and install this extension. Once we have that installed, we're going to click this Copilot icon up here. And we'll need to log in to our GitHub account. So we'll click Sign In, and then we need to log in to GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub account, you can create one by clicking here or going to github.com. So I'm going to log into my GitHub account. And then I'll click Continue. And I'll click here to go back to VS Code. Once we finish the setup, we can start using some features of AI. The first feature is autocomplete. So let's say that we're in the header. And we'll close this window for now. And let's scroll down to the HTML, and we're going to go to the right section. Let's say that inside the header, we want to add a link to a login page. So here, we can just start typing in this code, and the AI will give us some autocomplete suggestions. To accept these suggestions, we can press Tab. So this creates a new link and some text. And I'll press Enter, and it gives another suggestion. So I press Tab, and this creates the closing tag for the link. So you notice that the autocomplete is very smart because the AI can read and understand the rest of our code. And it can suggest code that follows the same patterns as the rest of our code. For example, here it creates a link element, and it gave it a class name that is similar to the other class names. However, when using AI, we may need to go in and modify things to make sure we get exactly what we want. So here, the AI created a link to the home page, but what we actually want is a link to a login page. So I can click here and modify the URL path to /login. And I can also change the text to login. And I'll change this to login. And I don't really have an icon for the login page, so we can delete it. And I'll change this to login. So using AI, I'm able to write this code a lot faster. Another feature of AI is we can give the AI instructions. For example, let's remove this code for now. And we can click this Copilot icon, and it will open this chat window. And inside here, we can just tell the AI what we want to do. For example, in here, we can say, in the header, add a link to the login page. And make sure in this dropdown, you have agent or edit selected. And we'll press Enter. And the AI will make edits to our code. So here, you can see that it added a login link like before. So we can press Keep to keep these changes, or Undo if we don't like these changes. So this looks good to me, so I'm going to press Keep. And again, I'll go in here and modify it a bit. So here, it added the login link after the orders link, but I want to put this before the orders. So I can just select this code and cut, and at the top, paste that code. So as you can see, by using AI, we can write React code faster. But you'll notice that we still need to understand the code to check if it's what we want and to modify the code if we need to. So it's important to learn how to code first, and then we can use AI to help us code faster. So now I'll go into the Git section, and I'm actually going to undo these changes because this was just an example. And that's the end of this lesson. In this lesson, we learned some of the updates in the new version of React. We learned how to set up the React compiler to automatically optimize our React code. We set up a new TypeScript React project using Create Vite. We did an intro to TypeScript and learned basic features like type checking and type inference. We converted our e-commerce project to TypeScript. We learned how to use TypeScript with React. And we learned how to use AI with React to help us write code faster. Here are some exercises to help you practice what we learned in this lesson. Good job on finishing this React tutorial. If you want to continue learning with me, you can check out the premium version of this course, where I will be adding extra lessons and projects in the future. Currently, the premium version has 11 lessons, but I'll be adding more lessons in the future. You can also check out the membership for extra content on AI and Backend. As the next step after learning React, I recommend moving to the backend and learning the command line and Node.js. I'll be putting my work in progress on these technologies inside the membership first, so be on the lookout for that. Thanks so much for watching and taking this course with me, and I'll see you in the next one.